the same. We share the love. Embracing the differences like hand in glove. Spreading peace and joy, it's a beautiful sight. Together we shine in each other's light. Together we stand, in love's pure mind. Watching the world in love and light. Hearts beating, our peace flag. Colors of harmony, painting the night. United we stand, in love's pure mind.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to Watching the World 777. Today it's court time. We're in the courtroom. And yes, indeed, we have Stella in the building already. Good morning to you, Stella. Thank you for all you do. You're so great. Today we're going to be covering day 2 of Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case. Wow, what a great day it was yesterday. Many of us hung out together all day long, enjoying this case. There's a lot of turns, a lot of mysteries in regards to this case, and not just the run of the mill. We're starting to get the framework of what's really happening in regards to this case. So as you guys come in, court is about to be in session. We look forward. Hopefully we'll have James here today too. As an attorney, he helps us navigate through some of the questions that you guys have. So we're going to tune in to court and see what's happening so far. I think everybody's just coming in. Here we go. All right. So looks like there's some activity in court. And we have True Court Crime Junkie. All right. 2077. Good morning to you. Thank you for all the support. Nice to have you here. We're going to have to check out your channel and give you some support too. Thank you so much. Good morning to you. While we're waiting on this trial to kick off, yesterday it took about another 30 minutes before it got started. So along the way, we're going to check out a few videos. We're going to see what's happening in the world too. In regards to this war that's happening, I know a lot of people don't want to call it a war. But listen, whatever way you want to frame it, it's some very serious activity. So we're going to get to that and more here at Watching the World, but this will be streaming all day long. Yesterday, court streamed till around 3 something. So we'll see today how long it goes on for. But it's so great to have amazing people here as we try to cover this case. Let's check out something else, guys. Let's get a little history on what happened yesterday for those that may be here for the first time tuning in for this case. Let's check it out.
The defendant raised her gun, leveled it at Pat Noonan's face, and pulled the trigger. There are 2 reasons that Pat Noonan is alive today. The first being that Ms. Fitzsimmons' gun, while it had a full magazine, it did not have a round in the chamber. The second reason is that Pat Noonan, based on his years and decades of training and experience, reacted in a calm, professional way when he protected both himself and everyone else in that house. Pat Noonan.
All right, so we're tuning in, checking out some of what happened yesterday, guys. As you come in, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. Yesterday, someone kept hitting the like. They kept hitting the hearts and the 100s. Oh, you guys are so amazing. I was so floored by the great support we receive here at Watching the World 777. That's why it makes it so easy to do all of this, to travel. This week, I'll be in court for Nicolas Maduro on Thursday. So I'll be boots on the ground at the courthouse, in the courtroom with the former president of Venezuela. So all of that and more here at Watching the World 777. Good morning, Rogue.
Noonan is 50 years old. He is married to his wife Angie for 25 years. He has a son, Jonathan, who goes to school locally, college. He grew up in New York State at first and moved to Massachusetts to North Andover when he was 4 years old. He moved here with his father, his mother, his older sister. He went through the North Andover.
So these were the opening arguments yesterday. It helps you understand the framework of this case.
Public school systems, and eventually went to St. John's Prep, where he graduated from. He eventually spent a bit of time in college, but his real goal was to join the military, which he did. He joined the Air Force and went to boot camp out west. He eventually joined the security forces of the Air Force, where he was trained to secure nuclear weapons. He did that pretty much his whole time while he was in the Air Force. It was specialized training, weapons training, stress shooting training, defensive tactics training. His first assignment was on the ground in a Humvee. Later on, he joined another squadron and patrolled in a helicopter. He was honorably discharged from the Air Force, and he came back to North Andover. There, he worked security, armed security, at the Sidebar nuclear power plant. All the while, his goal being become a police officer, which he eventually did in North Andover. He worked in the North Andover police for years. It was his hometown police force. He joined the SWAT team, which is a specialized unit that deals with emergent violent situations, barricaded people, hostage situations, serving armed warrants and the like. It was during that time that they trained twice a month and 40 hours in a separate block a year. He did that for years at North Andover. He eventually transferred to the Lawrence Police Department. And he did that because he wanted to have a busier atmosphere. Lawrence is a lot busier than North Andover. He worked there for a number of years. Again, the SWAT team. He was a detective, had a specialized training. And back in 2024, he decided to make a switch and come full circle. He moved back to North Andover PD, both because he wanted to end his career there where he started, but he also wanted to bring his training and experience to his hometown police force. That was one of the reasons that Lieutenant Daley, on June 30th of 2025, asked Pat Noonan.
And guys, someone just posted something very perverse in the chat. I removed it, but I just want to say we try to operate at a high level here, so please refrain from, posting things that are so terrible, especially when it comes to children. Like, what are you thinking about? Why are you trying to disrupt someone's day? So let's be mindful. Let's be respectful to everybody in the chat. Let's build each other up.
To accompany him and Timothy Houston, another officer who was a military vet, to serve a restraining order on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. He knew Pat had the experience, the temperament, and was cool, calm, and collected.
Good morning, Connie.
No matter what happened. Kelsey Fitzsimmons was a police officer. She had been on leave, but she was a police officer on June 30th of 2025. Also on that day, her partner, her boyfriend, her fiance, Justin Allain, was concerned for his safety, for his 4-month-old child's safety that he shared with the defendant, and for Ms. Fitzsimmons' safety, specifically after events happened that weekend. And so we went to court and he applied for and was granted a restraining order. The restraining order granted him custody of his 4-month-old son, ordered the defendant not to have any contact and to stay away from him, and also that she would be relieved of her weapons. She was a police officer, and she had a service weapon and 2 other guns that she had legally. Lieutenant Daly was at the PD when Mr. Alain came in. The restraining order was faxed in the court, and Lieutenant Daly called Officer Houston, and they got in touch with Officer Noonan to serve that restraining order. They had gone by the defendant's home, Officer Houston did, to see if she was there. Unusually, her car was not in her parking space. It wasn't at her home. Officer Houston, who had seen it there thousands of times as he had driven by, noticed that it was parked down the street at a school about 100 yards away or so. So they knew she was in the area. The 3 met at the school, decided on a plan, and went to the defendant's home. They met her at the door, and you'll see surveillance video from the home of that encounter as they come to the door. Ms. Fitzsimmons comes to the door holding her 4-month-old child. They go into the house. There's no surveillance system in the house other than in the basement. They explained to her what was happening, that there was a restraining order, that there's going to be a hearing on July 14th where she'd be able to tell her side of the story. And she tells the officers, I know how this all works. They ask her where her firearms are, and she lies to them, and she tells them they're in the basement. She's sitting down on a couch, the baby is next to her. She calls her mother, who will soon come over.
Guys, we only have 5 likes. If we could please get the likes up, it would be great. Thanks.
And they tell her that Justin's coming also, because he's going to get custody of the baby. Officer Houston, who is also in the living room, sees a gun case on the sofa, and he opens it. Ms. Fitzsimmons lies to him again. I told you the guns are in the basement. The defendant's mother comes, takes custody of the child while they're waiting for Justin. The police have called Mr. Alain at the PD, so he's coming over with his sister, Courtney. The officers allow the defendant to walk around the house gathering baby stuff, equipment, clothing, and things like that, so the child will have what it needs when it's taken by Mr. Alain. They follow her around to make sure that she is safe, that they are safe, that everybody in the house is safe. They go upstairs, they come downstairs. They go upstairs again, and you'll see photos of this, Your Honor. It's a staircase. At the top of the staircase is a landing where there's shelving and some of her police gear. If you look to the left, is the baby's room. If you look to the right, it's the bedroom. There's no door in the bedroom. So she goes in the baby's room and she's gathering things, and she's handing it to the officers who aren't going to take possession of it. They put it down. They're following the protocol. They're trying to keep everyone safe. At some point, she's in the bedroom.
Oh, Connie says she liked it on her phone and the television. That's amazing. I didn't even know you could like it on your television. That's amazing. Thanks.
And Mr. Alain comes in the house, and she hears him. Now it's Officer Noonan and Officer Houston in the bedroom with the defendant. She tells Officer Houston, I don't want him here. I don't want to see him. Don't let him near me. Because she's upset with Mr. Alain. Officer Houston goes downstairs to make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Elaine, who had left the house with some baby stuff, came back and asked the officers for permission just to go down to the basement because he wanted a suitcase and he wanted some of the other baby stuff because he was taking the baby home who was in Stone, Massachusetts. So he did this. He was down in the basement. Lieutenant Daly's down on the first floor. Officer Houston is at the top of the stairs of the basement. And the defendant's mother is downstairs also. The baby is already gone because Courtney, Mr. Elaine's sister, had come with them, taken the baby, and left the house. Officer Noonan is standing on the landing, watching the defendant in the bedroom. She's on her knees. She's gathering things. He notices at some point that her demeanor changes. She gets upset. At that point, she lunges to her right, forward and to her right. And he can't see what she grabs, but she grabs a firearm. Turns out to be her service weapon. She comes back. She raises it. Before Officer Noonan can do anything, she pulls the trigger as it's leveled at his face, and it goes click. It goes click, excuse me. It does not fire.
Stella, I don't see a Charles in any gift support. I'm not sure why.
Officer Noonan takes out his gun, is yelling at her at this point. Kelsey, don't do it. Drop it. Kelsey, don't do it. She is stepping backwards now. The gun hadn't fired, and so she was doing what the officers will describe to you as a tack rack. She has the gun in her hand. She bangs the magazine and attempts to rack it. She's unsuccessful the first time. Officer Noonan is still telling her, pleading with her, trying to de-escalate it. Kelsey, don't do it. She does it again, racks around. As she's picking up the gun, raising the gun, Officer Noonan fires. He fires twice. She is now moving. He misses and then strikes her. She immediately goes down. Lieutenant Daly runs up. Officer Houston runs up. And they treat her. They call for an ambulance in the fire department, and she's eventually taken to the hospital. The gun that she used on Officer Noonan was underneath her. Lieutenant Daly grabs it.
Good morning, Jessica. Thanks for coming in, subscribing to the channel. This is day 2. Nice to have you around.
Puts it on the bed. Officer Noonan, still focused on procedure and what to do, picks it up and moves it farther away from her so it's not a threat.
So guys, we're just watching some of day 1 while we're waiting for day 2 to kick off. We're still waiting. But in a minute here, I'm going to cover some Iran war, and then when court starts, we'll start to attend.
That is eventually collected by Officer Poor, who shows up later. The credible evidence in this case, the only credible evidence in this case, I would suggest to you, Your Honor, will be that Kelsey Fitzsimmons raised the gun and pointed it at Officer Noonan. She pulled the trigger when she did this. The credible evidence in this case, Your Honor, will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty.
Thank you. Mr. Brand.
Okay, guys, so that gives you a little preview. We replayed a little bit from yesterday. All right, so while we're waiting for court to start, we're going to check out a few things that are happening throughout the world. Let's start off here finding out about what's happening with all the strikes that's happening in Iran.
Damage in central Israel this morning after Iran fired a barrage overnight.
But President Trump says he is working on a deal to end the fighting.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Today, the Israeli government is voting to extend the country's state of emergency for 3 additional weeks. This comes as the Iranians are continuing their missile barrages toward this country, launching at least 8 of them since last night at 10 p.m. One of those missiles had a 220-pound warhead, and you can see in the aftermath of this video here in the heart of Tel Aviv, it slammed into the street, causing smoke to billow up across the Tel Aviv skyline. At this location, we understand at least 9 people were treated by first responders with injuries. We arrived there shortly after the explosion. Right now, first responders are removing debris and rubble from the site of a direct impact in Tel Aviv. Early this morning, black smoke was billowing from the skyline here following a direct impact from an Iranian ballistic missile. You can see the side of this apartment building totally sheared off. At least 6 people were wounded in Israel's second largest city as these Iranian missile barrages continue.
Our forces arrived here after receiving dispatch to the emergency hotline. We go straight into the building, even though it's could collapse at any moment, even though the building might be on fire or there's cars on fire. That doesn't matter. What matters first when we arrive to the scene is life-saving operations.
Israeli air defense systems were working throughout the night to intercept this incoming fire. They were able to take down some of the ballistic missiles, but others had those cluster munitions on top. We could see the debris and bomblets raining down over the skies of Tel Aviv. Now, the Israelis say they have just launched a new wave of strikes against Iran just in the last hour. This comes as U.S. Central Command is continuing to fly.
Make no doubt about it, Iran is definitely dropping a lot of explosives. We're going to try to use a YouTube-friendly word on Israel, and it's quite shocking. A lot of people are trying to say, oh, it's just AI, but that's not true. They're actually taking a beating. Both countries are taking a beating, and in fact, some of the surrounding areas, and in fact, they say in Iran, namely, they talked about Lebanon too, that a lot of innocent civilians are just losing their lives by the wholesale. So what does this mean? And I find it hard to believe that this is just going to stop suddenly, or they're just going to call it off. So we'll have to see how this develops. But, you know, there's something happening in the world that things may change in accordance to what we formerly knew as normal. I think going forward, we might see some things that are hard to understand.
Alongside their Israeli counterparts, these strikes from Saturday trying to destroy what is left of the military structure of the Iranian regime. President Trump yesterday talking about the possibility of a diplomatic outcome to end this conflict, saying this.
Based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets in Iran.
The U.S. and Israel are putting the pressure on Iran. You can see in this video here the aftermath of strikes on Monday in the Iranian capital of Tehran. This pressure is not just around the capital city, but across the country, especially the western side of Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we also know Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah is launching new attacks against Israel today. This morning, 30 rockets soared through the skies of northern Israel, some of them impacting the ground below. We anticipate this missile fire and rocket fire to continue for days, if not weeks, if a diplomatic solution is not reached. Guys?
And maybe it will this week. According to reports, talks on ending the war could be held in Islamabad as early as this week. There's also a report that Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey are passing messages between the United States negotiators, which I assume would be Jared and Steve Witkoff, and Iran's parliament speaker. What do you know about these two reports?
Yeah, we have seen these reports indicating that face-to-face talks could take place in Islamabad, Pakistan, as early as this week. We know there are messages being...
For those of you that are just coming in, we're basically waiting for court to start in regards to Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And while we're waiting, we're just catching up on some of the news that's affecting all of us throughout the world. So stay tuned. Once court starts, I would definitely start streaming in that direction. But right now, we're just covering hot topics and news.
Sent behind the scenes. I've talked
Make sure you hit the like button, share, and subscribe as you come in. Turn on your notifications, and maybe even consider becoming a member. Thank you.
with a number of regional sources who confirmed this to Fox News. The question here is why now, and if the Iranians are willing to make good faith concessions. This reminds me of just before Operation Epic Fury began. President Trump, time and time again, has tried to give the Iranians an off-ramp, even before this
Morning simulation.
war began. And he's trying to do so again, understanding that there are still thousands of U.S. forces on the way, in addition to the 50,000 that remain in the Middle East. And so President
Morning, Christina.
Trump has a lot of options on the table, and he maintains the leverage at these negotiations that are now set to take place, possibly in person, as early as this week.
So, Sherry, the one confusing thing for me is if Iran is going to make some concessions, this goes against their entire plan, which was to put pressure on the Strait so the president would cave. So it just seems inconsistent with the open sourcing that's been out there.
Look, the reality is this war could continue for several more weeks, if not more. And the United States and Israel, we are told, are preparing for that real possibility.
You know, Iran, they're fighting a holy war, and they see their God in association with all of this. So it's going to be really hard to get them to come to the table, especially they've lost so much, right? So we have to see how this develops.
And the president said very clearly yesterday he is giving the Iranians 5 days, and they're not stopping strikes against the regime. They're only stopping the strikes against Iran's energy infrastructure. If those 5 days pass and
Good morning, Eric. It's always good to see you.
Iran is not willing to make serious good faith negotiations and come to the table trying to reduce their ballistic missile program, their nuclear program, and the threats against U.S. forces and allies across the Middle East, this war will intensify, we are told. And again, the president has options on the table to do just that. When it comes to the ability of the Iranian regime,
You know, what happens if Iran goes on the offense and they just start choosing who they want to hit for whatever reason? That's going to be a different type of game here, you know, and I say game lightly as this is war, but imagine all those neighboring countries. And in fact, today we're going to see how London, they're starting to look at this a little weird now that they found out that Iran could easily hit them.
They have shown that they are willing to fire these ballistic missiles and drones toward residential areas in the Gulf and also against Israel. But
good morning, Sharon. You know, a lot of people are saying, why are we fighting Israel's war? But you know what gives it a little bit of credence? I don't know if you guys have had the chance to check out Joe Kent. About 5 days ago, he was leading counterterrorism in our military, our government, our administration, right? He resigned and said that the American people are being lied to by our new administration, President Trump and his team. And he said that we should not be fighting, losing our young ones because of Israel. What does all of that mean? You know, we're not used to hearing this type of jargon, especially when it comes to an individual that had top security, top intelligence, and now he's speaking forth. One of the things that he mentioned is that Israel could have had something to do with Charlie Kirk. We only thought that was true through Candace Owens. I mean, a lot of us did, right? He also pointed out that it seems that Iran had something to do with the event when the president, well, he wasn't the president at the time, but when he took that strike in the ear in Butler, Pennsylvania, he's insinuating that Iran had something to do with that. And guess what? He says that the higher ups in the government said, hey, don't look into it. Don't investigate. Stay out of that. So there's a lot being revealed right now. It's shocking that this individual would resign now and then come on Tucker Carlson's show and talk about it at a high level while we're still at war. And knowing that Tucker Carlson also had came forth and he said that the government is looking at him potentially to lock him up too. And so why would Joe Kent put himself in that type of jeopardy? I mean, you would need a whole lot of security if you're out here just talking freely about the American government, a place where you live. I mean, listen, we're in America. It's America first, right? That's just how this thing goes. I mean, I get it, not everybody feel that way, but you would think that at this time we wouldn't be hearing such insane concepts about life that makes you feel uncomfortable, because what could happen going forward? We don't know. We're being told that this is just a temporary thing, but then Iran, and also we have a lot of senators, congressmen coming forward saying that this war is going to jeopardize America. So it's tough because we're not all in one accord. And what kind of price will our children pay? Hell, what kind of price will we pay pretty soon? We don't know how this is going to turn out.
Moving forward, the question at the negotiating table is whether or not the Iranians are willing to curb their nuclear program, stop producing ballistic missiles, and actually have a change of heart. And the president said something interesting yesterday, and it really speaks to what they are looking at here. There is not yet regime change in Iran, but the president said he's already starting to see a changed regime. And that's in part because
Morning, Beijing King.
much of the leadership of Iran has been taken out. And those that are left, even these hardliners, including the Speaker of Iran's parliament, who has threatened the United States and President Trump himself in the past, they understand that they are out of options. They lack leverage because while they still have a stockpile of ballistic missiles that they will use against Israel and U.S. forces in the region, they have limited ability to produce more. The United States
Morning, Jeff. I was looking for you. Good to see you.
and Israel have gone after these production facilities, not just for missiles, but also drones, and it puts the Iranians in a corner. And that, again, is why at this point...
Guys, Bert says nobody told Ben Netanyahu about a ceasefire. Man, that guy do whatever he want to do. He's not looking for a ceasefire or anything else. He's looking for Israel first, and America is there to prop them up. It is what it is, but we live in America. Not everybody here today, I understand, is American, but I'm just saying we have to move with intelligence. A lot of people are here in America. They're just bad-mouthing America. It just doesn't work for a long-time approach. You know, we have to find a better way.
They are willing to speak.
All right, Trey. Yeah, we'll see where this goes. Just projections, because on the other side, they keep denying that there were even talks going on. Trey Yanks, thank you.
Thank you, Trey.
Meanwhile, let's go.
You know, for everybody that's complaining about Iran, let me tell you something. You may not want to deal with them now, but you're going to have to deal with it one day. When people are bent on destroying, it's just like in your neighborhood. If your next door neighbor, you ever see that show To Fear Thy Neighbor or something like that? If every day you wake up and you walk out of your front door and your neighbor's over there, oh, death to you, death to you. Eventually, you're going to have to cross that bridge, and it may not be a pretty sight, but it's a serious matter to say the least. And lo and behold, what if Iran was next door in Canada or Mexico? Now we're having a whole different discussion.
We'll go now to Lucas Tomlinson, who is live from Dubai with the latest. Lucas.
Well, good morning, Brian. President Trump has issued a new ultimatum for Iran after the markets closed this Friday to open the Strait of Hormuz, or he will order U.S. forces to destroy Iran's energy grid.
We're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end.
Listen, if Iran still controls the Strait of Hormuz, there is no winning. America would have to essentially go in, because what's going to happen every time they get upset, they're going to manipulate, and you have to, that's a key part, 20% of the oil and so forth. That's a big issue that we have to face. So it looks like that's why a lot of people are saying there is no win game. There's no strategy. And in fact, you're starting to see Fox and even CNN, obviously we know they're saying that maybe there is no happy ending for the president to get out of this situation, right?
End of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for.
And, you know, quite frankly, it's like when you're riding in the car with someone, it's no longer the driver's situation. It becomes your situation, too, because you're there along for the ride. So the American people are quite concerned. We're quite concerned about our futures because, I mean, when you see these people, I was down in the Bronx and I actually put a short out, go back and check it out. But these guys are down in Bronx, New York, chanting death to America. I mean, that's not a comfortable feeling. They had fire blazing. I was like, it's time for me to get out of here.
Everybody, as good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing.
Now, after initially denying any talks were underway, Iranian officials now admit some notes are being passed. Quote, we received points from the U.S. through mediators, and they're being reviewed. Now, as negotiations appear to have launched, including through Pakistan, as we just heard from Trey, U.S. jets continue picking off targets in Iran, now more than 9,000.
R. Copeland says Israel has universal health care. Guys, we're still waiting on court to kick off here. I'm not sure what's going on. It's a different type of court over there in Massachusetts, but it's a waiting game. We'll see what happens. We're waiting patiently to see how this develops.
Since the start of the war more than 3 weeks ago, aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, F-18 Super Hornets, F-35 stealth fighter jets, and EA-18 Growler electronic warfare jets continue to launch from the flight deck day and night around the clock. And B-52 bombers now launching strikes from RAF Fairford in Britain with a full complement of 24 2,000-pound satellite-guided penetrator bombs. You have to be pretty close to the target to release those, which says a lot about air superiority. And in Bahrain, Amazon Web Services said it suffered a disruption after an Iranian drone strike. And guys, plane spotters are also seeing more transport flights from the United States from different bases throughout the country, likely from the 18th Airborne Corps Alert Brigade, which right now it would be from the 82nd Airborne.
Okay, so we have Nautilus says, so you think the plane crash was an attack on America? I'm not sure. Hopefully that's not directed to me because I didn't say that. So I'm kind of confused because now you're calling someone insane. I'd like to have you define that because you might be maybe in the wrong conversation or you're having a conversation with someone else. I'm not sure. Bert says, we heard that the Iron Dome in Israel is getting low stockpile. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Airborne Division and also likely some special operations forces included in these flights. So while these negotiations continue, more U.S. forces appear inbound here to the region.
Additional leverage. Thanks, Lucas. So also reporting the Institute for Study of War that Iran's going to stop going after Saudi Arabia because they fear it's going to trigger Saudi's military response.
So they've already been talking about it. There's reporting in the Wall Street Journal that talks about that they're gearing up to finally go on the offensive. Right. So I'm sure that's
and that's what I'm sure they got those reports too.
Do you think the Strait of Hormuz, after a negotiation, would be jointly controlled? Because the president kind of alluded to that.
That would be it, because, Ainsley, if it ends right now, it'll look like Iran will still have the trigger on the Strait. 6 months from now, 8 months from now, they're going to go, hey, we're shutting it down.
Okay, guys. So Nautilus says the whole world is thrown into disarray because BB, an insane man, has dirt on your fascist president. Okay, so we've heard that a lot too. There's a lot to say about that, but right now court is starting, so we're going to get right to it. Thank you guys for being very patient. And this is for Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Please be seated. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
March 24th, 2026. Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Cock presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, James.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Martha Hoadley, representing the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Fitzsimmons.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons to my right. And thank you again, my paralegal, Courtney Haley, to my left.
Good morning. Okay, you folks can have a seat. And I want to apologize to everyone for running a bit late. I wanted to do some last-minute research on the motion for a view. And wanted to talk to you folks about it. So paper 88 is the defendant's motion for a view. And I guess at this point, is the defense still seeking the view?
Judge, we haven't had any progress on the other end of it. Excuse me. At this point, I am satisfied with your discretion. If you would like a view, we'll do it. I did file a motion. If you
thinking. So, and I think some of this you're implying. So I don't think I'm patronizing you by any means. But So I was told at Sidebar yesterday that Ms. Fitzsimmons no longer owns the home, and it belongs to a third. It is now owned by a third party. So has the defense been in communication with the current owner?
Not the owners themselves, some representatives, Your Honor, and it's just honestly kind of getting a little bit of passive resistance about it.
Okay, all right. So just to point out, and this is why I was running late, I was trying to remember, there was a case from a couple decades ago, I think, Commonwealth versus Mattis, which goes through the procedure under circumstances where none of the parties have, a party seeks access to someone's home for purposes of a view, and essentially my memory is, and just a quick look this morning, is that it's kind of a Rule 17 circumstance where the homeowner would need to be summoned, given an opportunity to be heard about whether we could go in there. So this issue a lot of times doesn't come up because a lot of times the Commonwealth has either the scene is a public place, or the Commonwealth has had the ability to I guess to reach out to the owners and make that work. But the Commonwealth is not seeking a view; they have the burden of proof. And I guess my position at this point is neutral. I would, if the defense wants a view and you're able to set it up in a timely manner, Commonwealth, if the defense was able to set up the view, in other words, reach out and do the legwork that the Commonwealth usually does, is the Commonwealth opposed to it? Okay. Will the Commonwealth and your resources help us? Okay. Thank you. So we have, so I'm just going to leave it to you, Mr. Brado. I just don't want a last minute decision, because we need to, Mr. Ruane especially needs to make plans for transportation, et cetera. So I just don't, it seems to me that as for whether I need it or not, I think it's not my place to say. I know I did, in fairness to both sides, I did say that yesterday. And after thinking about it, I don't think it's my place to say. The Commonwealth has the burden. The defense has due process rights, as well as many other constitutional rights. And I'm open to accommodating a view. Okay, just let Mr. Ruane know sooner than later.
Very good.
Okay.
And we wouldn't, I can just tell you now that we don't want to, force these people to do it. We don't want to get into a thing with it, but
I can tell you this from my perspective. Here I am talking again out of both sides of my mouth, which from my perspective, it arguably is less helpful where the items in the bedroom or the layout and even like the bed and all that aren't the same. And I get a sense that this is a pretty narrow stairwell, et cetera. But in any event, I'll leave it to you folks. That's you folks are better at doing your jobs than I am.
So we'll take one more. We'll reach out one more time to see where it goes, and we'll advise the court by the end of the day.
Okay, no problem at all. And other than that, I think we left off with Officer Noonan. I'm sorry, were you going to say something, Mr.
No, I just had 2 more questions for him.
For him. Okay, all right, that's fine. So we left off near the end of direct examination of Officer Noonan. He can be recalled.
This is the officer that struck her during the
Good
incident.
morning.
You that you're still under oath from yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All set, Mr. Gubitosi?
Thank you. Sir, I just had a couple more questions for you. The firearm that you used on the 30th, what happened to it after you left the residence?
So I secured the scene, and then once more officers showed up, they relieved me, and the chief had me walk with him to his car, and he took my firearm and he gave me his.
You talked about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's wearing a sweater.
May the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
Yes, it may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination.
May I inquire?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Before we get into the case, I'm looking at your glasses. Are those glasses AI recording type glasses?
No,
Okay. So you're not recording anything right now?
absolutely not.
Let's go to June 30th at Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house. What time did you get there?
I think right around 6 or 5:30, 6 o'clock.
The upshot of that visit was that when you got there, you didn't secure the firearms, did you?
No, we didn't.
And you, collectively, meaning the three of you, you brought the guy getting the restraining order to the person he claims he's in fear of, correct?
I wasn't aware that Justin was en route. That was Lieutenant Daly when he made arrangements with Justin.
So you're saying that was, sorry, finish your answer.
Justin Ayala.
That was your, that was not your part of this incident?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, and you're saying that, oh, sorry.
Excuse me one moment.
Thank you, Claire. Welcome in, James. OG Kicks.
I want the jury box to be empty, so I just want to have the gentleman move. Sorry about that, sir. We'll make room for you. And just 1 second, Mr. Brady. All set, Mr. Brady. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you. So when did you become aware that Justin Elaine was coming to the house?
I wasn't aware.
Did you see him at all when you were there?
No.
You were aware that he came in and was walking around the house?
No.
You were not?
No.
You go upstairs with Kelsey and with Officer Houston, correct?
Yep.
Officer Houston leaves to see who's coming in downstairs?
There was an older woman that was causing a scene with Lieutenant Daly, and
The question was, did Houston go downstairs?
he did, to mitigate what was going on downstairs, is what my belief was.
And you were with Kelsey when she was, she had gone into her bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Then you went down the stairs to see what was going on.
No,
You took some steps down the stairs, didn't you?
I did not.
Your testimony is that you stayed on that landing?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true you left Kelsey alone in that room for a period of time?
No.
You're serving an order on someone who's your colleague, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that this restraining order service isn't exactly going by the book, is it?
And from my past experience, it is.
Well, the guns are floating around out there.
Actually, Kelsey had stated the guns were downstairs in the basement and safe.
I didn't ask you what she stated, did I?
Continue.
Thank you. So the guns are still floating around. You're serving a colleague. The guy comes to the house who's got the order. It's fair to say this isn't exactly a garden variety service of a restraining order, is it?
That's inaccurate.
It's inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just another day for you?
No, it's not.
So in fact, you were working, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You get a call from Houston.
Yes.
He tells you what the plan is, correct?
Yes, he said that.
I didn't ask you what he said.
Okay.
He told you what the plan is, correct?
No. He asked me to meet up with him.
He told you that Kelsey's ex-fiance got a restraining order and that you had to serve it, get her firearms, and get the baby, didn't he?
Not on the phone, no.
And you said to Houston on the phone, whatever he said to you, your answer was, sounds good, right?
No.
That's not what you said.
I don't remember what I said to him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told the grand jury, isn't it?
Objection.
Overruled.
Misstating what he told the grand jury.
Well, you can restate during redirect.
We'll get to all that. We'll circle back
And I
on all
prefer
this.
that both sides show a witness what they're referring to when they're trying to.
I will,
impeach
Your
him.
Honor.
Thank you.
I want to ask you some questions about your relationship with Kelsey.
Sure.
You said that you didn't know her well,
That's correct.
and you said that she was on maternity leave most of the time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you also said that you got along well with her, right?
For the time, I think we went to 1 or 2 calls together. Other than that, I worked a completely different shift. So we got along when we went to calls, yes.
Did you get along well with her or not?
Yeah.
And did you think well of her?
I really didn't have an opinion. I didn't have a chance to really get to know her.
Well, do you know Maureen Teresi, your neighbor?
Maureen Teresi.
You gave her your opinion of Kelsey, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You called her a whack job, didn't you?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradley, I missed the question. Can you state
Sure.
it again?
So I asked him if he knew Miss Maureen Teresi, his neighbor, and I said that he gave his opinion of Kelsey to his neighbor, and that he called her a whack job. And then you can answer again, sir. What was your answer?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Is it possible you called her a whack job to your neighbor?
It's possible.
So that's what you really think about Kelsey, isn't it? That she's a whack job.
After she tried to kill me.
And at the time, you went in there loaded for bear, didn't you?
No.
Well, let's see. You told the state police that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
Well, that's what you said, that you had pre-planned that you were going to section her.
It wasn't
The job was to
pre-planned.
section her, isn't that what you said?
No, that's inaccurate.
So-
Hold on one second, let me just go through some ground rules. You need to wait until the question is complete, because we can't have two folks talking over one another.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks very much. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
And also, you raised quite a lot of concerns about where Kelsey parked her car, correct?
Yes.
And you suggested at one point that you could box her in and take her into custody with respect to the car, right?
Yes.
So you were thinking that she was going to need to be sectioned, that she was a whack job, and that she needed to be boxed in and placed into custody, right?
Objection.
I'm asking about a state of mind, Your Honor.
He has testified that he thought she was a whack job before he went.
Overruled.
Those are all things that were in your mindset, weren't they?
No.
Well, you said them, right?
No, that's inaccurate.
Sectioning her,
It was brought up by my lieutenant that she may have to be sectioned
and you told the state police that part of the job was to section her.
if she were to be sectioned.
You didn't say that part to the state police, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, we'll go over all this, don't worry.
Okay.
And so, with respect to the car, you testified in such a manner that you're suggesting that there was some suspicion attached to that, right?
Can you rephrase?
Yeah, you're suspicious of the fact that she parked the car 150 yards away, you said.
Yes.
So your mindset is that she's evading something or she's up to something?
Well, in my training and experience, the distance of where she parked her car from her house and having a baby, and also her behavior in the past where her car was always parked in the driveway was...
So you didn't know her very well.
I knew where she lived, and I patrol the town, so I have to drive by her house.
So she parks in the school next to her house.
Yes.
What are you thinking she's going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what her mindset was.
So you're speculating about any suspicion that's attached to that parking job, right?
I was just suspicious about that.
So she's in the house. You
Yes.
know she's in the house.
No, I don't.
You go to the house. You knock on the door. Daly knocks on the door. She comes out like a regular mom, holding the baby, wearing sweats, hair's probably in a ponytail, opens the door.
Yes.
Right? So at that point, do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your own lens as an investigator. Isn't it possible that there's 100 other possibilities in her life that maybe she parked there for some other reason?
Could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know what her mindset was.
So you go in there and you are the only officer who has tactical gloves on when you go in there, correct?
They're neoprene gloves, yes.
So you're ready for anything, right?
It's past practice with me after working in Lawrence for so long. I tend to glove up for sanitary reasons. I knew we were going to have to handle her firearms, so I didn't want to get any of my prints or anything on them.
But you said you took them off fairly quickly when you got in there.
Yes.
And at what point did you take them off?
Right before she handed me the baby.
So you hadn't yet touched the firearms and you took them off. So that plan about not getting your prints on the firearms didn't pan out, did it?
I didn't want to hold the baby with those gloves. They're pretty dirty.
And while we're talking about holding the baby, it's fair to say that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, with 3 cops standing there, had her baby, and she's the one that chose to give it to you. Isn't
Yes.
that right? You didn't ask for it. Daly didn't order her to give it to you. She, with whatever her mindset was, chose you to take her baby. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And she chose you to take a bottle and feed her baby, right?
That's correct.
And then this is 5 minutes before you say she tries to murder you, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you felt that the baby couldn't be comfortable because you had your vest on. So it wasn't comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off to someone else, right?
That's correct.
A fair statement?
Yes.
Well, that's not what you said prior, is it?
Well, I like to have my hands free as well. I don't like my hands tied up.
That's what you said the last time, right? That when you spoke with the state police, that you didn't like having anything in your hands, and it was really a tactical reason why you gave the baby up, right?
No, it wasn't a tactical. I just didn't want to be holding the baby.
Isn't it tactical that you want to have your hands free to deal with anything you have to deal with at this?
I want to have my hands free on every call.
What's wrong with the word tactical? Why isn't that tactical?
Can you rephrase that?
What's wrong with the word tactical?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So why doesn't it apply? Because I said it?
I'm sure it could apply.
I'll strike that, Your Honor. Why doesn't it apply?
I'm sure it could apply, sure.
So for tactical reasons, you gave up the baby, but that's not what you said here at this trial, is it?
I don't recall what you, can you rephrase that?
Well, here at the trial, you said that the baby couldn't have been comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't say anything about wanting to keep your hands free for tactical reasons, right?
It wasn't asked.
You were asked what happened repeatedly, and you had every opportunity to talk about it, didn't you?
Sure.
And you left it out.
Not on purpose.
We'll see.
Mr. Brado, comment like that isn't helpful, please.
Sorry, Your Honor, motion to strike.
You're moving to strike your own comment?
I am.
It's allowed. And that's very forthright of you.
Just a moment.
Yep, take your time.
I ask you something about your grand jury testimony that we alluded to. So your testimony here was that you didn't get the whole plan from Officer Houston on the phone, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And my suggestion that your answer about the thing in sort of a matter-of-fact way was, okay, sounds good. And you disagree that you said that, right?
I don't disagree. I just don't recall.
You don't recall?
Yeah, what I said.
So isn't it true that you were asked, page 36. Who did you get a call from? Officer Houston. And what was that call about? Was the next question. And your answer was, he had asked me if Lieutenant Daly reached out to me. I said no. Officer Houston said, hey, can you meet me at the CCC, which is a little grade school behind the Atkinson School. He said, we have to serve papers to Officer Kelsey. I said, okay, sounds good. And I drove over to that location and met up with him, right? And
Sure.
you knew those papers were a restraining order for Kelsey to give up the baby, give up her guns, lose her job, brought by her fiance, right?
I had no idea what was entailed in the restraining order at that time.
At what point did you learn the job here?
As far as the restraining order?
As far as this job you were going to do at Kelsey's house?
What job?
The restraining order service, taking the baby, finding the guns.
When I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing her in,
when I
putting
met
her
up
into
with Officer
custody.
Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir. Box.
Hold
Sorry.
on. Let's not argue back and forth and just ask your questions. If you just wait to answer until he's done. If you can restate, thank you.
Sure. So you asked me what the job was. So my suggestion is that the job is serving the restraining order, going to get the baby, finding the guns. You thought about boxing her in and taking her into custody. You thought about sectioning her. That job.
When I met up with Officer Houston behind the CCC.
And at that point, you knew what you were getting into, right?
After he explained what was going on, and we were pretty shocked.
In all of the statements you've made prior to being here yesterday and today, you've never said that you were pretty shocked about anything, have you?
I don't recall.
You weren't shocked. You were treating this like a video game, weren't you?
No.
Well, your first answer is, sounds good, like it's any other day, right?
As to meeting up with them behind the CCC. Yep, sounds good. See you then.
Sounds good to meet up, okay. Let's talk about the bedroom and the shots that you fired. Here in court, you said that those shots were in rapid fire.
Rapid succession, yes.
Okay. And like a boom, boom?
Yes.
No, that's not what you said to the state police, though, is it?
That was 8 months ago, right around there. I don't recall. I said I shot twice, possibly.
You told the state police that you pulled the trigger. This is 12:32 in the audio. You told the police that you pulled the trigger once. You said the word once. And then you said, I kept giving commands. And then you said, I pulled the trigger again. That's a completely different scenario than 2 shots in rapid succession, isn't it?
As far as the time frame, I was trying to recall the event as best as possible. But, you know, rapid succession, you pull the trigger, pull it again. Yes, I pulled it twice.
So that was July 3rd, right after this incident, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that talking then it's right after the incident. And now you're here in court. Both of those propositions can't be true, can they?
I'm sorry, what?
The proposition, I'll rephrase it. The proposition that you said here in court, that you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
And what you said on July 3rd, 1 shot, giving some commands, another shot. Both of those things can't be true, can they?
They can be true.
They can be true.
Yes.
So rapid succession, and then what? You talk really fast before the second shot?
Oh, I was given commands. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm asking you about this particular passage, this particular thing. Here you said you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
You painted a different picture on July 3rd, didn't you?
No.
You shot, you gave commands, and then you shot again.
That's the
How
truth.
can that be rapid succession?
Because that's how it went in rapid succession.
You disagreed with me that it was a boom, boom.
Yes.
So where's the time for the commands between the shots?
As I'm yelling them.
Well, that's not what you said. You said you pulled the trigger once. I kept giving commands. I pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So they're 2 different assertions, aren't they?
No.
Okay. You gave a statement on July 3rd to the state police, right? A recorded statement?
Yes.
You testified yesterday and today. What was your preparation like for this case? To come in here and testify.
I met up with Mr. Gubitosi, Attorney Gubitosi.
How many times?
I believe twice.
And when when were those meetings?
One was recently, I think last Thursday, and the one before, I can't remember.
And when did you start prepping your testimony?
On this past Thursday.
Well, you probably started prepping your testimony about 5 minutes after the shooting, didn't you?
No.
When was the first time you were questioned about what happened?
I think July 3rd.
So everyone left you alone until July 3rd?
Yes.
When you were upstairs with Kelsey, she kept giving you things and asking you to take them downstairs, didn't she?
That's correct.
And she did that with Houston as well, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that she was trying to get you away from her, right?
I don't know what her mindset was. I wasn't going to leave her alone.
Sure, let me ask you a better question. The effect of that would have been, if you took things downstairs, that you would have left her.
Yes, that's correct.
That's not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it? She's trying to get rid of you.
Can you ask that question again?
The fact that she's trying to remove you from the area where her gun is not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it?
At that point, no.
So let's get into the incident here. What do you say happened? You say that Kelsey went into her bedroom after being in the baby's room, correct?
Yes.
She, you don't go in the room, right?
No, I stayed at the very top of the stairs, right before the door frame.
So it's fair to say you're on the landing, the top of the stairs, looking into the room.
That's correct.
And the room's got a lot of furniture in it, a lot of things everywhere, right?
Yes.
So you say that Kelsey has a change in her demeanor, right?
Yes.
She starts to shake and get upset, shaking uncontrollably, you said, right?
Yes.
Then she lunges.
Yes.
She's on her knees.
She was, I believe, on her right knee.
You said that she pushed off her left leg and lunged, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you were 3 feet away from her.
Yes.
Maybe less.
Maybe.
So can we agree that's arm's length?
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over me. How about
Yes.
that? And your testimony is that she lunges over and obtains a gun.
Yes.
Right. And she assumes a certain stance.
Can you elaborate?
Well, you were there. What stance did she assume?
She pointed a gun at my face and pulled the trigger.
And yesterday, when you were being questioned, you assumed a two-handed stance to show that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
It's like a modified Weaver stance?
Yes.
So she assumes a modified Weaver stance. Can you stand up and show a modified Weaver stance? That's just what it's called.
Okay.
Can you demonstrate to us what a modified Weaver stance looks like?
Do you want me to stand up and show you?
Please.
So are you asking him just in general?
Just to
or-
show the stance in general first. Yes, Judge. Thank you.
So she grabs it, comes up, pulls the trigger.
And that's not, I don't think that's what he was asking you, but.
So just what's the modified Weaver stance? What is it? And can you describe it? What are you doing when you do a modified Weaver stance?
Strong side. All right. So if I'm righty, this is my strong side. That's gonna grab the pistol, and I use my support hand to support the weapon.
Are you righty?
I'm sorry?
Are you righty?
I am.
You can have some things.
Thanks.
And you're saying that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun in that kind of a stance?
Yes.
And how far was the gun away from your face?
It was right outside of arm's length.
So she's 3 feet away. She assumes the modified Weaver stance, so she's probably another foot or two towards you, right?
She stepped to the left. I don't know if she stepped towards me.
Well, your testimony was that she immediately lifted the gun to you and
yes,
pulled the trigger and tried to shoot you right in the face.
Yes.
So the gun didn't go off.
No.
And there she is with the gun there. The guns didn't go off, and you're within feet of her and the gun that didn't go off, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't just grab her, did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
Right. So your testimony is that Kelsey goes from a wounded bird shaking uncontrollably to a female movie action hero, doesn't she?
Those aren't my words.
That's your description of what happened, isn't it?
I didn't describe that either.
So she gets the gun. She tries to murder you in the face.
Yes.
5 minutes after she has her feed her baby.
Yes.
She pulls the trigger, nothing happens.
Yes. It went click.
She stands up, right?
She was already standing.
So as she's standing, she shoots you, she tries to shoot you in the face?
Yes. And then she started to backpedal.
So first she backpedals. Then she sidesteps, she tap racks again, right?
Yes.
So in all this time, this is like the longest tap rack in history, isn't it?
It's 4 seconds.
So she gets up, she sidestep first or backpedal first?
Backpedals.
So she backpedals first.
And then sidestep. I would say maybe 4 or 5, and then maybe another 3, 4, or 5 to her left, which is my right.
So she goes into action. She tapping the magazine and then racking the gun while she's moving around?
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer.
Who's a whack job?
Who tried to kill me.
So let's get the order straight. You said that she backpedals first.
Yes, after she pulled the trigger.
And nothing happened.
Yes.
And then she taps the magazine.
Yes.
And then racks the slide.
I believe her hand slipped off. That's when she went in, and I was giving her commands, don't do it. And she re-racked and started to bring her right arm up.
And then she does it again, right?
Yes.
And you actually have no idea whether she successfully racked it the first time or successfully racked it the second time, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know what happened.
No, I don't.
And so it takes a few seconds to take 4 or 5 or whatever steps back towards the air conditioner, right?
From beginning to end, once she pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger, and by the time I shot her, it was right around 4 seconds total, if not 3.5. It was very fast.
So she goes from shaking uncontrollably, sad about her situation, crying, to being pretty nimble.
She wasn't crying.
She walks, she backpedals, you said, right?
That's correct.
Then she sidesteps.
Yes.
To the air conditioner. And You had a look of panic on your face at that time, didn't you?
No,
You were flustered, weren't you?
no.
Well, you were in shock 5 minutes later, weren't you?
After the incident and my adrenaline dumped, yeah, I was in shock then.
So at the time, getting back to the incident, Kelsey's by the air conditioner. She's backpedaled, she sidestepped, she tapped, she racked, she tapped, she racked, and then you shoot her.
Yes.
And you shot 2 shots. Where are we on the rapid succession? Which one do you want to go with? Rapid succession, or you shot, gave commands, and shot again? Which is it?
I was given commands and shooting at the same time.
Okay. Well, your prior testimony was that you shot, you pulled the trigger, gave commands, and you pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So was it that, or was it boom, boom, rapid succession?
It all happened in 4 seconds or less.
So you're a very well-trained SWAT officer, yes?
Yes.
You're a firearms instructor.
No.
You're a patrol instructor, where you instruct
What's
other
up, patrol?
officers on the job, right?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
Yes.
Thank you. And you've been doing this for 25 years?
No.
20 years?
Right around there, yes.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 20 years. And one of your thought processes was that you wanted to give your training and experience back to the North Andover PD where you started, right?
Yes, and come back where I started.
And here, your first shot, you missed her from about 7 feet away.
I did. It was longer than 7 feet. It was at that point about 15 feet.
15 feet.
I would say.
Do you have any measurements on this?
No, but if you remove the bed and you were to walk diagonal from where I shot, it was probably around 15.
So the first shot you missed her and you hit the air conditioner. Is that right? Or do you know?
I didn't know where it went.
Okay. And the fact is that we have only one spent projectile in this case, right?
I'm sorry?
We only have one spent projectile in this case, correct?
I don't know what state police collected.
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me that there was one on the bed and one on the floor, I think, but I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know that there was one in the curtain next to the air conditioner?
No.
Have you looked at any photos from this at all?
Some, yes.
Did you know that?
Nope.
Yeah, Coach Ron?
Yes.
Just the photo.
Yes.
This guy. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe him. Put a 2 if you don't.
Do you have some? Thank you, sir. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I show you for the record, Exhibit 49, sir. See that?
Yes, that's the entrance to her bedroom.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of kind of the stuff that was there at the time?
I didn't see any of that at the time because I was facing forward. That's a completely different angle.
Well, that's the area where you say that she lunged to, right?
There, yes, that would have been my left. Yep.
Now, at some point, there was a safe there, wasn't there? A green safe.
I have no idea what was there.
Didn't you speak with Officer Core at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And Officer Core You said that you ordered him to do something. You remember that?
I did.
You ordered him to take the gun and get it out of there?
Secure it.
And what were you doing at the time you ordered him to do that?
Rendering aid to Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
So you're over by the bed. He would have had to go in that area to get the firearm and secure it, right?
So I placed the firearm. You can't see the right side of the door frame. So if you were to walk into that bedroom and look right, there's some sort of I don't know, nightstand or something. I put the weapon right there.
I'll show you Exhibit 75. Is this the?
Oh, it's the white. Yes, that's it.
Is that where you put the firearm?
On top of that.
Now let's just go.
Exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So let's talk about who touched the firearm. So Daly picks up the firearm, right?
Yes.
And the firearm was under Kelsey's leg, correct?
I don't know where it was. I was covering down. I know he flipped her over and found the weapon. I don't recall where it was.
Okay. You heard, strike that. So your testimony is that Kelsey's racking the gun, sidestepping, backpedaling, tap rack, and at some point she points the gun at you, right?
Her arm started to come up towards me.
Okay. So it's fair to say that she's back again, like we said earlier. She's starting to do this, right?
No Weaver stance.
Okay, so one hand.
It was.
Is that the FBI crouch? What do you call that? Is that
a one-handed?
Okay. It's not called the FBI crouch?
I've never heard that term.
Okay. So she starts to point the gun at you. So we agree then that the gun is out in front of her, right?
It was in the upward position. It was coming up towards me. When I fired my second round, I saw her kind of buckle and she lowered her weapon and I stopped shooting and then she went to the ground.
You hit her in the chest. She goes flying back and lands on her back, right?
She didn't go flying back.
She landed on her back, correct?
She went down to the ground. I don't know which way she went. I think she crouched over.
Well, you knew she was on her back, didn't you?
I don't remember. As far as that goes, that's kind of a blur.
So the idea that she's got the gun out in front of her, she falls on her back. If the gun's underneath her, is this some sort of a magic gun?
I don't know where you're getting at.
Doesn't it make sense that if the gun is out here and she receives a force of a 9mm bullet pushing her back this way, how does the gun get all the way behind her and under her leg?
I have no idea. It's the way she fell.
So back to the notion of who touches the gun. Daly picks up the gun, right?
Yes.
Daly puts it on the bed, correct?
Yes.
And you don't like that?
I don't. It's too close to her.
Okay. Well, she's sitting there with a gunshot wound to her chest with you there and Daly there. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
So then you touch the gun, right?
I do.
And then you move it to the white shelf, bookshelf.
Yes.
And then Core arrives. And
Yes.
then you tell Core to grab the gun and secure it, right?
I do.
And then Core has it. Does he take it into the hallway?
Maybe. I remember just focusing my attention on Kelsey.
Sure, understandable. So you're focusing on Kelsey and you're giving her first aid.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant Daly was starting to work on her.
Well, is it fair to say that at first you still had your gun on her, but then you helped with the first aid?
Yes. afterwards.
So that was your primary focus, was once you felt that she was not a threat to you on your testimony, you started to assist with the first aid, right?
Yes.
And you and Daly are rendering first aid, and then court comes, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you say, get that out of here, secure the gun.
Yep. Make it safe.
So it's fair to say that court does that, but your attention is not on what he's doing, it's on rendering first aid, right?
That's correct.
So you don't have any knowledge or observation of what court did with the firearm, right?
No.
At some point, are you aware that court takes the green safe and the firearm out into the hallway?
I didn't see him do any of that.
I show you Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
So Exhibit 51 is the left side of the door frame where you say that Kelsey lunged, right?
That's correct.
Is that how it looked when she lunged over there?
I didn't see that when I was in the hallway.
Do you know anything about that shoebox with the orange lining?
I have no idea.
Do you remember seeing that chest with the brown leather trim on it?
I thought it was an end table when I walked out of the room.
Do you think that the gun came from any of those areas there?
With how quick she grabbed it, I think it came from that box, but I don't know.
Exhibit 36. That's a picture of the stairway, right?
Yes.
It's pretty narrow.
Yes.
And you went up to the top and you were at that landing, right?
That's correct.
You never entered Kelsey's room?
No.
So you said that you were shocked that Kelsey was quickly grabbing a gun and putting it in your face?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you that she'd gotten the drop on you, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you feared for your life, you say, right?
Absolutely.
And you panicked and you shot her.
No.
Well, you missed her from just a few feet away.
It's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
Are you aware of the Post Commission?
Yes.
And you know that the Post Commission has issued regulations that are in the Code of Massachusetts Regulations?
Yes.
And you know that it's prohibited to use deadly force on a person who is exhibiting a danger only to themselves.
Absolutely.
And you knew that on June 30th, 2025, didn't you?
I've known that since I graduated the police academy in 2006 or even before.
Right. And you went in there thinking that Kelsey was dangerous and had guns and you might get into it, right?
That's inaccurate.
And that's why you had your gloves on, isn't it?
No.
You were ready to get wet.
No.
I'm sorry, ready to get what?
Get wet, Your Honor. And that's when you had to adjust the narrative, isn't that true?
No.
So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight with somebody who was your colleague, right?
Yes.
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier
Yes.
of her own volition.
Yes.
She developed some sort of a homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was unbeknownst to me. I didn't know Justin was in the house. I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
I assume this is in hindsight.
Hindsight, yep.
Take your one moment, please, Your
Honor. Take your time.
That's the defendant.
Did you have a taser?
I did.
Did you think maybe to use the taser when she pulled the trigger and the gun didn't go off?
No. You meet deadly force with deadly force.
She's 3 feet away from you?
Yes.
Could have just grabbed her, couldn't you?
No.
And if there was deadly force, you wouldn't have stopped at 2 shots, would you? You would have emptied that magazine right into her.
I stopped when she stopped. And that's what I'm trying to do. Stop the threat, not empty a mag.
What were some of the things that she asked you to bring downstairs?
I think there was a basket of books, and I believe some clothes. I think she put him in a car seat.
What did you say to her when she asked you to bring him downstairs?
I said, we'll deal with that later, and I put him down.
What was her reaction?
She just kept packing stuff.
So you said that you were you'd started your career in the North Andover Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And you left for the Lawrence Police Department in what year?
2011.
And then you were on the SWAT team from 2019 to 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And that you left North Andover to get a faster pace, right? What do you mean by a faster pace?
Busier. Are you talking about when I left North Andover to go to Lawrence, or?
Yes.
A busier atmosphere.
More action.
More calls for service.
More what, I'm sorry?
Calls for service.
Calls for service.
I wanted more experience.
And you were there for how long?
In Lawrence?
Yeah.
From 2011 to 2024.
2024, you go back to North Andover, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to bring your training and experience back to where it all started, right?
Yes.
Meaning you wanted to offer officers at North Andover the benefit of your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
You said that you only have 10 years left, getting older, a slower pace is what's needed, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the stress of a busy urban department was getting to you?
No.
Well, you did tell Kelsey that you had PTSD, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
So slower pace, and you just wanted to grace the department with your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I told counsel that I would ask for a sidebar before the next topic.
Sure.
Okay, guys, they're having a sidebar off the record. Thank you guys for tuning in today. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe. We have a lot of comments coming through. Thank you guys. Anderson said, what? For her to kill, not use that word, for her to unalive Justin. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lisa says the confusion surrounding gathering the baby clothes led to all of that, right? Something to think about. All right. Stella says, like, share, subscribe, and turn on the notifications to be notified for upcoming shows. That's right, Anderson. We have a sidebar. Sidebar. Okay, very good. Fantessa says, I have some same birthday as Colonel Sanders from KFC. I think the officer does look similar to Colonel Sanders. That's a good observation. So how are you guys holding up today? Where are you watching from? Tell us which state are you located? Where are you checking in from? And tell us what the weather is like and how much is gas. So those are the three things. What state? What's the temperature? And how much is gas in your state? Let's see the variations that we have. Somebody told me that gas could hit $8. I think it was James that mentioned that yesterday. Gas could hit $8 per gallon. That is something else, right? And again, thank you guys for supporting the channel. Yesterday, this case went until around 3-something. Not sure what time today it will end, but I imagine it will be similar or go closer to 5 p.m. But this judge appears not to be playing around. So he wants them to get to the point. Okay. All right. Through my lens, $3.89 a gallon in West Virginia. Okay. Okay, almost $4. Okay. We have Lisa from Ohio, 50 degrees. 50 degrees, wow. Okay, Anderson, New Hampton, light snow showers, $3 a gallon. Gas is really low there. Okay, we have Sandra from Wisconsin, mile 34. Okay, that's quite chilly. $3.80 per gallon. Okay. We have to find out what's the secret with Anderson and how is gas $3. Wow, that's pretty good. All right, we have Jeff. Jeff said paid $3.75 per gallon yesterday. It's 50 degrees in Georgia. All right, Georgia. Has the traffic gotten better? Well, that's around Atlanta. I don't know what part of Georgia you're in, but whenever I fly into Atlanta, man, I be in traffic. It's tough. Lisa, $3.59 a gallon. Okay, thank you. AI, gold going back up. Yes, indeed, that is true. Gold is going back up. Anderson says New Hampshire. Oh, not New Hampton. Okay, New Hampshire. Okay, very good. Thank you, thank you. That's right, New Hampton is not that far from me. We would be close to each other if that was the case. Jeff says, I stay away from Atlanta. I'm in North Georgia. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Bert is from Denver, $3.89. So everybody's pretty much, there's an average starting to develop around $3.80 per gallon. Okay. So we're starting to get the picture. True Court says Buffalo, New York, $3.79 per gallon, 31 degrees. Okay. We're very similar, not too far away from each other. Fantasy says Nashville, Tennessee, 49 degrees, high of 70. Gas between $3.50 to $3.70. Okay, that's a lot better than here in New York, that's for sure. That's one of the better numbers that we've seen since everybody's been putting their numbers in the chat. Thank you guys for hitting the like button, sharing, and subscribing. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. I'm not sure how long this sidebar is going to happen, but they're having an off-the-record conversation with the judge. Very typical, especially when things get quite contentious in court. You'll see a lot of sidebars, okay? Bert says, we are worried about the diesel fuel, $5. That is to worry here. Take a lot of diesel fuel to run the, okay, tractors and trucks, okay? Yeah, that's a big concern. Not sure how this is all going to develop. The stock market is down today, so there's a lot to consider here. Hopefully it's just temporary, as the President of the United States say, President Donald Trump, but we don't know. A lot of people are saying this could go on for quite some time. Stella says, like, share, subscribe, and turn on your notifications to be notified for upcoming shows. Thank you, Stella. Thanks for that good reminder. Thank you indeed. Okay, Lisa says, Ohio, 50 degrees, $3.59 per gallon. Okay, thank you for that information. Bert says, and fertilizer is low also. Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Anderson says, gas average is $3.75. Okay, thank you, thank you. So we have an average here, $3.75. That's up quite a bit, I guess, from perhaps a week or two ago. That's what everybody's talking about. Okay, it looks like we're back.
As I stated at Sidebar, we should discuss in open court what was raised at Sidebar, which we will do outside of Officer Noonan's presence. So we're going to take a break so that Officer Noonan can stand down. In the meantime, I want to direct this to the folks, the audience members. In case you weren't here yesterday, you should know there should be no recording, audio, video, photographs by anyone at all other than our couple of media representatives that have expressed permission, okay? If you are caught doing so, you will be removed from this courtroom and the courthouse and told not to come back, okay? Do we understand each other? Thank you. We'll take a break.
All rise.
Okay, so we have a 15 minutes recess to grab some more coffee, tea, or whatever it is that floats your boat. For the next 15 minutes, I'm going to show you guys some breaking headlines. We're going to cover the news for those who want to continue to hang out. We have a 15 minutes to get it back together here. So right around, I guess, 10:50, we'll reconvene. But in the interim, let's check out ICE in the particular airports.
Agents are on patrol at some of the nation's busiest airports. The president deployed them in the last 24 hours, saying they will help TSA and speed up security lines. From Newark to Atlanta to New Orleans to Houston, ICE agents were seen in at least 14 airports. Seattle is not one of them. Some of those airports are reporting security wait times of more than 3 hours. If you're wondering why agents won't be at SEA, it's because wait times and TSA callouts have remained low during the shutdown.
We're very fortunate here that our local TSA workers have been very steadfast. Our attrition rate or our absentee rate is much lower than some of the other airports that you're seeing, like in Houston or Atlanta.
ICE officials say agents are not trained on X-ray machines, but they can help TSA check IDs and handle crowd control.
Okay, I know people are nervous, right? Wondering what could happen if ICE is determining that you don't have the right paperwork, right? What does that look like? Looks like they're just focused on filling in the gap with the shutdown and the TSA workers, but hey, listen, when you're traveling, it will make you get kind of nervous, I would imagine. Let's notice what an ex-CIA head has to say about he trusts Iran more than he trusts Donald Trump. Let's see what this is all about.
Iran's parliamentary speaker, Director Brennan, said that there have been no negotiations between the two countries. I am confused how the President of the United States can credibly stand up there before the cameras under the wing of Air Force One and claim the conversations have been had that apparently haven't been had. And I'm also wary of taking the word of Iran. Like, they are an authoritarian regime who's known to lie. But, like, I'm confused. What is going on? Help me. Calm me down.
Well, I tend to believe Iran more than I do Donald Trump because he could not acknowledge the truth.
Wait a minute. Anderson, are you saying you're a pilot? That's awesome. Nice to have you here. We have some amazing people here. We also have James. He's an attorney. That's amazing. Okay, there's a plan behind this, Mel. Thank you, James, for your point. I believe so. It looks kind of that way, right? Stella says double tap the screen and press the thumbs up at the top of the screen to like the show. All right, Lisa says she believes Iran. Okay, let's get to it.
Even when it is, he's slapped in the face with it repeatedly. And it's clear that, he is flailing right now. He's trying to figure out how he's going to get out of this debacle that he has created. And so he's going to make these claims about negotiations that the Iranians now are sending signals that they really...
Oh, that's so amazing. Anderson is a female pilot. That's good to know. I have so many questions. I often wonder about that. That's amazing. How do you fly a plane? That's terrific.
Want to make a deal and indicates that it's going to make a deal on our terms. I don't think anything close to the truth in that statement. They may be talking to people indirectly, and we know that the Turks and the Egyptians are trying to...
Okay, we also have True Court, Crime Junkie. Yay, female mechanic here. So does that mean, so you're a female mechanic? That's amazing. Thanks for sharing, guys.
Find some way to
or should I say ladies? That would be more appropriate, right?
To mediate this problem. So there could be some members, distant members of parliament that are out there that are speaking individually. But I don't believe there's anybody speaking authoritatively right now on behalf of the Iranian government with the Trump administration.
The discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. That's what the president said, Michael Steele. The president is claiming there are negotiations going down.
I think the president's lying, but, that's just me. I may be the only one journalist that would say that out loud in public, because the president offers us no proof that he's having these conversations. I mean, I'm thinking that if I started a war and I've done all this bombing and all this killing and maiming and blowing up buildings, that not only would I be in a position to demand and get a response, but those folks I could show. This is who I'm talking to. They've bent the knee and they're ready now to make a deal. So I think Donald Trump is doing what Donald Trump always does, and that is talking out of his behind. So the Bulwark's Bill Kristol made it also very clear for me in this wonderful piece from the Bulwark, better to taco than not to taco. Trump's central war aim is now just to fix the situation that his excursion, and okay, look it up, Donald Trump, the difference between incursion and excursion, caused. Presumably the end point of the negotiations between the Trump administration and the Iranian regime will look something like this: a stop to the attacks on Iran in exchange for a return to the status quo antebellum. In other words, how things were before Trump launched this war in the face of no imminent threat and with no authorization from Congress. Because that's ultimately what you're looking at here. How do you see the president? Director Brennan, I think, put on the table aptly, hey, the Egyptians and the Turks, they're all trying to get this thing to a space, but you're dealing with an asymmetrical president who doesn't really do anything except for by feeling.
Well, he's between a rock and a hard place right now, Michael, and he's got to do something. He cannot allow the Strait of Hormuz to be shut down like it is right now. He cannot allow Iran to continue to call the shots. I mean, I think back to there was a telling incident back in February in which Donald Trump had Zelensky in his office. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And he said, "You don't hold the cards. You don't hold the cards." Well, Zelensky had the cards. Mm-hmm. Trump just couldn't see them. Guess what? The same exact thing is happening here. The Iranians have the cards. They have the will to fight, card number 1. Card number 2, they have the Strait of Hormuz. And card number 3, they got nuclear, highly enriched nuclear uranium, 60%, in a whole bunch of centrifuges somewhere in the in their country that we haven't found. They hold at least 3 cards that the Trump administration seems unable to see or to do anything about.
Put another way, the enemy always gets a vote. So in light of the cards that Iran is holding, if you are the Turks, if you are the Egyptians, and you are in fact doing some high-level negotiating on the part of the United States or as a proxy because you want to see this come to a peaceful resolution or a conclusion, which of those 3 cards are you contending with? Because Donald Trump is going to need to say that he accomplished something, theoretically, in order to exit here.
Well, what he's accomplished is decimating the Iranian military. I think, the ballistic missile inventory has been degraded. A lot of their capabilities have been degraded, but they still, as Steve pointed out, have the will to fight. They're defiant. They're not going to give up. And they still have that highly enriched uranium hidden somewhere, which is really quite of a concern. And then also, the regime is still in power, despite what Israel and the United States has tried to do. So I think what the Turks and the Egyptians were probably trying to do is to get some type of cessation of hostilities on both sides. Trying to find a way to be able to stop having the bombs dropping and the missiles flying, and then to engage in negotiations about how do we go forward on that. What can be done in order to allow the traffic going through the Hormuz to go through safely?
Guys, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Thank you very much.
Safely and peacefully. But I think the first thing to do is to try to get a stop to this violence and the hostilities that are taking place.
Well, I think it's quite important that the violence pauses, the hostilities pause, the temperature is brought down. One, because our American servicemen and women are being put in harm's way. But 2, according to the New York Times, gas prices have jumped 30%. in some states in 2 weeks. This is what the Times writes. This was yesterday. With price hikes casting a long shadow over the upcoming midterm elections, the Trump administration has taken some early steps to blunt them, including easing sanctions on Russian oil exports, as well as some on Iranian oil already at sea, a move that may bolster Iran's ailing economy and which signals a stark reversal on U.S. policy. I'm trying to understand, Alicia, what this has to do with the American economy and the American people at the pump. I don't think we use Russian oil. I don't think we use Iranian oil. I don't understand how this fixes the issue that we are seeing. And you put on top of that, Iran, I think, is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think they are now engaging on the social media battlefield in a way where it is appealing to regular Americans. I've seen a lot of people sharing these memes and these Lego videos that the Iranian government seems to have put out today, making fun of the president, making fun of what's happening. I just think this is all adding to the pressure keg, the powder keg, for lack of a better term, that is currently on the table.
Especially when you have the Israelis saying they're only midway through this fight.
I hope you filled up your car over the weekend, Alicia,
goodness.
because it's going to get worse. If you look at what's going on right now in the Persian Gulf, you got 1,500 ships that are waiting to get through. 1,500. It's going to take at least a month for this convoy escort mission to get started. At least a month. And it'll take 2 months to work off the backlog. You're looking at 3 months until we get anywhere close to semblance of order.
That's if the strait is open.
That's if the strait is open. Now, if they have used one of those asymmetric threats that you just talked about a while ago, missiles, drones, speedboats, homemade cruise missiles. Remember the battleship?
So they have at least 1,500 boats waiting to get through. Wow.
Moskva that got sank back in by the Ukrainians 4 years ago. That was essentially a surfboard on steroids. Okay, they have a lot of things they can apply to this fight. It only takes 1 or 2 of those a week, and they're going to shut down the strait for months on end. So I mean, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Fill up your cars.
So the strait is backed up, and also the airports too. What a mess. We have a cluster, right?
Now, folks, because we're in for a long fight.
That's
Don't go anywhere. So just go a mile at a time.
Basically, drive slow and turn that air off.
I may not be there this weekend, Grandma. So Director Brennan, I want to go back to the general's card analogy because I like it. I think the idea when you look at the 3 players here, the Iranian government, the regime, Donald Trump, and Zelensky, and the cards that they presumably hold. I take note of the fact that Zelensky talking about what the Russians are doing. Now, remember, Donald Trump has made this easy for the Russians. I mean, where we are in oil prices right now, they're like loving it. They're paying for all of this now. They got the cash coming in to do it. He notes Russia is using its own signals intelligence and electronic intelligence capabilities, as well as part of the data obtained through cooperation with partners in the Middle East, Zelensky said, citing a report the Ukraine's chief of defense intelligence. He called that the evidence from Ukraine's military intelligence irrefutable. That's a card that the Iranians have also, Russia. They have a Russia card that they can play and that they are playing because Russia is giving them intelligence. Russia is helping them, to your point, General, stay in the game, essentially. How do you see it?
Then why did we lift the sanctions on the oil?
Because what?
Why did we lift the sanctions on the Russian oil? You're making a very compelling argument.
Because y'all have to follow the money and who in Donald Trump's orbit is getting paid right now.
Director Brandon.
I mean, don't look for logic in all of this and consistency across the board because, quite frankly, there's not any from my perspective. Again, it's very clear that the Iranians do hold more cards right now than the Trump administration ever thought they had. Between continued defiance, continued ability to shoot missiles against the Gulf states, against Israel, be able to interdict shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. These are big cards. And again, I think Donald Trump now, in private, realizes this is a mess. And that's why when he laid down this ultimatum of 5 days, give
me 5 days to get out of this mess.
Yeah, well, rather than commit war crimes, which is going after civilian electric.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think Iran takes the President Trump seriously, or put a 2 if you think not. Let's see what you guys think in regards to what's happening on the world scene. Do you think Iran takes President Trump seriously? Put a 1. If not, a 2.
Grids and whatever. He doesn't know what he wants to do, but his traditional way of dealing with things is to threaten, intimidate, and believing that people are going to then fold. They're not going to fold. The Iranians not going to fold. As you point out, the Iranians, between signals intelligence and satellite imagery and other types of things, as well as enhancing their capabilities on drones, because there are components now that the Russians have been able to develop that they have used in Ukraine that they are now sharing with the Iranians. So I think the Iranians, yes, they know they've taken on the chin. They don't have to win all these battles. Right. They just have to survive.
That's it.
And they're enduring. And even the Iranian diaspora, including here in the United States, is recognizing now how much devastation and destruction is taking place inside of Iran, their families. And these are the people who are hurting. It's the Iranian people. Look what has happened to the infrastructure of Iran. And the basis for the protests and demonstrations that led to the death of maybe tens of thousands of individuals was economically based.
Yeah.
And so how is this war going to help alleviate the suffering of the Iranian people? If anything, it's just going to make it worse.
Why send 2,200 Marines from Japan? Why send 2,200 Marines from California?
That's a very good question. I think that they're...
Guys, we're waiting for court to be back in session, so we're at that time, but we're going to give it a few more minutes. We're going to keep watching this.
probably talking about a ground operation at Karg Island. There might also be a ground...
For those of you just coming in, we're covering the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case.
Operation at one of the islands in the Strait of Hormuz. The problem with Karg Island is a long ways away from the strait. It's not really
the director is over here shaking his head just now.
I mean, no, I totally agree. It'd be absolutely ludicrous to do this, but that's what
American life.
It'd be you putting boots on the ground. Yeah, sure, they're going to be able to take Karg Island, let's say, fairly easily, probably in about a week or so, something like that. And they have 2,200 with an aviation component, so they can probably control that ground and seize that terrain pretty easily. But now they're going to be sitting 20 miles off the coast of Iran, and they're just a big target. Think about all the missiles.
That's awesome, True Court. Thank you.
That are going to be fired. All the drones are going to come over. Think about the political implications of having American soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines killed on Iranian sovereign territory. Think about what that kind of message would send to the entire world and to the Iranian people. These are tough, resilient people. They are not going to take this very, very lightly.
Just real quick, tell me about the deep breaths you're taking right now.
Again,
thank you, James, for your participation. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate that.
Thinking about committing U.S. troops, whether it be at Karg Island or whether it be along the Strait. Iran has about 1,000 miles of coastline in the Gulf. To put our soldiers there, they'll be sitting ducks. They'll be sitting ducks. The Iranians will throw things at them. You're going to have a lot more deaths. So, I'm just hoping this thing is going to de-escalate quickly. But I think, again, he's sending the Marines there as a way to threaten and then try to intimidate. But the Iranians, I don't think they're going to be intimidated.
And by the way, they know we're coming, okay? Think of the booby traps.
They see the news.
They're watching this. Think of the booby traps. Think of all the things that they're doing right now. All the mines are going to be set outside of Karg Island. Think about how difficult it is to actually conduct this mission. And it's going to be an absolute disaster if they do this. And God help us if we ever start thinking about conducting military operations to seize the uranium in Isfahan. That's the other thing that they've been talking about. Of course, that wouldn't be a Marine move when you probably talking about thousands of soldiers, maybe the 160th SOAR, Special Operations Aviation Regiment, something like that, maybe Delta Force or whatnot. That would be the most risky military operations, special operations, military operations that this nation has ever conducted.
Okay, very good. Thank you, guys. So we're still waiting for court to come back to session. We're going to keep moving and checking out a few other points of interest while we wait and see what develops here. Let's see what's happening in regards to Tom Homan.
An illegal from Venezuela has been arrested with connection with the murder of an 18-year-old Sheridan Gorman, who was a freshman at Loyola University in Chicago. He was shot and killed on Thursday. Yet another example of another heinous violent crime, allegedly, in this case, committed by another Biden-Harris Mayorkas illegal, who they released into the country in May of 2023. And even worse, in June of 23, just over a month after coming into the country illegally, he was arrested for shoplifting in Chicago. But guess what? He was released back into the city. Now, of course, while he did condemn the crime and call for accountability for the perpetrator in a statement to Fox News, Illinois wannabe President Governor J.B. Pritzker made no mention of the public safety threat that his state's sanctuary status has caused. And instead, he attacked President Trump, accused him of politicizing the murder that never should have happened. Meanwhile, ICE agents began deployment to airports, as we told you, all across the country today, and prompted a predictable meltdown from the left. Here's Cory Booker, always predictable. Take a look.
And so what's happening today in America that should outrage everybody? He's taking the very same agency that has been bursting into our schools, into our churches, into our hospitals, into our courts, and even into the homes of Americans. He's taking that agency that is reckless and out of control and bringing them to our airports under the lie that somehow this is going to help deal with the long lines that he created in the first place. This is an outrage.
Predictable meltdown. Anyway, temper tantrum. Here with Reaction Board czar Tom Homan is with us. Is he referring to the brave agents that are arresting murderers, known terrorists, child molesters, other violent criminals, drug cartel members? Are those the agents he's talking about? Because I think he's got an ass backwards as usual.
Well, apparently, because that's exactly what ICE is doing. They're out there arresting the worst of the worst and making his state and his cities safer, because we're taking a lot of public safety threats off the street. But I want to say one thing. He's misleading the American people. He's lying.
Hey, Thompson, thanks for tuning in. Nice having your support. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Look forward to getting to know you.
I want him to give me one example, just one, when ISIS went into a church to arrest somebody, or we went into a hospital to arrest somebody, or we went into an elementary school to arrest somebody. Just give me one example. You know why? He can't, because there isn't any. Now, I think there's been one case nationwide in the past year where we're in hot pursuit chasing an illegal alien who ran into an education center. You're damn right. We went in there and arrested him near the front door. But as far as planned enforcement operations in those places, hasn't happened. Matter of fact, the only people that violated the sanctuary of the church was Don Lemon and that group that went in there to attack, Trump supporters while they were having a religious service. So he's misleading the American people, and that is part of the hatred toward ICE agents that's driving the violence. You mentioned before, 8,000% increase in threats. Because of things that people say like that are untrue, it causes the hate to rise, which is, of course, going to end with more violence, more bloodshed.
We definitely do not need any more violence, folks. Let's see here. T. Miller says Russia just sent 400 anti-air batteries to Iran. These are cutting edge and will definitely affect our air superiority. Thank you very much for that comment. Thank you.
You look at where we are, the most preventable national security disaster in the history of this country. Now, after 5 votes in the Senate that they wouldn't fund the Department of Homeland Security, now they want partial funding. But here are the restrictions. They won't fund ICE, and they will insist that ICE agents cannot wear a mask.
Guys, we're still waiting on court to get back in session, but along the way, we're just covering some information. Let's see here. We have Angela. Angela says Trump allowed the South Africans in, and one of them unalived his wife. But which rep is going to have the brain to know all of the kinds of people, including Americans, do this? Okay, thank you very much for your comment, too. Thank you.
After the threat level is up 8,000%, after these guys have been attacked, after they have been doxxed, I don't like that idea at all. I don't think it's safe for them.
And it's not going to happen, not as long as I'm here. I mean, the men and women of ICE, not only are they being doxxed, their spouses and children are being doxxed. I know that from a first-hand experience. So, they're going to wear masks as long as they're doing, these operations in the street looking for the bad guy. I mean, once the hatred stops, once people like Cory Booker stop saying the things he's saying, maybe the hate will reduce. Then maybe we can think about the masks. But these officers' identification, they have badges and badge numbers. Border Patrol has their last name on uniform. You want to know who these people are? You can find out who these people are, but we're not going to stop doing this job. We're not going to. They want ICE not to operate in sensitive locations. Here's what I said from day one: there is no sanctuary, there is no safe zone for significant public safety threats and national security threats. Those are the people we need to arrest and deport from the country, and we're going to keep doing it.
Let's talk about this Venezuelan illegal who had been caught and released by the Biden administration. I mean, what can you ever say to the family? I think there were 2 telling moments. A little over a year ago when the Democrats wouldn't stand for Laken Riley's family or Jocelyn Nungary's family. Then when the president said, if you agree with this statement, please stand with us in the State of the Union address, that American safety is more important. Our first duty is to protect Americans over illegals. That is a pretty simple thing to stand up for, but they didn't stand. How do you interpret that?
They hate Trump more than they love their communities. They hate Trump more than they take this, the safety and security of our communities. Look, it's just another one. And I've been fighting sanctuary cities for 10 years. I have met hundreds of angel moms and dads who buried their children because their children were killed by an illegal.
Okay, guys, let's welcome back in J-Cat from Portland, Oregon. All right, thank you very much. Nice to have you. And thank you guys for all subscribing to the channel and everything you do.
Alien. And I can't tell you how many young women just in the past couple of years would be alive today. You know, whether it's Rachel Moran or whether it's, Lake and Riley, whether it's just young lady. If they would simply just work with ICE, if their law enforcement would work with ICE when they arrest illegal aliens for crimes, we could save countless lives in this country. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
DHS funding is interconnected. The president is correct. To the SAVE Act. What does the SAVE Act require? Proof of citizenship and voter ID. Why would any elected official be against that? You need voter ID to get into their convention every 4 years. Or you need picture ID.
Why would any member of Congress, why would any member of Congress defund the Transportation Security Administration that protects our skies? Why would they defund Coast Guard? Why would they defund CISA against cyber attacks? Why would they defund FEMA? I mean, you're talking about not funding the Department of Homeland Security, which is their #1 responsibility as a representative in Congress to protect this country. And they're voting not to protect this country. And look, Donald Trump made a brilliant move this week, and he called me, he says, let's send ICE to the airport. I thought it was a smart move. And we're filling the holes. The wait lines are already dropped. Plus, we're doing a security function at the airports. We're going to arrest criminals going through this airport. We're going to look for human trafficking, sex trafficking, money smuggling. We're going to be at the airports working with our brothers and sisters of TSA. They're our brothers and sisters within DHS. President Trump made a smart move. We're going to keep the airplanes flying. We're going to get the American people to those lines quicker. And we're not going to give up President Trump's promise to American people to make this country safer every day. And that's what we're going to keep doing.
Tom Homan, we're grateful for you and all these guys that put their lives on the line to get the worst of the worst. We appreciate you being with us. Here with more. Hey,
okay, guys. So there we have it. More information coming out in regards to what's happening with the airports. And the list goes on and on. There's just so much to cover. We're waiting for court to get back in session. It was supposed to be 12 minutes ago. I guess there's some issues and maybe they're running behind. But at any rate, we're going to keep checking out some of the key stories that's happening throughout the country.
Interesting, isn't it? Because it has turned out to be your war too. I mean, now news that Iran would say, oh, we don't have any ballistic missiles. We're not going to have any missiles with a range greater than 2,000 kilometres. It has now fired 2 ballistic missiles at a British naval base on Diego Garcia that it shares with the US. That's more than 4,000 kilometres away. One missile failed, the other was shot down. But 4,000 kilometres, that means London is also in range, as Keir Starmer has now warned Britain. How worried is the government?
So I keep telling you guys I'm going to London to cover Chris Brown's. He has a case coming up associated with a nightclub. Look, now I have to think twice about it because those that are living in London are in fear because they can be touched by Iran too. So keep in mind one of the steps they were going to do to retaliate if Donald Trump had proceeded with those strikes, they were going to hit London, Italy, and some of those other regions, right? Well, what does all of this mean as far as traveling? We still have Americans stuck in various places.
You know, the government is run by such a person that it would take 3 to 5 days to actually even come up with a decision if there was a long-range missile fired towards us. You know, he'd be checking international law, he'd be going through the books, he'd be reading through his copy of The Guardian that was on his desk just to figure out how he could strategically get through this. You know, we are with someone who, again, had to check international law to even enter into this situation in the first place, and that's put us on the back foot of this war. And you know, I understand him not wanting to be part of it. That's the way the British public is at the moment. They are very still jaded from Iraq, etc. I understand they're very different wars and very different situations, but the way that he's dealing with this is not the way a leader should. You know, he should pander to Trump in the way that suits him. And unfortunately, he's not the strong man in this situation. And yeah, look, an attack on a joint UK-US base, it is now no longer someone else's war. Britain is already involved. And I think the final question really is whether we acknowledge that reality. And it seems like we don't want to at the moment. You know, as we speak right now, Keir Starmer is in a Cobra meeting, hiding in his bunker, away from questioning in the chambers in Westminster. He's probably going to send out one of his juniors to face the opposition. But this is the situation we're currently in. The man is totally paralyzed, and it's not going to be a good thing if we're in these very, very chasmic foreign conflicts.
Okay, what do you guys think in regards to this? Do you think the president of the United States is paralyzed when it comes to what's happening in the Middle East? Do you feel like you have a strong leader at this particular time? Let's see what everybody has to say in regards to this. We're going to keep moving and covering more and more topics as we wait for court to reconvene here in regards to Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case. Let's see what's happening in regards to this matter here.
Several people are recovering from stab wounds this morning following a brawl at a downtown LA restaurant.
Gigi Graciette is there with more on what started the fight. Gigi.
And that's right. According to law enforcement sources, both the suspects and the victims, well, they were all friends. Actually, some of them may even be related to each other. Take a look. Video shared on Citizen app showed quite a large response by police and paramedics, with multiple victims down in different locations. And then there was the search for suspects and all of the bystanders who were watching the drama unfold at Zaya Restaurant on 7th in downtown LA. This morning, we have exclusive new information about what happened as the private party was wrapping up. Servers brought the group their bill, and that's when sources say the fighting started. It was 4:40 in the afternoon. The all-girl group apparently disagreeing on something and began arguing with each other. Police confirm one of the women pulled out a knife while another one...
Oh, wow. An all-girl group, and they're pulling out those weapons. Wow.
Grabbed a bottle. The war of words quickly turning into a very dangerous fight. The fire department says 5 people were evaluated at the scene. 4 of them, all women, taken to the hospital, ages 26 to 37. All of them were stabbed, some with a knife, another with the bottle. The 5th victim, police are calling her.
What is happening with the ladies, right? Christopher, nice to have you here. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Christopher says he's freaking amateur, a joke as a superpower. He don't listen to history or experience, just like the man that starts with the H letter that YouTube is not a big fan of. Thank you very much for that, Christopher. We have Dems for Israel says, and here I am eating frozen pizza at home, not okay. Court is, thank you for your comment. Court is back in session here.
All counsel and the defendant are present. Okay. All right. Just for the record, Officer Noonan is not in the courtroom, correct? Okay. And Mr. Brado, do you have additional counsel sitting with you?
Yes, thank you. I want to introduce my And I wanted to ask if it'd be all right if they were up here, because they've been assisting us with various factual matters. Would that be all right with the court if they sit here?
Commonwealth, you take a position?
No, but if they file appearances in this case.
Yeah, I think you'll have to file these limited appearances for the day. That's fine. And let me just let me get your names. So your names again?
Julie Hess, H-E-S-S.
And you?
Ryan Hunter, L-E-O-N-A-R-T.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so let me just discuss what we were, or just raise what we were discussing at Sidebar. So Mr. Bradle came to Sidebar, asked for permission to explore 3 areas on his cross of Officer Noonan. The Commonwealth reminded me that this topic or topics are addressed in a motion in limine that the Commonwealth filed prior to trial that I deferred ruling on, which is paper 62, Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit questioning regarding current duty status. Mr. Bradle, let me just start by paraphrasing what I think the 3 areas are.
Yes, sir.
And then you can tell me. You wish to explore 3 areas on cross with Officer Newman on the grounds that the areas could show or do show that he was offered promises, inducements, or rewards for his testimony. Right? That's the theory. The first being, generally speaking, that he was not drug tested after the shooting. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It was a town policy. It's a town policy that after there's a serious incident, that the town would drug test the officers involved.
Okay. So number 2, and I may not have these in the order that you raised them. Number 2 was that essentially you allege Officer Noonan missed a shift sometime after the shooting. Perhaps it was, let's say, medication related, generally speaking. And number 3, that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan allegedly was placed on administrative leave, but allowed to work details, and that you believe that to be in violation of some policy or CBA.
Yes, Your Honor. You're either a policeman who can work or you're a policeman who can't work. And you can't be performing details in uniform as a policeman while you're out on critical incident leave because you can't work.
All right. So generally speaking, we did address some of this pre-trial in the sense that there was a Rule 17 motions, right, by the defense to get Officer Noonan's IAD files from Lawrence and North Andover PDs, which I believe Officer Noonan agreed, which is really unprecedented in my view, agreed to provide a waiver for him to get those. So, Mr. Bradle, so did you get the files that you were seeking, the IAD files?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's just go through each point. The first point about the alleged, well, let me say this, is I stand by what I said. The Commonwealth argues that these areas or these questions, strike that, that there's no view of the evidence that could show that any of these 3 things would be promises, inducements, or rewards under our rules, because whatever the North Andover Police Department did, they did as a product of their own administrative duties, and it has nothing to do with the prosecution team, and there were no promises made in exchange for his testimony. So I'm sure that Ms. Moriarty could articulate that much better than I did. But let me try to cut to the chase. I agree with the Commonwealth, as I said before at the Rule 17 hearing. But I think arguably, and I want to hear you folks, that they could be asked, again, I need to drill down more, but they could be asked to show some kind of bias in the sense that North Andover police, let's say, allegedly, and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another in lieu of their testimony, in lieu of his testimony here. Okay, let's just say arguably for a moment. But let's just go back now. Mr. Brado, what's your basis for saying that, for alleging that he wasn't drug tested and that there's some policy, or does the Commonwealth concede?
The Commonwealth concedes he wasn't drug tested, but that the Commonwealth's position is that that's not a policy, that there's no violation of any policy because the collective bargaining agreement policy trumps the general personnel policy of the city. And so in that way, there's no potential conflict of interest. Can I put something else?
Yeah, please.
Right in my paper as I'm
Sure.
doing it? I think, again, it's both a conflict of interest. Officer Noonan provided grand jury testimony and a recorded interview to the Commonwealth days and then in August. And all of these incidents happened well subsequent to that.
I understand.
And there's no claim that Officer Noonan has substantially changed his testimony from what he stated in grand jury or what he told the police on July 3rd. So again, there's no plausible showing or consideration in exchange for his testimony that has been remarkably consistent since July 3rd.
What do you say to
Did she say
that?
remarkably consistent?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't think that's really the issue right here.
No, it is because the Commonwealth raises a good point. So even
Can I
on
take a
even
crack
on,
at the
even
other
on-
side of it?
No, even on my theory, and just give me a moment.
Sure.
Even on my theory that arguably, let's say that each side, again, not the Essex DA's office or the prosecution team under Rule 14, but let's say the police department and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another. Ms. Moriarty does make a valid point that there still needs to be some showing that he's changed his story.
Sure. I know that's a familiar topic that we all use in this area. Oh, they didn't change their testimony. That's not this. And here's why. This is a reward. It's after the fact. They're giving him rewards for his cooperation to keep him happy. So he does well. So he's economically enriched. So he's treated nicely. And it's a reward. That's why that doesn't apply here, Judge. He is being rewarded for his continued cooperation. It's not the typical one that we often deal with.
No, but let me just push back on that. So he's cooperative, but does his testimony? But he gave I think this is what I heard, is he gave a recorded statement to the state police a few days after the shooting, right? So he's being rewarded for cooperation. What, for doing his legal duty? That is, show up when he's summoned to testify in open court.
I think the fact that there's a legal duty attached to someone testifying doesn't eliminate the fact that you can be rewarded for what you're doing. You can get special treatment outside the rules. And I think that goes to the heart of cross-examination, where if someone has a rule made up just for them, that they can be a cop on a detail, but they don't have to be on the schedule because they're out on leave because they can't perform their job. That's a remarkable, unprecedented, in my research and investigation, an unprecedented accommodation.
Well, is it unprecedented or is it legally binding part of the CBA?
No, it's in violation of that.
Okay, so I don't, go ahead, Ms. Moriarty.
Judge, I'm frankly less concerned about this issue with the backhander. I think it's the right thing to do is to keep this as any other, as we were treat any other witness, where it doesn't matter what employment decisions of more handle police and Officer Noonan have, that's the employment decisions just like IA files are not part of the prosecution team, are not part of the court team. More Hanover couldn't promise Officer Noonan something without the approval of the district attorney's office. So I think that again, that interplay, if there is any interplay there, has nothing to do with Officer Noonan's testimony here today.
Okay, but Mr. Bradel says that this absence of drug testing was in contravention of the CBA.
I don't think he hasn't brought forward the CBA. He has no basis to ask you questions.
All right, so Mr. Bradel, let's move on to the second point. Your second point is that Officer Noonan allegedly missed a shift related to some medication. Let's leave. I don't need to know more. I mean, I know more because you've articulated at Sidebar, but we don't need to rehash that. And you're saying, I think somewhere in your paperwork, that as a result of that missing the shift, I think you referred to it as AWOL, he received a written reprimand as opposed to some more significant adverse action. Correct? Is that generally what your theory is?
Generally, yes, Your Honor, with a little more elaboration if I could.
Please.
So we've had a number of whistleblowers from the department approach us with information. And as a result of that, I will proffer to the court that I have a good faith basis to assert that.
To assert generally what?
I won't say
your sources. Yeah. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure that no witness's reputation is attacked and destroyed for on an illegal issue that I end up denying. All right. So I'm not saying that that's the case here, but let's just say, okay, let's skip you have a good faith basis to ask this. Okay. You say you have a whistleblower, et cetera. So you're saying that this again shows what? That he's receiving favorable treatment?
Rewards for his continued cooperation. That's correct. That doesn't have anything to do with changing his testimony or not changing his testimony. That he's being lavished with rewards. He is, that this, and I won't say anything relative to any of his conduct, but that this reprimand letter was not going to be issued, and that at some point it was sort of after the fact thing that it was in fact issued for appearance's sake, and that originally there was going to be no sanction whatsoever and no exploration into the, and I won't say it, but the reasons why he missed a shift.
Okay, so let's say there that the proposed question is, Officer Noonan, isn't it true that on such and such a date, you overslept because of some medication, you missed a shift, you were deemed AWOL, and you only received a public a written reprimand when policy called for you to be subject to the death penalty. And so that's the question. And he says, yes, no, okay, then what? Let's say he says, no, that's not true.
Well, we have the letter, Your Honor. At minimum, we have that.
All right. So, all right. And then the last item is that he was put on administrative leave and allowed to work details in violation of policy.
Right.
And you're saying that that's ongoing?
That's my information, Judge, is that he was working details and.
What's the source of your information?
Another whistleblower. They come to me in good faith, and
have you vetted these whistleblowers?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, frankly, if this was a jury trial, and I realize I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth again, because I said yesterday we're going to treat this just like a jury trial. If this was a jury trial, this would be an easy decision. The decision would be not even close on your proffer, denied. The objection would be sustained. I'm going to allow one question each as to each of these areas. Mr. Brado, you'll accept whatever the testimony is under oath to that answer to that question. I'll just remind you, because I'm reminding you, I'm really saying this for our audience, not you personally, but I'll just remind counsel that questions of witnesses are not evidence. The evidence is their answers. So that's what will be used or could possibly be used in your closing argument. I'm going to allow one question each as to these areas, and you'll have to live with the answer that is provided under oath. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you need to speak with Officer Noonan about this before he returns Commonwealth? Okay. All right. So he may resume the stand, Officer Noonan. Thank you, Officer Noonan. Mr. Brado, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, I want to ask you some questions about some of the treatment you've gotten by the North Andover Police Department since this incident. Sure. Okay. Now, after this incident, immediately after this incident, you were not drug tested by the town or the police department, correct?
No.
And you're aware that's a policy of the town?
That I don't know.
You don't know the town policy?
As far as the drug testing, no.
Now, you also are on critical incident leave right now, or word to that effect, right?
Yes.
And that means that you're not able to perform the duties of a police officer for the time being, so you get put on leave, right?
Yes.
And yet at the same time, you're being permitted to work as a police officer on paid details. Isn't that true?
Yes, that was our union.
So it's just a yes or no question.
Yes.
And that is an accommodation that was made via a side. May I inquire, Your Honor? Or?
I'm already going to ask one question. Yeah, no. Sustained. Next question.
That is something that is not ordinarily permitted, is it?
Sustained. No. You've gotten your answer. Okay. Okay. Next question.
All right. Now, you also were absent without leave from a shift recently, correct?
Back in January. Yep.
And with respect to that, there was a reprimand letter issued to you, correct?
That's correct.
And at first, that wasn't going to issue, was it?
All right, let me just hear the question. What I was really expecting was one long leading question each, but that's all right. You're breaking it up. Let me hear the question, Officer Noonan. Please don't answer it until I hear it.
So
go ahead.
The question, Judge, is that reprimand letter that appeared in your file was originally not going to issue against you, was it?
All right. That's the question?
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to live with the answer?
Yes.
All right, yes or no?
I have no idea. I was just called in one day to sign it.
Okay.
So I have no idea if it was or it was not.
All right. So
Okay, that's all I have then, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
In that area, you're not done with Cross, right? I'm assuming that you're.
In that area,
Okay,
right,
all right,
in
thank you.
terms of rewards, Judge, yes, that's all I
Thank
have. Now, I want to circle back on a couple of things. You gave a recorded statement to the state police on July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
And we talked back and forth about your belief or your expressed intent to section her, and you said that wasn't the case, right?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah, you said that there was discussion about sectioning her, but that wasn't your thought process, or you didn't know about her or whatever, right?
When we discussed it, behind the school, it was brought up that she may not take this well. She may have to get sectioned. She was sectioned prior. So
here you're saying that it was a speculative possibility. Is that fair to say?
it could have been a possibility depending on how she took the restraining order, respectfully.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to play a recording from the state police interview from July 3rd.
For impeachment purposes?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Okay, sure. We should probably, we need to mark it for ID at least, unless you're seeking to admit it, but let's take it a step.
I'm just I'd be playing a prior inconsistent statement, Judge, for.
Okay, so we're gonna have to mark it for ID. I don't know, do you have a mechanism to be able to do that? Is it on a thumb drive or something that can be marked? If you're not able to do so today, tomorrow morning, just please bring in the recording that's being played and we'll mark it.
Certainly.
Okay. All right.
Once had just taken out a restraining order and we were there to serve it, confiscate her firearms, and then we were going to section her.
So that's what you said on July 3rd, that we were going to section her, right?
Yes.
So at the time, you had it in your head that she was someone who needed to be sectioned, right?
If that's what I said in the statement, then yes.
In other words, somebody who was mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't.
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 53 days, right?
Because she tried to kill me.
Now, I asked you earlier about whether or not you talked to Ms. Fitzsimmons about PTSD type symptoms. You recall that?
No, I don't.
You recall me asking?
Oh, you asked me,
today?
yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you went on a call with her in August of 2024? That was a extremely difficult call involving a murder-suicide where the murder was of a baby.
Yes,
right?
it was horrific.
And you and Kelsey went to that call, right?
With other officers, yes.
And you had shared some texting after that, right?
Yes, I was being a senior officer trying to help out a rookie go through a traumatic event.
And your phone number, I don't want to give out the phone number, but it's fair to say that you had Kelsey had your phone number.
Yes, I think we were all in a group text.
And it's a 978. Just leave it there.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, in that text, you said to Kelsey, relating to your past career, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. This happened years later in my career. We can speak in person about that. I have a guy I've been going to for years, like 10. And when I feel like I'm off, I call him, and all I have to say is, I need a tune-up, and he does me in. Right?
I don't recall that, but if that came from my number, then I had that conversation with her. I don't remember that at all.
All right. May I approach you?
Yeah.
And I apologize, I have to do this on the cell phone. This just came up this morning. I can show you.
Okay.
May I approach on?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you some of these two screenshots, first of all. First of all, that's a contact, and that's your phone number, and it says Noonan, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is the text I want to show you.
Which one? This one right here.
Yeah. And you can scroll up and down if you want, but this is the black part is you, and the blue part is Kelsey, right? You can get some context.
Wait, I'm in blue?
Kelsey's in
Oh,
blue.
Kelsey's
and
in
you'd
blue.
be in black, yeah.
So can I just make an observation? So you asked the witness about this particular text, about essentially that perhaps he had therapy and needed a tune-up, et cetera.
Yes.
He said his answer was he basically is not contesting the
Yes.
authenticity of that. So what are we doing now?
Well, it's tricky, Judge, from where I sit, it's tricky that when the witness says, well, if that's what it says, so I feel like I need to establish that's what it says, that's all.
Okay.
And so,
Fair enough.
and I think I can leave it there. Officer, is that what it says? What I suggested?
It does.
And so we agree that you communicated that to Kelsey?
Yes.
And we can agree that that's pretty personal stuff to share with somebody that you say that you didn't know very well, isn't it?
Again, senior officer, she's going through a lot. I was just trying to be there for her. And that was one horrific call.
And we agree that that's something that can create very profound bonding between officers when you have a common tragedy that you have to deal with.
Yes, but you move on. You go back to work.
I want to go back to the bedroom where Kelsey's on the floor and you stop holding the gun on her. You assist Lieutenant Daly with first aid.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by the ADA, what did she say when she was on the floor? Recall that?
I
Just
don't
yes or-
remember
just
that.
Yes or no, just the context of being asked that.
Maybe.
And see if this refreshes your memory. You said that she said, it hurts. She said, it hurts. I, meaning you, said, keep breathing. You have a baby to live for.
Yes.
Right? And that was your testimony about what she said and what you said, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth?
Yes.
And that was the whole truth?
Yes.
Now, when you were interviewed by Attorney Bennett of the CIC investigation,
Yes.
you painted quite a different picture, didn't you?
No.
You had something to add that made you look good, didn't you?
No.
You said to Attorney Bennett, if I could have one moment, Judge, I just want to get this exactly right. Just need a moment. All right.
No problem. Take your time.
page 11, Council. The 80-something page report, 9-page report. With respect to the CIC report, you did say the part that she was saying it hurt. I told her to just keep breathing. Do you recall that?
Sure.
You have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid. Does that ring a bell?
I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry, you have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid.
Okay.
You said that to Mr. Bennett?
If it's there, yes.
Then you added something quite memorable that you didn't say here in court. Isn't that correct?
You tell me what's in it. I don't know.
You said that she reached up, she grabbed my hand, I held her hand, consoled her, and then I asked her, why? And she stopped talking and just literally just looked right through me, death stare.
If it's
That's
there,
what you
then
said.
yes. If it's there, that's what I said.
And you didn't say that here in court today, did you?
I didn't remember. I totally forgot about that.
You forgot about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. No more? You're done?
Yes.
Okay, redirect.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Is that a better picture of that
Yes.
area that you put the gun?
Yes.
That officer court took?
Yes.
You also stated just during cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned before, correct?
That's correct.
And did you know that before the call?
I did.
Okay. And did that factor into how you were assessing the situation in the house?
Yes.
Did that factor into the team, you, Houston, and Daly, about the fact that you were never going to take your eyes off her?
That's correct.
Counsel had asked you about the first time you making a statement about what happened was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened before that?
Before
I didn't
July?
hear that.
Oh, sure, I'll say it again. Counsel had asked you whether you had, the first time you made a statement about what happened in the room was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Officer Core what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Lieutenant Daly what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Officer Houston what happened?
I did.
What did you say?
I said she tried to shoot me.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Objection, Judge, that's hearsay, and I have a motion to strike.
Okay, it's overruled. Do you have recross?
No, Your Honor.
I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not, Mr. Bradle, I'm not, I did not allow that last statement in for the truth, just for a state of mind.
Thank you.
And to rehabilitate as well. All right, no further questions for Officer Noonan from either side? I take the silence as a no. Thank you very much. You may step down, and Commonwealth, you can call your next witness. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, before the witness departs, oh, you were almost out of here. You didn't move quick. You didn't move fast enough.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we can go to sidebar.
Okay, they're having a sidebar. I guess we'll be going to lunch maybe in the next 30 minutes.
stay around. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
I don't have to say.
Thank you. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Stephen Core.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You can have a seat. Or I guess good morning still.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Okay.
Yes, please.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself and spell your first name and your last name?
Good morning. My name is Officer Stephen Core. Stephen spelled S-T-E-V-E-N. Last name is Core, C-O-R-R.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the town of North Andover.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 15 years.
Okay. What are your duties and responsibilities now?
I'm on patrol 4 to 12 shift. We respond to everything, 911 calls, domestics, motor vehicle accidents. If somebody calls the police, we answer.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of last year. You were working that day?
Correct.
Okay, at some point in the early evening, did you get a call to go somewhere? Or did you get a call that you decided to respond to?
There was a call. We had several officers involved in a document service.
Okay.
I was assisting another officer at a time with an arrest.
Okay, and the document service was a restraining order?
Correct.
Fair to say that was being served on Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Okay, did you know where she lived?
I do.
You did?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was about to say I didn't hear your answer, but he repeated it. So you knew where she lived.
I do. Yes, correct.
Sorry, we're having trouble hearing the gentleman too. If you could
Well,
just
I'm
try to
sorry.
keep your
Excuse me.
voice up. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you said you were on another call, correct?
Correct.
Whereabouts was that?
It was down the road on Waverly Road by the cemetery.
At some point, did you receive information that necessitated your presence at Ms. Fitzsimmons' residence?
After I had cleared that call with another officer, I had saw on the control board of my cruiser that they were getting out at that residence, and I started floating that way prior to receiving radio transmissions.
Okay. And before you got there, did you receive another transmission?
I did.
Okay, what was that?
I believe it was Lieutenant Daly had called off, and in the background, it was just a woman screaming and him saying shots fired.
Okay. And so did you head that way?
I did.
When you got there, was anybody else outside when you got there?
There was another person in a small red car that had pulled up next to me as I had gotten out. I spoke with her briefly about somebody running down the street with a child.
Okay. Had you seen that person running down the street yourself?
I did not, no.
So what did you do after you stopped?
After I stopped, I grabbed my med bag and I radioed up to Lieutenant Daly. I said, where are you, sir? And he answered me on the radio, said, upstairs. I think he said upstairs.
Had you ever been in that residence before?
I have not, no.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went in the porch on the left side, went in through the front door. I could hear a female screaming. I think I went inside and asked her, where are they? And she said, they're upstairs. I went upstairs. And there's a weird kind of layout of the house where you come in the front door and the stairs are right behind it.
Okay. Now you said the woman screaming. Was that the woman downstairs was screaming?
Woman downstairs, a living room, family room on the left, yes.
Okay. You went upstairs?
Correct.
When you got upstairs, what did you see initially?
I got upstairs. There was a landing way with a left exit and a right exit. There was two doors. I could hear commotion on the right side, so I entered that doorway.
Okay. And who did you see when you entered that doorway?
I saw Lieutenant Daly. I saw Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
Okay. What were they doing?
They were performing first aid, rendering aid to Ms. Fitzsimmons.
At some point, did Officer Noonan ask you to do something?
He did.
What was that?
He pointed right where his hand had been, and he said, "Secure that firearm." And I had looked down, there was a firearm sitting on I want to say a white-looking bookshelf.
Okay. Was that near the door?
Correct.
That picture right now. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That was where the firearm was located, on top of the white-looking bookshelf. I guess it's not a bookshelf, but
So this is the room you're in, correct?
correct,
And this is the door you went in?
correct.
And is this the area where the gun was?
That's where the gun I saw was, yes.
Okay. And so you didn't know anything about the gun at the time, whether it was loaded or not, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had gloves on at the time. I picked up the firearm. There was a small black box on the bed. I saw that was an open box where I could store the firearm because I knew paramedics and fire department was going to be coming in that room. It's not a huge room, so I wanted to get it out of the way so it wouldn't be trampled, wouldn't be disrupted or anything. I took the firearm. I looked at the box. There was nothing in it. I kind of did one of these motions to make sure there was nothing in it, put it down. I dropped the magazine out of it.
And what does that mean, dropping the magazine?
I hit this release button on the side of the firearm. It takes out all the bullets that are in the magazine.
Okay. Bullets stay in the magazine.
The bullets are in the magazine, correct? And then after that, I racked the slide, had it sideways, and I emptied a round out of the chamber into that box.
Okay, so there were a magazine with a number of bullets in it.
Correct.
The one round or bullet was racked into the chamber itself, correct?
Correct.
And then did that go in the box?
That went inside the box.
And what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you the picture and ask if you recognize what that is.
Hold on a sec. So this image
not
on.
agreed to, so it's a picture that.
Okay. All right. My question was, and you just answered it by your movement, was whether you wanted me to look at what was on the screen.
No.
All right. So you've handed him a photo.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
It's the box that I placed the firearm on the ammunition in.
Okay, can you see the firearm, magazine, and the round itself?
I can.
Where is the pic? What did you do with the box after you placed the items in it?
Like I said, it was a small room. The landing that was at the top of the stairs, I backed up out of that, and I put the box in the corner away where I kind of stood over it, made sure nobody messed with it as the fire department came up and down for medical aid.
Thank you. I draw right off of this picture is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It may be admitted.
Exhibit 80, so marked.
If I may publish it.
Please.
Is that in the position where you had placed the box itself on the landing?
Yes.
You said you stood guard over it. Until when?
As they were doing render and aid, Officer Noonan backed out of the room along with Officer Houston and I believe Lieutenant Daly. As she was being removed from the room downstairs, there started to be some issues. I asked Lieutenant Daly, who was standing next to me, I said, do you want me to go down and make sure the fire department's all set, putting her in the ambulance, make sure nobody interferes with that? And he said, yep, I'll take watch over the firearm. And he basically stood over it and made sure nobody, after I had left.
Okay. When you initially went into the room and you saw Ms. Fitzsimmons on the ground, I'm assuming?
She was blocked my view. I could see feet. Okay. I assumed that was her. Once everybody kind of moved out of the way and I walked in, I said, what do you guys need for help? They already had a med bag up there, but she was on the back side of the bed.
Okay. Where was Officer Noonan after the fire department left?
Standing next to me in the hallway, the landing area, I want to call it.
Did you do anything with regards to him? Did you make any observations?
I asked him if he was good. It's basically me making sure he's okay. Adrenaline's rushing. As I came up the top of the stairs, there was a little glass door on the left, and it looked like there was like a pinhole through it. I thought he might have been shot at, so I asked him, "Hey, did she get a round off on you?" And he basically, I don't know.
Overruled only because it's been admitted and it's of marginal relevance. Just to explain the scene. Sure. Cross. Mr. Brito, cross. Thank you, Mark. 37. Yes, take your time.
Officer Core, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm sure that you memorialized all these important facts you testified to in a police report somewhere.
No, we didn't generate a police report at that time, no.
Well, I'm not asking if we did, I'm asking if you did.
I did not know, sir.
Excuse me one moment. Do you mind going to the?
Oh, sorry.
Only because to make sure that the audio gets picked up.
Everything you testified to was not memorialized by you in the police report, correct?
No, I did not write a police report, no.
Now, also, you weren't interviewed until 30 days after this incident, correct?
Interviewed by who?
By the state police.
I don't remember the exact time frame.
Isn't it true that you were interviewed on July 30th?
I don't know the exact date. If that's what you say it is, then I assume you're giving me correct information.
I appreciate that. You were also working with Officer Noonan, correct?
I work with him. He's a coworker.
Did you work with him in that time interval?
From when the incident happened to July 30th?
July.
He's on a different shift, but yeah, I do work with him.
And did you speak with him about the case?
I don't recall if we did. I'm sure we had talked at some point about if he was okay.
Did you speak to him about what happened at the scene? Just yes or no?
At the scene we did, absolutely. We were on the same scene.
Okay. And did you speak with him in the days following?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we at some point talked.
And what about prior to your state police interview?
I'm sure we talked at some point.
So you spoke with him at the scene, spoke with him probably shortly after, and spoke with him prior to the interview as the interview approached. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Anything to do that? No. Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Come with you. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Ballistics.
Guys, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Thank you.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. I do. Thank you.
Can we put his name into the chat, please, guys? Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonasoro. Last is spelled Bonasoro.
How are you employed?
I work for the Mass State Police.
And what is your current assignment?
I work for the Firearms Identification Section.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police generally?
Almost 20 years.
If you could give us a brief recitation of your assignments within the state police.
All assignments or what I'm doing now?
Start from when you graduated from the academy, briefly.
All right, so graduated the academy in 2006. From there, was on the road for a few years, transferred into the firearms identification section, stayed there for approximately 12 years, transferred out of there, went to the narcotics inspection unit for a year and a half, went to the duty office for a few months, back to the narcotics inspection unit, and then to firearms identification section again to work as the executive officer and now the unit commander.
And so how long has your current assignment with the firearms identification unit been?
Since I've been back a little over 3 years.
What does the firearms identification unit do?
So we have many responsibilities. So we respond to crime scenes, preserve the evidence, document the scene. We do microscopic comparisons of fired bullets as well as discharged casings. We attend autopsies, we destroy weapons, and we do functionality of weapon certifications.
How many troopers are assigned to your unit statewide?
There's a total of 18 of us assigned statewide.
And what are your responsibilities as the detective lieutenant in charge?
So I look at training, make sure we're up to accreditation standards for lab protocols, making sure all of our protocols are in line with the current definitions of mass general laws. I look at different aspects of how we respond to scenes, how we collect evidence, how we interpret evidence, looking at the definitions of firearms, ammunition, semi-automatic pistols, rifles, shotguns, assault weapons, different stuff like that. It's more of a managerial role. We're looking at making sure everybody has the training that is required amongst them and authorizing them to do the casework when they have achieved all of their training.
And fair to say that you still, from time to time, respond to scenes yourself?
Yes, so as of right now, we're down a few supervisors, so I took on the role of going to these more high-profile scenes to observe my other ballisticians, collect evidence, as well as do some of the hands-on work myself.
Can you briefly summarize some of the specialized training you've received over the years with respect to firearms?
Sure. So when you go into the firearms identification, it's a 2-year apprenticeship program. You work with other senior ballisticians. You're looking at casework, seeing how to do the casework, making sure it aligns with the protocols that we have documented. You're doing test fires of weapons, numerous weapons, analyzing ammunition, magazines. You go into armors courses, you go into different conferences to look at the field of tool marks and seeing how these tools are making these markings and how they're transferring over to these discharge casings and projectiles. So it's an ongoing process of different trainings here. It's training from other examiners, see what they've discovered in the field and making sure up to date with all the standards.
And the armors courses that you've gone to, have you gone to numerous with respect to the common gun manufacturers in the United States?
Yes, I've gone to several rifle, shotgun, firearm armors courses.
Can you estimate how many weapons you've examined over the course of your career?
Hundreds.
And how many weapons have you test fired?
Over hundreds of them as well.
And do you also have the opportunity to examine ammunition as part of your work in the firearms identification unit?
Yes, looking at the components of ammunition, yes.
And one of the components of ammunition is projectiles?
Correct.
And you've examined estimate how many projectiles over the course of your career?
Thousands.
And how many scenes have you responded to?
Hundreds of scenes.
And have those been both fatal and non-fatal shooting scenes?
Yes.
Have you conducted and participated in the microscopic examination of ballistic evidence?
Yes, several.
Approximately how many times?
I would say over 100 cases.
And have you had the opportunity to testify in the courts of the Commonwealth?
Yes, several courts.
And if you could name a few of those courts.
Middlesex Superior District, Suffolk Superior District, Worcester Superior District.
And today you're in Essex?
Yes.
Before I ask you specific questions about the case, I just want to ask you some general questions about how firearms work and how ammunition works. Can you explain the components of a live round?
So you have several components. So you have the casing that encompasses everything. You have the powder that's inside of it, and then you have the projectile, and you also have the primer. So you need all these components to make ammunition. So all these components combined will make one combustible material. You'll have what's called a firing pin. It'll strike the primer. Primer will ignite the powder inside of the casing, which holds everything together. Once the gas is built up from the burning of the powder, the projectile will leave that casing.
So the projectile is what's commonly known as a bullet,
Yes.
and the casing is what is often recovered at crime scenes.
It's also referred to as a discharge cartridge casing, so it's been extracted from that firearm.
Is there a way for you to determine whether a round has been discharged from a working firearm?
There is. So you're looking at the tool marks of what's left over on that discharge casing or that projectile. So originally, you look at the class characteristics. Does it have the same design features as that firearm? Is in regards to a projectile, is the twist going to the left or the right based on that design feature of that firearm? If it twists to the left, it would sometimes be 6, 5, 4 right twists. So you look at these characteristics, make sure they're in line, and then move forward into what's called individual markings. As firearms are produced, they're produced by tools. As tools are making these firearms, the tools are wearing away. You also have little pieces of metal that get in front of the tools, which will create unique marks. There isn't one firearm that is the same due to the fact that you'll have material that's in front of these cutting edges.
And is it fair to say that when a cartridge is new or from the box, it does not have these particular tool marks you're looking for?
It shouldn't have any of the tool marks. It may have some type of markings, what's called bunter marks on a discharge casing. This is from stamping that live cartridge to indicate what caliber and manufacturer of that live cartridge.
Did you say what marks?
A bunter mark? A bunter mark?
Can you spell that for the court?
It's B-U-N-T-E-R.
And that's the stamp that reflects the caliber of ammunition?
The caliber as well as the manufacturer.
When a casing comes apart from a projectile, does it come out with velocity?
It does.
And are you able to determine anything about where a particular gun was fired based on where a casing or casings are recovered?
You can't really determine the exact location. It should land in the general vicinity of the shooter, but you also have variables if that casing was kicked or manipulated in some way, or if it deflected off another object.
And I think we just talked about this, but what does caliber refer to?
Caliber is the diameter or length of that casing.
I'd like to talk about a semi-automatic firearm. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And how does a semi-automatic firearm work?
So it requires a trigger pull per firing of that weapon. So you pull the trigger, it will cause either a hammer or a firing pin to move forward. It will strike the primer. After it strikes the primer, it will cause an explosion. Explosion is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is going to extract that casing, which is attached to that slide. It's going to hit what's called an ejector. The ejector is going to extract that discharge casing out of the ejection port, and it's going to continue the cycle. This slide is going to move forward now because it's under spring tension. It's going to pick up that other live cartridge that's in the magazine well and load the next live cartridge.
But does the user have to do something first before they are able to pull the trigger and have a projectile fire?
So they would have to load either manually or with a magazine. So a live cartridge has to be inserted into the chamber.
And does the slide does the slide have to be pulled back?
The slide has to be racked to the rear, yes.
Okay. And so the slide has to be racked to the rear just one time before the shots are fired?
Yeah, so you have to essentially cock the firearm. So you have to put some external force on that firing pin or that striker to hold it in place. When you pull the trigger, you're going to have that transfer bar or that trigger bar, whatever you want to call it, will actually drop. Will engage that trigger bar or that striker to move forward and move past the aperture, which is the circular portion, and right in front of the primer that sits in front of the chamber. So all these things have to happen, but initially you have to have a cocked firearm for it to happen. So you have to load that live cartridge and put some external force on that slide to cock it.
And is cartridge synonymous with magazine?
Cartridge versus magazine. So a cartridge would seat in a magazine.
So the cartridge holds the projectiles or casings in the magazine.
Yes.
And what part of the gun is the magazine?
So it's an external piece that's inserted into a magazine well.
So a user would take the magazine, enter a cartridge which contains the bullets, and then seat it in the handle of a semi-automatic weapon. So
the person would load the ammunition inside of the magazine. The magazine will have a spring tension as well as a follower on top. That spring tension pushes that live cartridge to the top of that magazine at all times. That live cartridge is stripped by the slide or manipulated by putting that live cartridge in the chamber manually, but ultimately you do have to cock that weapon to fire it.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of last year. On that date, in the evening hours, did you get called to go somewhere?
I did.
Where did you get called to go?
To a residence in North Andover.
What information did you have when you arrived?
Information I had was there was a police-involved shooting, which required a supervisor to attend the scene.
And that's why you went?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you arrive?
I don't recall exactly what time. It was in the evening hours.
Did anyone else from your unit respond?
Yes, I had a trooper, Chris Pierce, as well as trooper Andrew Valeri.
And the three of you responded from the firearms identification unit?
Yes.
And what was your purpose on scene?
We wanted to document the scene. We wanted to inventory all personnel that were involved in the shooting, whether they fired or not, to inventory their weapons, to account for all live cartridges.
And again, is that standard procedure for an officer involved shooting?
Yes.
When you responded, who was on scene?
There was several detectives from the Essex County Detective Unit, as well as Andover police personnel.
North Andover police personnel?
North Andover, yes, Mike, sorry.
Were you directed to a particular part of the house?
I was. There was a particular part on the top of the stairs where there was a firearm located in a safe, as well as a bedroom where we recovered a 2 discharge casing as well as a projectile.
And did you or someone from your unit or someone from the state police take photographs that evening?
Yes, we had crime scene services photograph the scene.
And what is crime scene services?
So they're a unit in the Massachusetts State Police. So they document, they photograph the scene, they videotape the scene to preserve the scene, as well as do prints on firearms casings and so on, as well as footwear impression markings.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 9 photographs. I just asked that you take a look at those and let me know when you're done.
While you're doing that, Counsel, Mr. Brady, will the defense be objecting to any of these?
I don't know what counsel has up there.
Okay, thanks. Perhaps,
I thought there was an objection.
okay, perhaps when, hold on one second. Perhaps when when the witness is done, if you can show them to Mr. Bradle, and if, to the extent that you were able to mark a few and you can object to a few or all of them. Take your time, Mr. Bradle.
Guys, can we hit the like button, share, subscribe? Thank you. And hit the hearts, please. Thanks. Yes, Jessica, I'm with you. You're so right.
I understand there's no objection.
No objection.
Okay, let's have Mr. William mark those individually. You said there were 9?
Exhibit 81, Samar. Exhibit 82, Samar. Exhibit 83, Samar. Exhibit 84, Samar. Exhibit 85, Samar. 86, Samar. 87, Samar. 88, Samar. 89, Samar.
Thank you.
May I publish it, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Sir, I'm showing you first what's been marked as 81. Do you recognize that picture?
The picture dictates plaque number 3. I believe there was a discharge casing around that vicinity of plaque number 3.
Sorry, what number was that again?
81.
81, thank you.
Is Exhibit 82 a different angle of that same, you were trying to photograph that same discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
Showing you Exhibit 83. What does picture 83 show?
Discharge cartridge casing with the closer-up appearance.
Has it been moved?
I believe it has been moved.
And why would it been moved?
Where it was located was kind of in a confined space in the corner of the room.
Showing you Exhibit 84. Do you recognize Exhibit 84?
Yes, it's where a spent projectile was recovered right above the air conditioning unit inside the curtains.
Exhibit 86.
I'm sorry, can you just give me more?
Sure. Do you need the picture?
Do you mind putting that back on? Thank you.
What does picture 80, Exhibit 86 show?
It's a close-up picture of placard number 4 of that spent projectile that was recovered in the curtains.
And showing you Exhibit 87. What does Exhibit 87 show?
The projectile from placard number 4 that was moved for a close-up photograph.
So it's taken from the air conditioning unit and moved for this photograph?
Taken from the curtain and moved on, I believe, the bed, taken a photo of it.
Showing you Exhibit 89. What does Exhibit 89 show?
It's where a projectile possibly struck. We looked at the air conditioner inside and to the rear of it. They had a hole consistent with a strike on the outside of that air conditioner. Can't determine exactly, but it appeared to be a projectile strike. And there was another hole on the exterior or the back end of that air conditioner as well.
And is that what Exhibit 88 shows?
Yes.
And did you ever find a projectile associated with this air conditioner, the one that struck the air conditioner?
I did not.
That last photo down there, is that 85?
88.
I'm sorry, 88? Thank you.
Lieutenant next showing you Exhibit 76. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 76?
It appears to be another discharged cartridge casing by placard number 1.
And is Exhibit 77 a close-up of that discharged cartridge casing?
It is.
And what did you do with the discharged cartridge casings and the spent projectile that you recovered from the scene that night?
So all pieces of evidence were documented, where they were located by placard number, the time of location, who recovered that evidence, and any particular features of that discharge casings, the head stamps or bunch of marks.
So you collected the evidence and documented it, fair to
Yes.
say? And is it, in summary, fair to say that you recovered 2 discharged cartridge casing and 1 spent projectile?
Correct.
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you ask that question again?
Sure. In summary, is it fair to say that you recovered 2 discharged cartridge casings and 1 spent projectile that night?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Did you continue your search of that bedroom?
I did.
And what else did you recover from that bedroom?
I don't believe there was anything else from the bedroom other than the 2 discharge casings and the projectile.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Oh. Let's, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All right. Let's do a 5-minute recess.
Okay, we have a 5-minute recess. Should be back in a few minutes. I'm surprised we haven't. I guess they'll go to lunch break at 1. Yesterday it was for an hour, so we look forward to that. What are you guys having for lunch, if anything? While we wait for court to recess, let's see. We're going to take a look at a few things briefly, just get a quick update. I wanted to get an update as far as what's happening with this action related to the war. Although many people say, oh, it's not a war. All right, let's check this out here.
So the U.S. is sending more troops to the Middle East, even while the talks are continuing through intermediaries, as the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed, and that's got to change.
Guys, thank you for all the support. I just want to say that. Thanks for all the likes, shares, and for those that have been subscribing, thank you. It helps so much in pushing the channel. Thank you.
What could actually change things and maybe put us in control of the Strait? Let's take a look at what's on its way. First off, you got two carriers that are coming our direction. You got the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit coming on this ship. About 2,500 Marines are coming. And then you have the USS Tripoli and 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, both coming from Japan. And look at what they contain. They got Ospreys, they got armored vehicles, amphibious assault ships to get them onto shore. Now, where could they be heading? Well, if they're going to see some contact, it's going to be right here in the...
So there you have it. We're deploying troops, boots on the ground. A lot of people are worried about this, but you see the numbers are going up. Hopefully, we don't have extreme amounts of casualties, which is expected. A lot of people are in the rumor mill. You hear people talking about that, but let's see what happens.
In the Strait. And some of the key islands, you hear a lot about Karg Island, but there's also Kish Island and Hormuz Island, all contain various different, I guess, Iranian units. And here's roughly what's in there and what the Iranians seem to have assembled. They got rocket launchers on these islands. They got some submarines there. They got to be destroyed, obviously. Unmanned surface vehicles, heavily armed speedboats. They got to be destroyed. They're the ones causing so much havoc and potential havoc that keeps the Strait of Hormuz pretty much closed. And this is essentially what Kitch Island would do if we had control of that, and what would put us in the catbird seat to be able to maybe reopen that strait once and for all and give us the leverage back in that area. And, of course, alleviate the glut of oil that just isn't going through. Yesterday, just 3 ships. We need about 100. Retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg joins us now. He served as former assistant to President Trump and special presidential envoy for Ukraine. General, how would you characterize where we're at right now? And what do you think that our Marines could do when they get into theater?
Yeah, Brian, it's good to be with you. You brought up some really great points there on ground forces. Look, I'm a big believer right now we just need to secure the Strait of Hormuz. And you can do that with 2 amphibious ready groups, Marine ready groups that are headed in that way. They're a self-contained unit. They've got aviation assets, they've got helicopter assets, they've got 2,500 Marines on each one of the ARGs, and they can open up the straits out there and occupy that ground. Look, I'm a big believer in putting boots on the ground, not necessarily into Iran, but taking Karg Island and also taking the Strait of Hormuz. Look, we kind of need to do it the way the Romans used to do it. You need to put your legions on the ground to secure the territory and give them confidence that they can do it, that we can open up the strait. Look, I know there's risk involved. There's always risk involved, but those kids.
Guys, Claire says, send your own damn kids. In fact, a lot of people are saying, let the Israeli soldiers, let them send their soldiers first, right? That's what we're hearing.
Those young men and women, they understand the risk involved on taking both Karg and opening up the Strait of Hormuz as well. So they've got the ability to do it. The amphibious ready groups of the Marines, they can open up the lower half of the strait, do it. And then I turn around to maybe the 82nd Airborne Division or Rangers or somebody like that to take Karg Island. I would be able to control basically the oil outflow of Iran. And then when you start talking to Galibov, who's the name that you hear being mentioned, who's a Speaker of the House of Iran, that gives them more leverage to do it. You basically cut off their economic lifeline. You know, President Trump saw that in 1988 when he mentioned he should take Karg Island. And he's the only president that's had the guts to be able to launch forces into the Gulf region to take control of that. I mean, it controls not us, it controls much of the economies of the Far East and also partially of Europe. And they've got a responsibility as well.
So when you talk about risk, you talk about when you take an island, you also become a target. They know where we are at, and they'll know how to get to us, and they could go try to get lucky once. Would you go to that island with missile defense, with some type of drone defense?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you take it out. I mean, the risk I'm talking about
do
is
we go with
when
it,
you've got
for
soldiers,
example,
sailors,
General?
airmen, and Marines, you understand that.
But, General, do we go with the island
again?
and be able to deploy some type of anti-drone technology and some missile defense? So when we get there, we have some protection.
Oh, absolutely. But you have protection with the ARG itself, with the ships of the ARG that are there. Plus, you have the air support of the ARG, the U.S. Marine Corps that's got there. I have great confidence in our men and women in the military, and especially of the Marine Corps, that they're able to do that job. And I think it's a two-part effort, though. I just don't think you can only open the strait, but you can also go after Karg Island, which is basically the economic lifeline. See, I'm one of those believers that, I know you're talking about boots on the ground and people rub their hands in a negative manner or basically clutch their pearls, but the fact is, over time, over history, the only way you solve a solution is to put boots on the ground and control the environment. You can do certain things from the air, you can do certain things from the sea, but there's time you have to occupy land, like I said earlier, just like the Romans did.
General, I think you agree that we can't leave there with the Iranians thinking, okay, at any moment we can grab the Strait of Hormuz and we'll have ultimate leverage. We've already showed the world that. Somehow they got to be, they have to disassociate themselves with that conclusion. And this is probably the only way to do it, wouldn't you think?
Well, yeah, because look, we've lived over 40 years with the Revolutionary Guards. They're going to be in charge out there. And they're an organization and a movement that has subdued the Iranian people over time. And I think they're just going to go back to the roots in 5 years or 10 years out there, just eliminate them. We have to have a different type of government, I believe, get rid of the theocratic government, put the mullahs back in the mosques where they belong, and let some type of government run Iran. It's going. I'm not sure that Galibov is the right person, but he's the one I'm going to be talking to, and give President Trump a lot of credit. At least he's willing to talk to him, but he's got that heavy hand of the military right behind him, and he's not afraid to use it.
Hey. Okay, perfect timing, everybody. Here we go. Back in court.
On the Kelsey Fitzsimmons
Okay, you may continue, counsel.
Detective Lieutenant, is it true that you took possession of a number of firearms the night of June 30th, 2025?
I did.
And whose firearms did you collect?
There was 2 North Andover police officers' firearms and another firearm that was recovered at the top of the stairs at the residence.
And the 2 North Andover police officers, was that Tim Houston and Patrick Noonan?
Yes.
And did you also inspect Lieutenant Daly's firearm on scene?
I did.
And what did you determine with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had.
This almost only happens in bars. But the window's open over here, which is what we need for, because of our HVAC, but I'm having trouble hearing. Do you mind closing that? Sorry, and you're gonna have to repeat those last question and answer I didn't. Thank you. Okay. Can you repeat that?
I think so. Sir, what was your finding with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had 1 magazine, so he was fully loaded. There wasn't any unaccounted for rounds of ammunition.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused because I thought you took Officer Houston and Officer Noonan is what I wrote down, but is that?
Fair to say you took Officer Houston's firearm and Officer Noonan's firearm?
Correct.
And did you take Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
I did not.
Did you just examine the number of bullets in his magazine?
Yes, I.
Well, she's leading because the judge was distracted by the outside noise. So, and I'll allow you to do so as well, Mr. Breda. So overruled. All right. So now I understand. Thank you.
And sir, I'm next going to ask you if you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 10.
Yes, that is the firearm at the top of the stairs, as well as a magazine with numerous live cartridges in it, as well as 1 loose live cartridge.
Is this the loose live cartridge here?
It is.
I'd like to ask you about your major findings in this case. Based on your training and experience, did you conduct microscopic analysis with respect to the projectile and cartridge casings that were recovered from the bedroom of Phillipsbrook Road?
I did. So I test fired all 3 weapons and conducted a microscopic examination of the class characteristics, as well as the individual markings that were left behind from the firing process. I was able to conclude that the weapon that was fired by Officer Noonan created the discharge casings that were recovered in the bedroom, as well as the spent projectile that was recovered above the air conditioner.
And were you able to exclude any weapons?
I was able to exclude the other firearms.
I'd like to change gears a little and talk about the weapon that was recovered from the black safe at the top of the stairs. Did you do anything with respect to that gun?
I test fired that weapon with 2 live cartridges from submitted ammunition.
And what was your conclusion?
That weapon did not fire the discharge casings as well as the projectile that was recovered.
So the gun from the black safe was also excluded from the discharge casings and the projectile that were recovered from the bedroom? Correct. But did the gun operate?
It did operate, yes.
Was there any problems with its operation?
There was no malfunctions.
Did you bring with you today a box?
I did.
And what is contained within that box?
I believe it was the that Glock firearm that was in question that was recovered at the top of the stairs.
Is that box packaged in the standard way that the ballistic unit packages firearms?
It is.
If you could open the box and explain what is in the content, what's contained within.
May I assume that someone's made sure that this is safe to begin with?
I'll do it again, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, we have a trigger lock that was provided later. We have the firearm in question. It is safe and empty. There's nothing in the chamber. The slide is locked back to the rear. There's nothing in the magazine well. The weapon is safe and empty. Also, contents of this is you have the 2 magazines that were recovered from the vest that were downstairs on the first floor of the residence. You have the magazine that was recovered in the safe. It was originally loaded with 16 live cartridges. And you have 2 test fires that conducted using that live ammunition from that magazine, as well as the single loose live cartridge that was recovered in the safe.
Are you going to ask more questions about that? Because I couldn't keep up. Or should I have them repeated?
No, I will ask.
Okay, thank you.
But in the meantime, may the box and the contents be marked for as an exhibit?
Yeah, let's. We're gonna have to do them individually. I don't want the ammunition to be with the firearm. So let's do that, Mr. Ruane. And also, any objection if he puts, Mr. Brado, if he puts the trigger lock on there?
No,
I don't know, are you able to even?
Object to the meeting either for this. I don't object to any meeting for this kind of stuff.
I would ask that you just wait to
Sure.
put the trigger lock on, certainly before it's submitted.
Sure. Thank you.
How about we do the gun in the box and then the rest we can tag individually?
Sure.
Exhibit 90 would be the firearm, Your Honor, in a box. This is a magazine. 91 is a magazine, Your Honor. And 92 is also a magazine, Your Honor.
Is it with the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
93 is a magazine.
93 is a magazine with ammunition.
Live round.
94 ammunition, 1 round.
Test fire.
95 test fired ammunition. 96 test fired ammunition.
The magazine that you recovered from the gun in the black safe, what was the total capacity of that magazine?
17 live cartridges.
And is that how many live cartridges that weapon can hold?
That's how many cartridges the magazine can hold. So what's called a top-off method. So you'd load the magazine with the 7 live cartridges. You would chamber around. You'd take the magazine out of the magazine well, and then insert another live cartridge. So essentially, the magazine will be fully loaded with 7, and then there will be 1 live cartridge in the chamber.
So you said 7, not 17.
My apologies.
No, I'm asking. That's a question. You mean 7, right? Not 17.
The magazine is 17 live cartridges capacity.
17.
17.
Is the capacity. Okay.
17 is the capacity for the magazine that was recovered from the black box.
Correct.
And so when you add an extra round, what's the capacity for the weapon itself?
So we'd call it 17 plus 1, so essentially 18 live cartridges.
So getting back to that, in that black box, in this, I'm showing you Exhibit 80. Exhibit 80 is the gun, the magazine, and the single live projectile that is contained within the box in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you examined this firearm, how many bullets were in the magazine?
There were 16 live cartridges in the magazine.
And how many live projectiles were in the safe?
There was 1 loose round live cartridge in the safe.
And that is reflected in the 1 loose round cartridge. That's in Exhibit 94, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the term dry fire?
I am.
What's that mean?
So you are cycling the weapon without a live cartridge in the chamber. So all the same steps are going to happen. You're going to cock that weapon. It's going to have that trigger bar or that striker be sent to the rear. It's going to be held in tension by that trigger bar. When you depress the trigger, it's going to create that trigger bar to drop. The firing pin is going to move forward through the aperture and potentially strike any live cartridge that's in the chamber.
And what happens if there's not a live cartridge in the chamber?
So you'll hear an audible click.
With the court's permission, may Detective Lieutenant demonstrate?
Any objection?
No.
Demonstrate
A dry fire with no projectile in the weapon at all, no projectile particularly in the chamber.
Yes.
So if you could stand up and demonstrate.
Okay. Again, there's nothing in the magazine well, nothing in the chamber currently. So the weapon currently is cocked. You'd move the slide forward, still in the cocked position. You still have that trigger bar, it's moved backwards. And then when you pull the trigger, you'll hear an audible click because it's releasing that striker. That striker is going to move forward and hit where the aperture where the firing pin would protrude. So you'll hear the click. And in order to reset it, so right now you have a dead trigger, it's not going to do anything. Again, pull the trigger, audible click. And that's what you'll hear. If you have nothing, if it's halfway, you'll have a click as well. So if it's not all the way chambered, it'll click as well. So what we call it is out of battery. So the weapon is locked to the rear. You'll have the slide forward. Now the weapon is battery. So you have an enclosed live cartridge. There's nowhere for that live cartridge to go when it's fired, but out the barrel.
And I'm sorry, the term that you used, batteried?
It's out of, so once the live cartridge is loaded, that weapon is now in battery. So you have the breech that is right behind that live cartridge. So when you fire that weapon, an explosion is going to happen. So you're going to have the firing pin is going to hit that primer. Primer is going to ignite the powder. Powder is going to build up gases. Projectiles are going to go down simultaneously. You're going to have an explosion, which is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is in contact with that live cartridge. It's going to rip that discharge casing out. It's going to hit the ejector, which is pretty much a metal rod, and it's going to eject out this ejection port, which is right here. There's an ejector right in there. An extractor is like a little claw that's attached to that rim of that live cartridge or that discharge cartridge after firing and pulling it right out. All in one function, and then that slide is going to go forward and load the next live cartridge.
Thank you.
So based on your training and experience, would you hear that click if there was a loaded magazine in the weapon but no bullet in the chamber.
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, what would happen if the gun was cocked and there was bullets in the magazine and you pull the trigger?
If there wasn't any live cartridges in the chamber, nothing would go off. You'd hear a click, but nothing would go off.
And then how would you get a bullet to go into the chamber?
You'd have to physically, manually load that bullet or push that slide forward to load that live cartridge from the magazine.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you. No further questions.
Hello, sir.
Afternoon.
Lieutenant Detective Bonasaro, do I have that right?
Detective Lieutenant Bonasoro.
Bonasaro, nice to meet you. We have never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
So what's a head stamp on a cartridge?
It's the indicator that tells you the caliber and the manufacturer.
Was that something that you took note of for all the cartridges in this case?
Yes.
And and you can look at any of your reports if you like, or anything you need to look at, you can just let me know. Or you can just go right ahead and do it. Do you have your reports with you?
I don't have them with me, no.
Okay. And let me know and I can show you. In this case, relative to the spent projectiles that you recovered and the loose round you recovered, did you check the head stamps of those?
All head stamps were recorded on all evidence, yes.
And they're on your ballistics worksheets, right?
Yes.
And if you need to look, just let me know. All the head stamps for all these cartridges were the same, right?
I believe so.
It was Hornady 9mm.
Yes.
Okay. And so just out of an abundance of caution, I don't want you to believe so. I want you to look and just tell me. Is that all right?
Yes, that's
I'm pretty sure I'm giving you everything. And if I don't, just let me know. And I have 3 ballistics worksheets here. May I approach, Ron? Yeah. Let me show you those. Take a look. Take all the time.
And then, just so I'm clear, Mr. Bradle, the question is whether all the ammunition recovered had the same head stamp?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor. So with respect to, actually, I should qualify that a little more, Your Honor.
Sure.
The question was the 2 spent projectiles and the loose round. Do they all have the same head stamp?
The 2 discharge casing as well as the loose live cartridges all have the same Hornady head stamp.
And I apologize, and you just corrected me. I said spent projectiles. So that's wrong, isn't it?
Correct.
So I should rephrase that, Your Honor. The 1 live round, live cartridge, and the 2 shell casings all had the same head stamp. Correct? Thank you. And I said that right that time, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to retrieve those from you.
Sure.
As a state police detective, you go to various towns and you investigate ballistics evidence, ballistics issues at various calls, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes you get there kind of well after the fact of the incident, right?
Correct.
In this case, I know you don't exactly remember the times, but let's break it down a little bit. How long did it take you to get to the scene, if you recall?
Probably over an hour to get there. I was traveling from Maynard.
Okay, so Maynard to North Andover, and it's was it dark out when you got there, if you can recall?
I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Okay, it's fair to say that the scene was secured and there was no there were no civilians around. It was a crime scene that was in the possession of police.
Safe to say there was a secure scene, yes.
And you saw colleagues from the state police that are assigned to the state Essex Detective Unit, right?
Correct.
And you also saw some North Andover police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the North Andover police officers were having free reign over that scene when you were there?
I wouldn't call it free reign.
Well, nobody was keeping them out of there, right?
I believe they had a log of who was going in and out, but it's not my responsibility to keep track of who's in the scene.
Certainly not. And you oftentimes don't have personal knowledge of what goes with what cartridges from what gun, things like that.
Correct.
And you often have to rely on what people at the scene tell you.
Yes.
And then you can also, however, apply your science and figure out to a reasonable degree of ballistic certainty what the relationships of certain projectiles, cartridges, and firearms are, right?
Yes.
And in this case, you don't have any personal knowledge of the chain of custody of these various firearms, do you?
What was recorded in my notes of who I recovered these firearms from is all I can.
Well, we can start there, and we'll go through it. So you wrote a report, and again, if you want to look at this, just let me know. You wrote a report that involved 3 Glock firearms, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, it might be quicker, Judge, if I give him one of these, so I don't have to keep going back and forth with that.
Let me ask, Mr. Brady, do you think that now's a good time to break for lunch? Do you think?
Sure,
And then,
that's fine, Judge, and I'll have the paperwork for him, and we can just go
Okay.
without having to go back.
Yeah, maybe let's do that. So we'll stand at recess and let's start back up at 5 of 2.
Should we have him put the gun lock on?
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second.
Should you put the gun lock on?
Yeah, do.
Okay.
All right, guys, we have an hour to have a lunch break and whatever else you need. We'll be back in an hour. For those who would like to go out and be refreshed. But for the hour break, I'm going to keep streaming. I'm going to show you guys a different case that I didn't get a chance to fully cover. I just gave updates in regards to the case. So we're going to check this out for those who would like to have something to watch within the hour time. But if not, I understand. I really do. So let's check out the Afro Man. We're going to check out only his testimony for that time frame. Let's check it out. Okay, we'll see you, Anderson. Thanks for coming back. Thanks also to you, Jeff. Thank you, guys.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And have a seat.
Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afro Man, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50?
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know, possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. You know, it's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time?
Yes. Not all the time, just here lately.
Because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000, is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers?
I haven't looked at it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, for tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000. But anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of $4,390?
No, I just know. I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show, for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes. It was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right, and the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff was short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant returned, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket?
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually more money.
I didn't know nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you, why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen them running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the miscount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. They turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes, to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
The deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Didn't you tell me that in your deposition, that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
You talked to Randy Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search, or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that?
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved. I didn't.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had an attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did your attorney ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't in it. When I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it. Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity, overrule the objection, and we'll pay attention. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the investigation.
I did want to see it. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this go. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
That's my whole
isn't
thing.
it?
If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras. None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad about what they did.
I do care about if they stole them. Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. This whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the amount.
How about the
got
lady
returned.
admitting that she took?
Could you answer my?
She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip.
Yeah.
Go argue with her admitting that she took my money.
Nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, whatever. Go look at her admitting that the bag is short because it stayed open all weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes. Nobody admitted that they took your money. Correct?
It was short. She admitted, she said that it was short. And usually it's 10, 5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all kind. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls, and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Northwood.
All right. You don't want to answer my question.
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me ask this one again so I can get an answer. Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true, and I can make some money. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do we have a copy, another copy of that? Because I'll show it to you, and I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
You're going to refresh his recollection.
It's
Trees.
Thank you, Judge. If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I would object to using the screen to refresh his recollection. That's publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him it and then ask him a question, much how we would do in criminal law with a police report. If an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report. We would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage. Just make sure you think he reads it right. Otherwise, I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
Sure.
So just read it. And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips, and that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition. I had asked you about...
Object, he's testifying.
No, he's using the deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right, so sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question, and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question: would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer: you know, Stephanie said it, and, you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something, they shake my hand, yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question. You don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer. Well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21. Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But
But that's my question.
I've always
Thank you.
put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's
Now,
my basis, and I've always
we noticed that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
your
so-
attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy's butt. It's too much for me. So if you just use your eyeballs, and then his brother's a convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that pedophile stuff about little boys.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude. It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around, possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again to your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But on page 98 of your deposition, on that same day, beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Newland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer, no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
What are the line numbers?
Beginning with line 11, ending with line 14 on page 98. You have no evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing objection so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition?
No, it's too important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for the witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase, I'll sustain that. You made the conclusion that it's your memory, so you've got to go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. I didn't know who took them. So, all the officers was a suspect in the at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money. Okay. But I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras, so all of them were suspects until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out?
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
And is it true that one of your big motivation, really, in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money.
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really, you know.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today, right, with the new posts and advertisements and things?
It's publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. You know, thanks to them bringing publicity to this, it's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't have came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office?
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes.
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
Yes.
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
Yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about
Yeah,
it.
because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming to my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You want to continue, I'm sorry, Mr. Osborne, do you want to continue the direct examination of your client now?
Your Honor, I was going to actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about that.
Okay, so let's just talk about it.
Okay, so I was actually going to not do cross with Mr. Foreman this time. I was going to hold off until our case in chief.
Yeah, I just offered you the chance to do that. So do you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now?
Not right now.
Like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. if he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now, or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now or later. He could later. So you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again. This was an examination on the plaintiff's case. You get a chance to hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks, Mr. Foreman. You can stand up.
Okay, so there you have it, folks. That gives you an idea what happened with Afro Man's case. Yes, indeed. We're going to get into it a little bit more and try to see if we can figure out what exactly was happening with Afro Man. What was all the contention about?
Will you help me repair my gate? Will you help me repair my door? Did you find what you was looking for? Will you help me repair my gate and door? Would you like a slice of lemon pound cake? You can take as much as you wanna take. There must be a big mistake. Would you like to have a slice of my lemon pound cake? The warrant said narcotics and kidnapping. The warrant said narcotics and kidnapping. Are you kidding? I make my money rapping. Why does the warrant say narcotics? Well, I know narcotics, but why kidnapping? Let me ask you something, officer. Any kidnapping victims inside my seat pockets? Are there any kidnapping victims inside my suit pockets? You crooked cops need to stop it. There are no kidnapping victims in my suit pockets. Let me ask you another question. Is there 1,000 pounds of weed in my suit pockets? Is there 1,000 pounds of weed in my suit pockets? You crooked cops need to stop it. There's not 1,000,000 pounds of weed in my suit pockets. Let me ask you something else. Any kidnapping victims inside my CDs? Any kidnapping victims inside my CDs? The Adams County Sheriff Department, you can get these. There are no kidnapping victims in my CDs. How many pounds of weed are inside my CDs? How many pounds of weed are inside my CDs? Adams County Sheriff, you can get these. How many pounds of weed did you find in my CDs? Why are you stealing my money? Why are you stealing my money? You represent the law and it's funny. You're stealing my legal work hard every day. Pay taxes, money. The sheriff disconnected my cameras. The sheriff disconnected my cameras. The sheriff should be locked up in slammers. The Adams County Sheriff Department disconnected my cameras. Did you have to traumatize my kids? 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 Will you pay me for doing me wrong?
Wow, this is something. I've never seen this before. This is my first time checking this out. The things that happen in the world.
Will you pay me for doing me wrong? Will you pay me for doing me wrong? Or will I have to get paid from this song? How you think they gonna buy this, man?
So just so you know, he won this case against the police officers, or they lost the case against him. So he was victorious, like the Notorious. Okay, so we're checking it out here on Watching the World. This is in regards to Afro Man. We're on intermission from the lead case of the day, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. So we're just checking out a few things. We're going to look at a few more things, folks, while we're waiting for court to come back in session.
Legal battle over privacy for officers involved in a raid. At the center of it, rapper Afro Man. After police searched his home, he used surveillance video of it in a music video and put images on merchandise. Now, some of the officers are suing. Our Alex Reshape traveled to Afro Man's hometown of Winchester, Ohio, to learn more about the case that brought officers there and why Afro Man decided to turn his experience into viral songs.
I was gonna clean my room until I got high.
It was the beginning of a new millennium when a rapper by the name of Afro Man climbed to the top of the charts with a song like none of its kind.
Because I got high, because I got high. La da da da.
Said Coke 45 and 2 zigzags. Baby, that's all we need.
Then came Crazy Rap, and a year later, a Grammy nomination.
Singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the beat like Cheech and Chong. It still takes
I got this one done. I'm gonna wear this to my son's basketball game.
Fast forward 2 decades later, this is life for Afro Man now, living in Winchester, Ohio, playing the songs that made him famous.
Cause I got high.
But he also has some new tunes.
Will you help me repair my gate? Will you help me repair my door? 11-pound gang.
These days, Afro Man isn't just singing about weed. He's also rapping about his experience with police.
Why you disconnecting my video camera? Did you find what you was looking for?
How long did it take you to write that song?
To be fair, maybe a good 30 minutes. I think I just wanted to say whatever I was feeling. Most rappers, when they portray the police, they have to hire actors. Thanks to the Adams County Sheriff Department, they saved me a whole lot of money. They came over here with guns to kill me. The best thing I came up with was write songs about my experience and try to sell them and make some money to pay for the destruction that they brought to my house.
On August 21st last year, deputies from the Adams County Sheriff's Department pulled up in front of Afro Man's house in Winchester.
Was driving home, like, I don't know, like
65 miles away from home, I got a call. My kids was next door playing in the yard when they could see the police officers pulling up.
Armed with long guns and wearing tactical gear, the officers kicked down the door and entered the property. The whole thing playing out on Afro Man's security cameras. Afro Man says he watched his house get raided right from his phone.
No matter how hard you try to be a law-abiding citizen, this is how, America treats you, like, I felt powerless.
The warrant obtained for this raid lists some serious allegations, evidence of drug possession and trafficking, as well as kidnapping. It also states that the police received a tip from a confidential informant who had seen large amounts of weed and money at the property and claimed Afro Man kept women locked in his basement.
I didn't get charged. I didn't kidnap. I don't know where they got that. You know what I'm saying? And I think they just made it up. And I talk.
So I just want to take a moment and tell you guys, this is very similar to what we see with the Epstein files. I'm not saying there's nothing nefarious, but people randomly call in to the FBI and says, oh, I saw Michael Jackson flying Frisbees with whatever. Okay, that goes into these reports. So oftentimes people just call in all sorts of just absurd things. And this is a good example from his case, why you can't just believe everything just because someone shows you a police report or they come up with, sometimes people make things up. So that's why here at Watching the World, we try to follow what comes through court, right? And even as it comes through court, some of the information, some people perjure themselves, they lie right on the stand. So it takes a spirit of discernment to try to figure these things out. We don't just believe every little willy-nilly thing somebody says.
To the head officer, I asked him if I was under arrest. He said no. Then I asked him, were there any charges? He said no. Then I asked him if he would help me put my door back on the hinges and help me fix my gate. And that's when he cracked a little smile.
Welcome in, Janetta. Nice to have you here. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for locking in with Watching the World. Look forward to building with you. Thank you.
And said, we're not required to do that. And that's their way of just letting you know that that's how it is and you can't do nothing about it. So I got to start from right there and figure out what's my move.
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door.
Afro Man went on and wrote 3 songs about the incident. Using the security camera video, he then released a music video.
Okay, let's see what Mama Flips has to say. Mama Flips says, nope, 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 nope. The Epstein file has nothing to do with it. The survivors' photos and videos. Okay, so we got to go back to the point. Let me explain that at a higher level just so everybody can understand. When it comes to the Epstein files, there's documented. Let me make sure I get myself up here. So when it comes to the Epstein files, there's documentation of video, there's photos, there's all sorts of nefarious things, just as I said previously. Okay. But in those millions of pages, right, these millions of reports, you'll see other reports coming in. Oh, Jay-Z, Kanye West did this. Somebody randomly, people are calling in and they're just calling into that FBI hotline and they're making these statements. A good example, look up Eminem, the rapper. They called in and just made a random report. A lot of it, the FBI didn't even bother to follow up on, but it shows you that people call. This is my only point, right? Inside the Epstein files, you see documentation of people calling in random things for whatever reason. A lot of it cannot be substantiated. So that's my point. When we have any type of case, we can't just run with things just because somebody called the FBI or did whatever. And so when you look at the Epstein files, you'll see this happen repeatedly. Doesn't take away from what Epstein did or what some people in the files did. But inside of all of that, you have a lot of false claims. And it happens not only just in the Epstein files, it happens, people call in random nonsense all the time. But that particular case shows you because you know, a lot of people, they destroy individuals that are listed in the Epstein files just because some person back in 1998 called in something bogus. Now, there's a lot of truth in it, but there's also a lot of lies. So it takes you have to think through the process, is what I'm saying. Thank you, guys. Let's get back to this here.
Video that quickly went viral.
Lemon pound cake, he wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake, trending on TikTok.
After Lemon Pound Cake and Will You Help Me Repair My Door, Afro Man made merchandise saying it was his way of getting justice. But 3 months later, he received a notice the officers involved in that raid were suing him, claiming they had suffered humiliation, ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, and loss of reputation after the music videos were released. Their claim demanded they should receive the proceeds that Afro Man made using their image.
What's your response to that? These big, tough dudes that laugh when you ask them to help you put your door back on the hinge, it's turned into these little whiny crybabies complaining about my song. My only response to that was a rap song and a t-shirt.
We reached out to the Adams County Sheriff's Department via telephone and also in person. A spokesperson said they could not comment about the case because it's still under investigation. We also reached out to the attorney representing the deputies. They declined to comment on the specifics of this case, but they did say in an email, "I intend to argue my client's case in the Adams County Court, not in the court of public opinion or the press." Experts say this case raises some interesting legal points.
The officers do have a reasonable right to privacy. We all do. But typically that something has to be exposed that is intensely personal and it would offend a reasonable person. Officers acting in their job, executing their job functions is typically not going to rise to the level of a violation of privacy.
Afro Man has lived in...
Oh, wow, I know her. I covered the Sean Diddy Combs case with her. She's an attorney and a reporter. That's amazing.
Adams County for 17 years, a county of 27,000 people where 96% of the residents are white, according to the Census Bureau.
Describe to me, how have these last, 17 plus years been living here in this community?
Yeah, when I ride down the street, I get the whistles, the out the window. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Mama Flip says, yes, there are unfortunate incidents where people submit false claims. With this said, it's better to fully explain a statement, not just drop like the Epstein files. Okay, thank you very much. I did explain it quite well, but it's okay.
Yeah, they've been overall nice to me. I had to go to Walmart the other day, and everybody was coming up to me. Are you okay, man? I'm sorry about what you went through. And then they tell me stories that they're going through the same thing too, but they don't have the platform I have to expose it.
While the lawsuit is still unresolved, Afro Man is preparing to take a new direction. He's officially running for president in 2024.
Talk to me about your platform.
My platform is I want to make marijuana, cannabis, legal in all 50 states. There's no more raiding people for a plant. After that, I would like to see some serious police reform. If a cop doesn't wear a camera, he doesn't get a paycheck. Hey, I could win. I could lose, but I could win. Yeah, if nothing else, I'll give a voice to somebody who can run the baton further.
He's one of many throwing his name into the ring. Our thanks to Alex Prochet for that.
Okay, guys, we still have about 10 more minutes before we have to check back in for court. So we're going to keep looking at this a little bit further. Let's see what else we could find in regards to the Afro Man, get more context about what happened here.
Came over here with guns to kill me. The best thing I came up with was write songs about my experience and try to sell them and make some money to pay for the destruction that they brought to my house.
On August 21st last year, deputies from the Adams County Sheriff's Department pulled up in front of Afro Man's house in Winchester.
Was driving home, like 65 miles away.
Okay, we saw that one pretty well. Let's see, there's one more. and we'll see what this is about. So this is the actual body worn camera footage from the police officer. So we'll just tag along and see what happens here. I guess they're taking his money and compiling it all together. I guess that's what we're seeing here.
She's trying to help, but I just don't know if there's much she can do.
There we go now. Well, Dolly, that's something back up to get us out. I guess there's some settling, so you're not out.
All right, so we get the point. They're counting his money and taking it. I guess he eventually received it all back. Let's see. Commander says, these foolish don't know how to count money. Exactly. All right, very good. We're going to go back and check out a few more things here. Just give me 1 second. Let's see if we can check out a few things before we go back into court. Let's see if we could find something in regards to the what's happening with this war.
Potential negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now. Ed, good morning. So where might be a potential off-ramp for this?
Well, that's what the president's looking for, El. Good morning. He has said from the beginning that the war would last about 4 weeks. We're now in week 4, and with markets uneasy and the cost of gas climbing, President Trump appears to be trying to find a way out.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too.
Touting the promise of a peace deal with Iran.
Major points of agreement, I would say almost all points of agreement.
President Trump insisted the U.S. is talking to what he called a, quote,
that's too funny, Jeff.
top person.
We're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader.
A senior Iranian foreign ministry official says Iran is reviewing points sent by the U.S. through a mediator, but no formal talks are underway. The president says the U.S. had in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations with Iran, so he's
So this is the issue we keep having. We're getting two different stories, one from the president, one from Iran, and some people actually choosing to go with the narrative of Iran. What do you guys think in regards to that?
postponed strikes on Iranian power plants for 5 days, after earlier threatening an attack on Monday if it didn't fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon.
The president said both sides have 15 points of agreement. Iran hasn't committed to any deal publicly. But stocks surged on word of the talks, and oil prices fell 10%. And with the Strait of Hormuz still effectively closed, the president suggested a unique partnership to keep oil shipments safe.
Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah, look, and there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change.
Despite the president's attempts to start talks with Iran, more than 2,000 Marines and 3 more warships are headed to the region. CBS News is also told Pakistan and Turkey are among the countries trying.
So it's official. We're sending boots on the ground. I mean, there has been boots on the ground already, but now the numbers are so broad that they'll have to announce it that way.
To get the U.S. and Iran to keep talking. Harold?
All right, at least they are somewhat talking. Ed, thank you. Let's dig into this now with CBS News senior foreign correspondent Elizabeth Palmer. She is in our London newsroom. Good morning, Liz. Always great to...
I like that world background. I like the globe in the back. That's pretty cool. Watching the world.
See you. As we heard there in Ed's reporting, we know what President Trump and the White House is saying, but what is the message from the government in Tehran?
Well, if you listen to the Iranians, there's absolutely no talking, not even sort of talking. Iran's foreign minister did confirm that there had been overtures from the United States, but he said Iran hasn't responded. The only concrete response, if you like, came overnight, and it was a military one, not conciliatory. Iran attacked Israel with multiple missile salvos after quite a quiet day yesterday. So that's ramping up the pressure and the tension again today.
And Liz, you have reported extensively from Iran over the decades. We know that its leadership is fractioned. Do you get the sense the regime is ready to make a deal, or might they feel it's more important for them to show some sort of resistance to the U.S.?
I think it's important to understand that there's no such thing as the regime. Always, even under the last supreme leader.
Guys, can we hit the like button, share, and subscribe? Thank you so much. I appreciate all the support.
It was fractured, and they fought viciously, these different power centers, political, military, and religious. Now, the late supreme leader was very good at playing them off against each other and keeping peace and stability that way, but he's gone now. And sources tell us that senior members of Iran's regime, and remember, some of the most experienced and powerful have been killed. The ones that are left are fighting like mad about what to do next, to talk, to stand firm, or to even up the pressure on the world's oil supply until America is even more desperate to make concessions.
All right, so we're getting different stories from our government versus Iran, and also then the media is playing this whole different role. Depending on who you listen to, they give you a different narrative. Then on top of all of that, we get AI and made up photos. It's just hard to navigate what's real and what's fake. But what do you guys think? Do you lean more with the president, or do you lean more with what you're hearing out of the Middle East? Let's talk about it. Put a 1 in the chat if you're leaning more with the president. Put a 2 if you believe more of what you hear coming out of the Middle East. Let's see what you guys have to say in regards to this. We're going to take one more story before it looks like people are starting to get back into the courthouse. So let's see what else we could find here to talk about in regards to these matters. Okay. All right. I want to give you guys a warning. Well, we're going to check out some of the passengers that were at the in the airplane at LaGuardia when that major accident happened within the last 48 hours. Let's check this out.
Let's bring in Rebecca LaCorey, who was on board that Air Canada flight 8646. Rebecca, I can't imagine what the last 24 hours have been like for you. We have some video that you took on the runway after this crash. Just terrifying.
JCAT says the Iran agreement will be like the Greenland agreement. It will stay as it was, but Trump will call it a win. All right. Thank you for your comment. It's going to be hard, though, to walk away because I think Iran, I think they want all of the smoke. I see certain videos where they have explosives and they're praising God. I'm like, wow, most people would be running for the hills.
We're so glad you're okay. Walk us through the moment you knew something was wrong and what happened.
So the flight is a quick flight and it was smooth for the most part. It wasn't until we started.
So she was actually on the flight that hit. Now, keep in mind, the airplanes were flying into LaGuardia and they struck a fire truck. Okay. So you can only imagine how that must have felt. You know how sensitive it is to be on an airplane. Oftentimes you're nervous. Purple Groovy says, Mel, has got to be hard watching this busybody world. You're so right.
Descending that we realized there might be something going on. Right before we descended, the flight attendant told us, in case of an emergency landing, please don't take your luggage. And prior to that, I was asleep for most of the flight. And when she said that, it kind of like woke me up because I thought, that's a strange thing to say right before we land. I don't know. It caused me to just pay more attention. And as we were descending, we started experiencing a lot of turbulence. So she said the pilot wants everyone to keep their seatbelts on because we are going to be experiencing a lot of turbulence as we land. So the plane was already rocking as we were landing. And when we landed, it was a very rough landing. Like we landed and the plane jolted. So we all kind of like jumped out of our seats. And so now all the passengers are on high alert because we're nervous about what's going on. And right after that, the pilot, he used the brake. You could hear the grinding noise of the brake and him trying to slow down the plane to prevent this collision. And after the brake, you just heard a very loud boom. And we just all got thrown out of our seats and propelled back into the back of the seat. And there was just a couple of seconds of eerie silence because we all thought that we were gonna die. We didn't know what to expect. So after a couple of seconds, you know, everyone's like, okay, the plane isn't engulfed in flames. We have to get out of here. I was sitting in the emergency exit row, right next to the emergency exit door. And I was waiting on guidance from the flight crew, not realizing that what had happened to the pilots at that time, not realizing that the flight attendant had been ejected. So in panic, everyone's like, we have to get
Wow, the flight attendant was ejected. That is something we have to check out that story too. I'll be sure to play that tomorrow.
out of here. I opened the emergency exit and the woman sitting next to me, her name was Rachel. She helped me and we were able to just get the emergency exit door out of the way, and passengers got out. I helped passengers get out and I got myself out. And as we were getting out, there was no slide. So we had to jump or slide down the wing of the plane to get down. By the time I got out, an emergency personnel was there to assist us because it's a little bit of a jump to get down, but that's how we were able to get out of the plane. And that video that you see was just me like realizing.
Okay, Jeff says, damn, I feel for them prayers. Yeah, the pilots in this particular case lost their lives. So imagine the leaders are gone and now you have to fend for yourself, figure out how to get off the plane. The pilot, some of the other individuals were just hurt badly. This is a bad event.
Realizing the impact. I mean, I'm inside the plane. We realized this is a huge crash, but when I saw that the whole front of the plane was just gone, I just couldn't even grasp the concept that I just survived this. And I'm so grateful.
Oh, we are so grateful too. As you're taking that video, what were you thinking?
God is good. Miracles are real. These pilots saved our lives. At the time, I didn't know that they had passed away. But I was just thinking, I can't believe this has happened. This is surreal. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. What I was seeing and what I had experienced, and being able to just take a moment to realize that it could have all been over for me.
I want to play for you some sound from air traffic.
When I flew to DC about 2 weeks ago, almost 2 weeks ago, the turbulence was so heavy. I'm like, man, I never experienced this before. It was just taking off out of LaGuardia. So it might be something just here in New York right now. A bad time to fly, even though I will be flying in a couple days. My heavens, out of LaGuardia. So maybe a bad idea, but it is what it is, folks.
Control shortly after the crash. Listen to this.
That wasn't good to watch. Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier. I messed up. No, man, you did the best you could.
What goes through your mind hearing that?
Feel bad for that fella. He'll never be able to live that down, especially being his fault, according to what he's saying. We're waiting for court to start back up in the case of Kelsey Fitzsimmons, so we're going to give it a few minutes. I just wanted to show you guys a little bit about what's happening around the world. Hopefully today court will end at 3-something, just like it did yesterday. We're going to try to take in one more story before we get back into court. So let's see if we could find something really good. Well, we know that ICE is in the airports. Okay, we're talking about pretty much all of them at a federal level. A lady was attacked in San Francisco. This is breaking news, so I haven't had a chance to see it. I want to warn you, it might be pretty tough, like the video we saw yesterday of police beating a fella. Breaking news. So typically I try to watch it ahead of time, but let's take a go for it. But if you're sensitive to people getting beaten in the airport, you might not want to see this. It's a lady, in fact.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We want to take you to a story out of San Francisco tonight. ICE agents arresting a woman at the San Francisco airport. Bystanders capturing that arrest on camera. Now, an SFO spokesperson does say this is
You're welcome, Lisa.
not related to ICE agents starting to assist TSA workers at some airports. For more on this arrest at SFO, we want to go to Fox 2's Jana Katsuyama, who's live in Oakland for us tonight with the latest. And Jana, this video has been getting a lot of attention and a lot of backlash.
There has been a huge outcry, Shauna. We talked to not only the spokesperson for SFO, but also we were receiving comments from San Francisco Mayor Daniel Lurie, from former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and other members of Congress.
I'm sorry, guys. We're going to have to come back to this. So sit tight.
Okay, I think we left off during
I
cross.
promise to get it back up for you guys during the next break.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Detective Bonasar, you have a copy of your report, right?
I do.
Okay. And there's other documents too. You have worksheets and other items, correct?
Correct.
So if you need anything, just let me know and we can share anything you need, okay?
Okay.
What is meant by chain of custody of an item?
Who has actual custody of that particular piece of evidence? It's moved from one location to another or one person to another.
So as a piece of evidence kind of goes through the investigative process, sometimes it can be important to make sure you know who had it, where did it go, as it goes through, right?
Correct.
And in this case, it's fair to say that you don't have personal knowledge of a lot of the chain of custody here.
I have personal knowledge of who I received the firearms from.
Right. Okay. And we'll go through that. And I'm not questioning, in terms of chain of custody, you and the state police going forward from when you left the crime scene. I want to ask you some questions about chain of custody at the scene. Okay. Who did you get? And again, you can refer to your report here. Item 1-1 is a Glock 47. And we'll just use the last three numbers of the serial number, 269. Who did you get that from?
What was the item number again?
1-1, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yep. And the last three digits of the serial number are 269.
Thank you.
And so that gun, and again, you can look on your papers, anything you want. Do you know who you got that from?
If I could see my notes, the worksheet
Sure.
notes
Yep.
from the crime scene.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me see if I got this right. These would be the notes, right? And this is just another copy of that report.
Yes.
So 1-1, take all the time you need. Who did you get that from?
It was received from Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Okay, and who's he?
He works for North Andover.
All right. And do you know whose gun that is identified to from the incident?
Based on the serial number, I was told it was Officer Noonan's weapon.
And are there some notes in that packet you have there from you that indicate that Chief Gray had that gun for a while?
Yes.
And what are the indications that, how did Chief Gray come to get Noonan's gun?
I was told that he had custody of the weapon and he unloaded the weapon at some point, and he put the live cartridge that was in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay, so Chief Gray is manipulating Noonan's firearm, and I mean the word manipulating in the physical sense.
Yes, this is what I was told.
And then it goes to who? Lieutenant Reardon, was it?
Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Davis, sorry. And then Davis gives it to you?
Yes.
And that's just what you have documented, right? You don't have any knowledge of any other people having it, right?
Correct.
Presumably Noonan had it since it was his firearm at some point.
Presumably.
And all right, so that's 1-1. And item 1-2 is a box magazine from item 1-1, correct?
Yes.
And it's got 16 cartridges in it, and the capacity is 17, right?
Yes.
And so you say right in your report from item 1-1, so it's the magazine from Noonan's gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then 1-3 is a little different, isn't it?
Yes.
You write there, one removable box magazine from, but then you didn't fill in who it's from, right?
Yes, that was an error on the administrative portion of the report.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is your report.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So it was never noted where the 1-3 is from, correct? In terms of the gun.
It was noted that it was received from Officer Michael Logan, 1-3.
So he's the chain of custody guy, but unlike 1-1 and 1-2, where you match them up, that the magazine is from 1-1, here it doesn't say where that magazine is from, right?
Well, these were recovered at a later time. I was initially given the firearm with the magazine, and then later on, these additional magazines that were recovered from, I believe, the either the duty belt or vest carrier, whatever the officer had.
Okay. And you know, I'm just asking you about what it says. I'm not trying to suggest there's fault, and I just want to go through it with you in terms of what's identified and what's known to be from somewhere and what's not. Okay, so I'm not trying to find fault. I just want to factually have us go through the report. So we don't know where 1-3, the box magazine, is from, what device it's from, right?
I was told it was from either the vest carrier or the duty belt of Officer Noonan.
Okay, but that's not in the report, is it?
It is not.
And then same with 1-4, one removable box style magazine from, and then from is not identified, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the same thing. You got a magazine, and that's from Officer Logan as well. The chain of custody reference is from Logan, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it's not identified in the document where it comes from. Yes?
Correct.
Then 1-5 is another Glock 47. So it's just to cut to the chase. All three guns you have are Glock 47s, right?
Yes.
And that's a semi-automatic firearm that was, to your understanding, issued to the North Andover Police.
Yes.
And each one obviously has its own serial number,
Correct.
but otherwise they look the same.
Yes.
Going to 1-7, you have two removable box-style magazines that you received, and the chain of custody guy is Michael Logan, but it doesn't say what firearm they were in the vicinity of or near, correct?
So as I entered the evidence, it was associated with the firearm. So as I went to the next firearm, whatever is below that firearm is associated with that firearm. So all evidence below it will be associated with the firearm until I mention another firearm.
Okay, so that's your procedure, right?
Yes.
Well, it's fair to say, though, that sometimes you do say what it's from and sometimes you omit it, right?
Yes.
And that's by mistake, right?
Yes.
And then you have 1-9, which is another Glock 47. Last three serial number is 315, right?
Correct.
And that is associated with who?
Is Officer Kelsey?
Miss Officer Fitzsimmons?
Fitzsimmons, yes.
And then you have a box magazine, 1-10, right?
Correct.
And you do write from that item in this particular instance, from
Correct.
1-9, from Miss Fitzsimmons' firearm, right?
Yes.
And then you do two removable box style magazines from a vest carrier on the first floor.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that after item 1.8 from Michael Logan, that's the last reference to the chain of custody person you received items from, right?
Correct.
So from 1-9 to 115, you don't reference who you got the items from, right?
Well, I physically recovered that evidence.
Okay, so you had it
Yes.
from the scene, like from the floor or the bed or wherever?
Correct.
Okay. So these are things that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to some discharge cartridges and a live cartridge, 1-12, 13, and 14, right?
Correct.
And they're all, as we went over, they're all head stamped the same, right?
Yes.
And then you have 115, the last item, is a spent projectile. So like a bullet, a spent bullet from above the air conditioner.
Correct.
And you recovered that yourself.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the live cartridge, the discharge cartridge at 113 and the discharge cartridge at 114, it's fair to say that you applied science. I'm going to just keep it vague for a second. That you applied some science to the two discharge cartridge casings, right?
I was looking for agreement of individual markings. Yes.
Right. So you used some science.
Yes.
Just to start real basic here. And you were able to identify those two discharge casings to item 1-1, right?
Correct.
And 1-1, you know to be Noonan's Glock, right?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that with respect to the live round recovered from the hallway safe, it's fair to say that you didn't apply any science to that item, correct?
Correct.
So there's no science unlike the other two, unlike the discharge casing in 114, the discharge casing in 113, unlike those, the live cartridge, there's no scientific basis for you to say what gun that came from, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there were, and again, I'm not trying to find fault. Nobody asked you to apply any science to that item, right?
Correct.
So there were some various scientific methods that you could use to determine where that came from, right?
There would be some markings if it was actually cycles with that weapon.
Right. One step ahead of me. That's my next question. If that was cycled through a weapon, you would have what? Breech face markings?
No, you would have what's called extractor markings, possibly ejector markings, as well as you may have magazine marks.
Okay. And just to kind of bottom line it, that means that if someone had, if that cartridge was in the chamber of Ms. Fitzsimmons' weapon, and it was made safe by cycling it out, right?
Correct.
Breech face markings or ejector markings or extractor markings would be deposited on that cartridge, right?
Possibly, but not breech face. Breech face markings is part of the firing process.
Okay, so what processes were available to figure that out?
So you could have the extractor mark, which is holding that live cartridge in place. You'd have a magazine mark that came from the magazine, if it was loaded in the magazine, and you'd have possibly an ejector mark. But a lot of times these cycling marks don't show up due to the fact that there isn't an explosion that happened. So it's not a exact way of looking at these markings. So you're looking at a piece of ammunition that could have been cycled, but there's no definitive amount of markings there to determine that, unless there was some type of defect or whatnot.
And to figure that out, you got to look at it.
Correct.
And that didn't happen here, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Read back? Okay. All right, you may step down, thank you. And come up, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Lisa. You're so amazing. Lisa, you might be working harder than me nowadays.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Watch your step right there. If you could try to speak up nice and loud right directly into this microphone so the judge can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Officer Timothy Houston, TIMOTHYHOUSTON.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
Patrol officer with North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over 5 years. Okay.
Sir, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in North Andover.
Did you go through the North Andover school system?
Up until high school.
And where'd you go?
I went to Central Catholic.
After Central Catholic, what did you do?
I went to Norwich University and got a bachelor's in criminal justice.
After you graduated there, what did you do?
I went to the Army. I was in the Army for 4.5 years, reached the rank of sergeant, and then came home, joined the North Andover Police Department.
Okay. And so when was that you joined the PD?
Started the academy in November 2020.
And your rank now, you're a patrol officer?
Patrol officer.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a patrol officer?
I worked a 4 to 12 shift. I started on midnights. I've been on 4 to 12. I think it's my 3rd year. It's basically if you're not answering calls, you're on the road, watching traffic, things of that nature.
I'm going to jump back for a second and just talk about your military service. You were in the Army, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was a cavalry scout.
And what did that entail?
I mean, I had different positions. The job itself, you mainly focus on reconnaissance. While I was there, I started as a dismount. Then I moved up to a gunner, and then I was a dismount team leader, and then I was a gunner for the lieutenants in the platoon. That's pretty much it.
Where were you stationed?
I was at Fort Lewis, Washington.
Now we're going to jump back to the PD, okay? Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We worked together briefly. I mean, she was in the academy. I can't remember how long she was out of the academy, but she was FTOing for a while, and she was FTOing on my shift. And then she finished FTO, and she worked on our shift for a brief period of time.
Okay. FTO, what do you mean by that?
So she was under a field training officer. So she was riding around with somebody while she got used to the job and learned.
Did she ever ride around with you?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did you know her socially at all?
Yeah. I was invited to her wedding. We kept in touch when she went on leave. Tried to keep her in the loop. Spoke with her, kind of, trying to get everybody together before her wedding. Her wedding was a decent amount of time away, and while she was out of work, we obviously didn't see her as much. So we had been working on planning something with some of the guys from work, people bringing their spouses, their dogs, and trying to figure out something, but it never happened.
Okay. Did you know her fiance?
I met him at the engagement party. Other than that, I'd see him, on calls if we had the FD, but I don't know him that well.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. We are working that day.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you get in touch by Lieutenant Daly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that communication?
He called me and said, Justin filed an RO against Kelsey. He wanted me and Officer Noonan to go to the house and serve the RO, which required Justin picking up their baby and confiscating our firearms.
Okay. How did he get in touch with you? Do you remember?
By cell phone.
Okay. Did he ask you to do anything in particular about Officer Noonan?
Initially, he told me to drive past Kelsey's house and see if she was home.
Okay. Did you do that?
I did.
And you knew where she lived?
Yes.
Did she park in a particular place usually?
So normally, yes, she would park in front of her house if she was home. I found her car 50 to 100 yards down the road, kind of in the school lot, kind of tucked away.
Did you relay that information to Lieutenant Daly at that point?
I did.
Okay. And at the point that you saw her car, had you already talked to Officer Noonan?
After I called Lieutenant Daly and told him about her car being out of, parked in a strange way, I called Officer Noonan.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I said, hey, you know what's going on? He hadn't talked to Lieutenant Daly yet, so he had no idea what was going on. So I told him to meet me in the parking lot and I'd go over it with him.
And did he do that?
He did.
Did he get there before Lieutenant Daly did, if you remember?
Yes, he did.
Did you inform him of what was going on?
I did.
At some point, did Lieutenant Daly also meet up with you in that particular spot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about a plan as to how you were going to handle serving the order?
I mean, my only memory is what I updated Officer Noonan with, just the circumstances why we're going there and concerns that we had, but I don't remember what the exact plan was. I think it was assumed that Lieutenant Daly would do most of the talking.
Okay. And you said your concerns. What were your concerns?
We were aware that she had been sectioned before. So, I mean, obviously it's a tough position for her, finding out, there's an order in place. We're taking her firearms. We had to take the baby, give them to Justin. So we thought with her past being sectioned, she might not take that news very well. And, we weren't sure what was going to happen.
Okay. Had you served restraining orders yourself before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you go over to 125 Phillips Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And the three of you?
Yes.
Did you go in together?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what happened as you approached the house? And take us from there.
So we parked off to the side of the house, out of view of the house itself. We walked around, knocked on the front door, or the side porch door, whatever.
Had you ever been in that home before?
I don't think I'd ever been in the home, no.
Did when you knocked or rang, I'm sorry, I forget what you said.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did someone answer?
Yes, Kelsey answered.
Okay. Did she have the baby with her?
She did.
Okay. So what happened then?
She wasn't sure why we were there. Lieutenant Daly kind of had the paperwork in his hand. She invited us in, and Lieutenant Daly just started explaining why we were there and what was going on.
Okay. Where in the house did you go?
So we went into the living room.
Okay. Did you remain standing? Was she seated? What happened with the baby? Can you describe what happened there?
So Lieutenant Daly asked her to take a seat on one of the couches. Had her put the baby in like a rocker on the floor, and I stood kind of away from them by another couch.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying?
Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly what was said, but
What was the gist?
Justin filed this order. She was shocked by it. Lieutenant Daly was doing his best to, mediate and tell her, this is what has to happen now, but you're going to have your day in court. Like nothing's, we're going to figure this out.
Did you look around the living room at all?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice something?
Yes. So on the couch I was near, there was clothes everywhere. And I could see a handgun case sticking out. And before that, Lieutenant Daly had asked Kelsey where her firearms were. She said they're in the basement. And while they were having that discussion, I saw the handgun case, picked it up, opened it. It was empty, and Kelsey reassured me that they were in the basement.
Okay. So that was the second time she said they were in the basement.
Yes.
How soon after you got in there was that question asked about where the guns were, if you remember?
It was almost immediately.
Okay. That was one of the first questions?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened next?
We told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, how long is he going to have him? I need to pack for him. So me and Lieutenant Daly began following Kelsey as she packed for the baby.
Okay. And did she do anything with the baby when you guys were following her around, if you remember?
I believe at that time, Officer Noonan was holding the baby.
Now, you said you were following her around the house?
That's correct.
Was it? Why was that?
It was still, we were still a little bit on edge. She had to go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, I was concerned because there was butcher knives all on the kitchen. That was just something that stood out to me.
Okay. Was it your intention for you or another officer to be with her the entire time?
That's correct.
Is that standard practice when you're have similar concerns?
Correct.
After you went into the kitchen, do you remember where you went?
I believe we went upstairs. Me, Kelsey, Lieutenant Daly, briefly came back downstairs, and then we went into the other side room. I think it's like an exercise room.
At any point, if you remember, did the defendant make a call?
Yes, at some point she called her mother.
So after you came downstairs, at some point, did you take possession of the baby?
That's correct.
What happened while you were holding the baby? Anything?
Yeah, so I took the baby from Officer Noonan, which Kelsey asked me to do, which I did. Kelsey told me, why don't you take him for a walk? He likes to look at the cars. I told her, I said I'd take the baby, but I wasn't going to leave. So I took the baby out on the porch, and the baby was crying, so I was doing my best with the baby. And at that point, her mom showed up.
Through that same door you guys had come in?
Correct.
Okay. And so what did you do when she came?
I peeked in. I told Lieutenant Daly, like, the mom's here. Why don't we give her the baby? And we invited the mom in.
After the mom came in and you handed the baby to her, did you stay in the immediate area or did you go somewhere?
So once the mom came in, she was pretty upset with us, but Lieutenant Daly explained the situation to her. So at that point, me and Officer Noonan followed Kelsey upstairs so she could pack more things.
Describe upstairs, if you would.
There's a landing. It's a T hallway.
Hold on 1 second. Okay.
You go up the stairs, there's a landing, and there's a room off to the left and a room off to the right.
And could you describe the room off to the left?
It's got I believe it's the baby's room, has a crib in it.
And how about the room to the right?
That would be Kelsey's bedroom.
Now, you said you followed her up there. Did she go in any one particular room?
She moved between both the rooms.
While you were up there?
Correct.
And what was she doing?
She was packing. At some point, she mentioned that Justin doesn't have a car seat. So she handed me a car seat. I was holding it and started putting more and more stuff in there. And at some point I put it down.
Why'd you put it down?
I didn't want to have my hands tied up.
And did that continue for some bit?
Briefly, at some point she heard a female's voice downstairs and she made a comment to me. She said, "Who's downstairs, my baby?" I said, "I believe it's your mom. I mean, we were just there." And she said, "That's not my mom's voice." And I got the sense that she wanted me to go downstairs and check, but I just kind of dismissed it at the time.
Okay. And so you stayed up there.
I stayed up
Do you
there.
remember which room that was in when you were having that conversation?
That was right at the landing. So she had moved, I think she had moved back to her bedroom, and as she was coming across, she had mentioned it. And at some point up there, I'd found another handgun case.
Okay. And where was that?
I honestly couldn't tell you which room it was in.
Okay. And did you look into it?
I opened it and she saw me open it and she said, I already told you they're in the basement.
Was there anything in it?
There was nothing in it.
At some point, was your attention drawn downstairs again?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So at some point, Justin came. Kelsey heard his voice, and she said, "I don't want him in the house." And at that point, I thought the only thing that was going to escalate the situation is them two in the house together at the same point. So I wanted to help Kelsey out. So I told her I'd go tell Justin to leave.
Okay. Where were you when this conversation happened?
Between me and Kelsey, we were still upstairs.
Okay. And was Officer Noonan also with you?
Yeah.
So did you go downstairs?
I did.
Okay. Officer Noonan stay up with Kelsey?
Correct.
Where is she at this point, if you remember?
She was either in her room or at the landing, but I couldn't be certain. But when we had that conversation, we were at the landing.
You went downstairs?
Correct.
And what did you do when you went downstairs?
So when I went downstairs, I only saw Lieutenant Daly, the mom, and I told him, Kelsey doesn't want Justin in the house. And he said, all right, Justin's, I don't know if he said he's in the basement or he's coming up from the basement. He said, just go to the basement and tell him just to wait outside.
Okay. So where'd you go?
I walked past Lieutenant Daly and Kelsey's mom through the kitchen where the basement, the top of the stairs is, and I opened that door.
Could you see down?
So it was, the lights were off. I flicked the light to turn the lights on. The lights didn't turn on. So
could you hear anything downstairs?
I couldn't hear anything. And I remember after I flicked the lights on, they didn't go on. And I'm looking at a pitch black basement. I thought there was a chance I misheard Lieutenant Daly. And I just kind of stood there. I was like, I really don't want to walk down there if he's not down there, but I don't know how I was just kind of having like a moment where I wasn't sure whether or not to check with Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did something happen at that point?
Yeah. So at that point, I heard Officer Noonan yell, Kelsey, and then I heard 2 gunshots.
What did you do?
I ran back the way I came. At that point, it was only Kelsey's mom. She was still in the living room. Lieutenant Daly was gone. He'd already gone upstairs, and I started making my way upstairs.
Okay. When you were making your way upstairs, could you see anybody at the top of the landing?
I could see Officer Noonan.
And what happened as you went up?
So, I mean, I knew it was gunshots. I came over the air and I said, start medics. I don't know if that got caught or someone else was calling at the same time, but I had my pistol out and I was going up the stairs. I saw Noonan and I said, like, do you good up there? What was that? And I can't remember exactly what he said at that point.
Can you give us the gist of what he said?
At that point, he said, yeah, he looked like he was still in shock. He said, yeah. So I kept moving up towards him. And as I got closer to him, I was like, what just happened? He said, she pulled a gun on me. And we talked about it later, but at that point, that's what he said.
That's fine right there, actually. Okay. Just didn't want anything further. Okay. Thank you.
Do you remember the exact words he used?
So the exact words he used would be after the FD and we had gone into the other room and spoken. But at that exact moment, that I don't even.
What's the basis?
So I'm not, I guess it's a vague question because I don't know what he's referring to in terms of what conversation, how long is it after the incident, what's the demeanor, what's the purpose of it being offered for. There's a lot to unpack here.
All right, well, what the answer was didn't include hearsay. It just was that I think it was something to the effect that later on they went in the kitchen, but maybe he and Noonan and had a discussion, something to that effect. But the objection is overruled.
So the fact of the discussion, I don't object to, but just any further, I'm trying to stop it from coming out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would the exact words that he used when you first ran up the stairs, would it help you to remember if you looked at a report?
I know he did say she pointed the gun at me, pulled the trigger, and racked the slide. Whether it was right when I was moving up the stairs or once everything got situated, it was in that time frame, but I can't remember if it was exactly when I got to the top of the stairs or.
Okay, would looking at a report help you remember that?
Hold on a second, there's an objection. You strike one.
Non-responsive, I don't know what conversation he's talking about. It's hearsay and frankly news to the defense.
Okay, so first things first, on the hearsay issue, Mr. Gubitosi.
I'm trying to establish that it happened seconds after the event.
So for the truth of the matter or state of mind?
Both.
Okay. And so to the extent that you're seeking to offer for the truth of the matter, it's hearsay. And I think, didn't we already litigate the spontaneous utterance?
No, that was a different time frame.
Oh, that was a different, all right. So are you arguing that this should be admitted as a spontaneous utterance?
Yes.
Okay. And then the rest of your objections that is within there, let's just take them a step at a time. Let's get through the spontaneous utterance. So, Mr. Bradel, what do you say on the spontaneous utterance?
So I think there's certainly a lack of foundation, Judge, where there's been two different overlapping statements that are referenced here. I don't know where they're going back to here. It needs to be clarified foundationally what happened before the statement, how long after the shots it was, what were the circumstances of that particular first statement they want to try to use.
So
that's what I asked for.
I agree with Mr. Bradel that it's the foundation right now, and it's not the witnesses, it's no one's fault. The foundation right now, to me, is confusing because he's having trouble remembering which conversation.
Yeah, I do understand that. That's why I'm looking to approach with the report.
Okay.
To refresh his memory, yes.
All right, well, why don't you do that, and we'll take it a step at a time.
Just ask you to look.
Just so you know, for right now, I'm not going to strike the testimony because it can come in for state of mind. The issue is whether it comes in for the truth.
Thank you.
Does that help you remember the timing of that statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, when did that statement happen?
So that statement happened when I got to the top of the stairs.
Right.
I don't know what statement it is because he's
Sure, I'll ask him.
He's recited two different statements. Again, I'm not casting aspersions, but it was she pulled the gun on me or she pointed a gun, wrapped trigger, etc. So if you can have them clarified.
Sure. What statement did you hear when you ran up the stairs the first time?
So she pointed a gun at me.
When you ran up the stairs the first time.
So she pointed a gun at me. I'm speaking from Officer Noonan's perspective. Pointed the gun.
I can't hear you.
She pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, pulled the trigger, and then racked the slide.
All right, and there's an objection to that coming in for truth of the matter?
I just got one more.
Sure, take your time.
Judge, there's still a lack of foundation here, Your Honor. Now he's saying something different than what he said 2 answers ago about what the statement was. So this is, in terms of any sort of reliability preliminary finding of any of this, it's all over the place. He just said something completely different than what he said before.
He's not clarified it, so we're beyond that. And so he's now has identified the statement, identified where it was made, when it was made, There was some mention before about the declarant state of mind. So I guess what I'm saying, politely saying, is you need to move beyond that. So now the issue for me is, does that statement come in for the truth of the matter? And
Judge, I think that I'll reiterate my arguments from the earlier discussion about the other excited utterance statement, Your Honor, that this isn't like a domestic violence situation where someone is, you know, a battered woman or something, where the time frame is much more flexible. And in this situation, you have an officer-involved shooting that happens. Another fellow investigating officer comes right up there, and there's a huge motive to fabricate immediately, Your Honor, that something happened that covers the officer, covers the shooting officer, versus being under the influence of the event so that you're not fabricating. There's an immediate impulse here that this officer has to cover his future. He has to cover his conduct right away. There doesn't need to be much time to realize that from an officer who jumps the gun, from an officer who panics and shoots someone in the wrong circumstances. That's something that would immediately happen. And particularly where there's no surrounding corroboration, where there's no attempt by the government or no testimony from Noonan that this happened. This is something completely different, that the statement happened, that this interaction with Houston happened. There's extremely unreliable circumstances. If that really happened, Noonan would have testified to it. If that really happened, the government would have given me discovery on it. If that really happened, it would have been corroborated. So,
the discovery, the lack of discovery or argument is a different matter. Anything else on, again, on just the Commonwealth's assertion that it qualifies as a spontaneous utterance?
no, Your Honor, just the notion that it's not a domestic violence situation. It's a situation where the motive to fabricate immediately arises. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gubitosi, anything further on that?
This is exactly what the exception is for. It couldn't have been more immediate unless Officer Houston was standing next to Officer Noonan when it happened. He immediately heard the shots, immediately heard the yell, and ran up the flight of stairs that you've seen pictures of, and asked what happened, and got that response. So that's my answer to that. And as far as, I think I have to, since we're on the record, talk about a discovery violation.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's just take it a step at a time. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right. So I'm going to sustain the objection, but for reasons different than Mr. Bradle articulated, and essentially for the same reasons that I stated yesterday to Attorney Moriarty, and that is that when I weigh the factors under Baldwin, I come out that it militates towards excluding it for the truth of the matter. It will come in for state of mind. We don't need to get to alleged discovery violations or any other reasons because I've sustained the objection. Unless you want to
I just like
make
to
a
put on the
record.
it was part of his recorded interview that they've had since the beginning.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Now,
So-
sir, after you heard Officer Noonan tell you that she pulled out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and racked around, where did you go?
At that point, I was at the landing. I looked in and I saw Kelsey on the ground and I saw Lieutenant Daly over her.
What was he doing? Anything?
It looked like he was kind of evaluating her. I moved towards them. I asked either Noonan or Lieutenant Daly. I said, "Where's the gun?" I believe I asked Noonan, and he motioned away from Kelsey, so that stopped being my concern. I moved close to Lieutenant Daly just to see what level of consciousness Kelsey was. I could see she was breathing, she was alert. So I told Lieutenant Daly I was going to go get a med bag.
Was she saying anything?
She kept, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
And so where did you go?
I ran down to get the medical bag out of my cruiser.
Did you get it?
I did.
Did you come back?
I did.
And what did you do when you came back?
I threw the medical bag on the bed, and I started taking stuff out. I took out the AED, I took out gauze, wraps, stuff like that, handed it to Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Sure.
All right, thank you, all set.
I'm going to jump back just a minute. When you went up the stairs and you saw Officer Noonan, did he have his gun out?
The med bag or before that?
First time.
First time, he had it out.
And how was he holding it?
He had it at the low ready, so he had it kind of down towards the ground.
Pointing to the ground?
Yes.
Do you see Kelsey Fitzsimmons in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing like a beige sweater.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
It may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that Ms. Fitzsimmons initially exhibited a lack of certainty, or that she was unsure why you were there, correct?
Correct.
And how was that manifested?
She just looked surprised. Her eyes were wide. She didn't, I guess it's the best way I could describe it.
Now, you were with her for a good amount of time during this interaction, right?
Correct.
And it's true that she tried to kind of get you away from her a couple of times?
That's what I believe, yes.
She gave you the baby and said maybe go out on the porch and or take him for a walk?
Correct.
And then she also put some, tried to put some things in your hands and asked you to take them downstairs?
She didn't ask me to take them downstairs. She just put them in my hand.
And where did that occur?
On the landing.
Upstairs?
Upstairs.
And you said that you heard Officer Noonan yell Kelsey,
Correct.
and that's all?
That's all.
One time?
One time.
And how about after after you said Kelsey, how long of a time elapsed until the gunshots?
I couldn't put an exact time. It wasn't instant, but it was relatively quick.
Relatively quick. How about the gunshots themselves? There was 2 gunshots, right?
2 gunshots.
Were they in quick succession?
Relative, yeah, pretty quick.
And you said that Ms. Fitzsimmons said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Correct.
Did she say, "I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself"?
She did not say that.
Just, "I'm sorry"?
I'm sorry. 3 times.
Now, was there a plan before this to section Kelsey?
No.
You mentioned that you had known that she was sectioned before, right?
Correct.
And that was several months prior, wasn't it?
I don't know exactly when it was.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you don't really have any grasp of the details of that incident, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know whether it had anything to do with the police or not, do you?
I know there was police there, but I don't know the circumstances of what happened.
Okay, so you don't know how long it was?
No.
And you don't even know whether she was in fact accepted as a Section 12 commitment, do you?
No idea.
And so, do you know the difference between having forms filled out to be looked at under Section 12 versus being accepted and committed under Section 12?
Yeah, so I didn't want to, like I said, I was invited to her wedding. I was friends with Kelsey.
No, that's not my question.
Okay.
I asked you some stuff about Section 12.
I know if you get sectioned, you're going to be there for probably 72 hours and you can't leave.
And do you have any idea whether that happened in March?
I have no idea.
So it's fair to say that other than kind of the notion floating around in your department that she was sectioned, you really have no information whatsoever about it. Isn't that right?
No, I didn't want to know.
And then you said something about the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen.
Correct.
What's the status of the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
Just at that point, I wasn't sure what was going to happen, so I didn't want her to reach for a knife. It's nothing against her. It's just it's a lot of information to take in. I didn't know how she was going to react.
Okay, so was there something strange about the knives that were in her kitchen?
No, it's just a weapon in the kitchen.
So when you're serving one of these things, anything can be a weapon, right? Any normal household product item can be a weapon, right?
I wouldn't say anything.
A lot of things. How about that?
Yeah, well, let's go with that.
And in this case, there were knives in her kitchen. Is there anything more to it than that?
No, that's it.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
No worries, Lisa. You with us now. We okay. Don't even worry about it. We all make mistakes. Not a big deal.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. And any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly. A
Okay.
lot of things could be weapons, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you don't leave someone alone, right? That's why you keep eyes on them the whole time.
Correct.
That's why you use a term in their pocket while they're walking around, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Nothing further.
Okay, all right, you may step down. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Good to see you, St. Martin. Always nice having you here.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes. Thank you. Step up right here. Try to keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak directly into this thing. Pull your chair. So the judge can hear you.
How are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Finally, we get a female. This is great.
Could you please state your name, spell your first name and your last name?
Yes. My name is Michelle Mitchell. Michelle is Michelle. Last name Mitchell, Mitchell.
And what town do you live in?
I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
Um,
I didn't hear that.
I'm a correctional officer.
Oh, correction.
and how long have you been doing that?
8 years.
In Middleton?
Yes,
Do you know Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were coworkers and we eventually became friends.
Hey, Billy.
Now I'm going to jump ahead in your relationship. Well, when did you meet her? Do you remember?
The end of 2021.
At some point, you knew she was getting married.
Yes.
Were you going to be part of that?
Yes, I was a bridesmaid in their wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At some point, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Yes. We talked on the phone, and she was driving around North Andover, and she was crying, and I heard her baby crying in the back seat.
Did she tell you why she was crying?
She said that she needed Justin.
Any more than that, or was that the gist of it?
That was the gist of the conversation. And then she said she had to pull over to feed the baby.
Now, where were you when you had that conversation? Do you remember?
I was in North Andover driving around trying to meet up with her.
Did you ever meet up with her that day?
I did not until I saw her later in the hospital.
You, where did you go? Did you stay in North Andover?
I did, and up until I went to the hospital after she was shot.
Okay. Where did you go in North Andover? Anybody's house in particular?
I went to Hunter's house.
Okay. And who is Hunter?
He is a friend of Justin's.
And Justin Alayan?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He is a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry
Justin.
if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiance.
Was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who was that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney.
And who is Katrina?
A friend of Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Was she also in the wedding, if you know?
Yes.
And without getting into the conversation that was being had between the half dozen of you or so, do you know if Justin made a decision to do something?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
Okay. And at any point, did you see the defendant in the area of Hunter's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I witnessed her drive by Hunter's house.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing else.
Ross?
Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25,
That is correct.
and she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say needing Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin.
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin.
Needed Justin, that is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she had also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
And you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house,
Yes,
and that was a social gathering with swimming and drinking, right?
that is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
No, Mr. Breda.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister and Hunter, right?
Correct.
Now, you said that you saw her drive by the house,
Yes,
and so it's fair to say that she would have been able to recognize some or all of the vehicles, right?
Yes.
And going by the house is a route that would take her to the North Andover Common, right?
Yes, it's near there, correct.
Nothing further.
I agree, J-Cat.
All right, you may step.
Horrible sound.
Thank you.
May we approach? Yes. Just give me one moment. Well, you can start walking over.
Quiet, please. We are still on the record.
I think this case is wrapping up. I can't see it going past tomorrow. I don't know if she's going to testify or not. The only time I think she would testify is if the defense feel like they're in trouble. If the defense feels strong, I doubt if she would testify. I mean, listen, these officers have done a bum job to me. I mean, that's just my opinion, but this judge appears to be very lenient when it comes to her anyway, so I don't see it going too bad in her regards. What do you guys think? Tell me what you think in the comments. Okay, Jeff says, agree, Mel. And I'm sure, not certain how it will end. Yes. Yes, thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Just to continue in open court, Mr. Brado, we were discussing, why don't you give me an update on the potential for a view?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We did get some kind assent from the folks that live there, and it's something that we can do. And I would say that, you know, in a bench trial situation, we're speaking directly to the fact finder, and we have moved for the view. In the final analysis, I rely on the court's discretion and Your Honor's discretion as to whether a view in the final kind of look at things is helpful to the fact finder. So that's our position on that, and we think that judge will be in a position to end the defense case probably by the end of the day tomorrow, or in the afternoon tomorrow.
Okay. All right. And as for, so would the view occur tomorrow?
I think so, Your Honor, that if that's the case, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do it after the defense case.
Okay. And Commonwealth, what do you say? Well, here's the thing. You take no position, but as I kidded with you earlier, we're gonna need your resources.
Sure. No, take
Okay.
a position. I leave it up to you whether you think you need one. We would absolutely assist in any way we can.
Okay. So here's the thing. I'm not going to take a position on whether I need one or not. What I'm going to do is allow the motion. You've requested it. And go there with an open mind, and
thank you.
We'll treat it like a view with the jury. You folks can point out things to me that you'd like me to remember. It will become part of the evidence like it is in a jury trial, you know, my observations, and the issue. I just need, I'd like to take a short break to just meet with the court staff, Mr. Wayne, and our court officers just on the procedure that, procedures that we'll use. As I told you at Sidebar, I've never done a view in a bench trial. It's not something that we typically do, but I'm all for it. I just need to, I want to talk with my staff for a few, not my staff, the staff, for a few moments, so that we can, I can come back and we can perhaps get some planning done as well. Okay, so let's just take a, like even a 5-minute break, and Mr. Wayne and our chief and our assistant chief, if I can talk with you for a moment.
Okay, very good, guys. So pay attention to what True Court says. It says the lawyer said that we would hear from her. Okay, so thank you very much, True Court, for highlighting that. It's nice having you here. I'll tell you that right now. It's hard for me to handle all angles here. Thank you. Definitely, we need to get together. And definitely, we want to support your channel too. So that's so amazing. Okay, Jen says, I've seen police do better as witnessing than these police. Yes, indeed. That's so true. One of the guys looked like he just crawled out of bed, you know. Jessica says, the cops didn't do well. I think Judge will be easy on her. Okay. I think so too. He seems to be soft in regards to this case. I'm not saying that in a negative way, but I've seen some judges come in and they're so short, and it's almost like the people that work at motor vehicle. This judge seems to be different. Okay, New Jersey, and all right. Shout out to you, cousin. Thank you so much. Okay. Jen says, what about the officer that struck her? We'll say struck her. He ended yesterday and started off the day. You know, I think there's much trouble with his testimony too. It's not looking good for the officers, you know. It's not looking good. Grumpy says her body language has a worried tone to it. Yes, I picked up on that too, you know, but it is court and everybody, it's like the Tupac song, all eyes on me, you know, that's a lot of pressure. Jen says, I'd be worried too. Her fellow officers are testifying against her. That's so true. You know, listen, in this particular case, there's a lot to think about. She lost her family, so to speak. You know, she had a baby and now they're coming to take her child. And think about it. She was losing her job at the same time, right? Losing her job at the same time. So she had a lot to really worry about in this particular case. So I have myself covered here. Let's see if we can fix that. Here we go. All right, let's get rid of this here. All right, so we're on a 5-minute. I think he's probably going to end the day, hopefully. I think he said something about planning, right? So I think this might come to an end. That'll be much better than 5 p.m., right? We can still have a little day left to do something else. All right. Dixon says, prayers for Kelsey. All right. And Dixon says, and she's not physically fully recovered completely. Yeah. And on top of that, she was almost unalive. Listen, in a typical world, the officers don't typically stop at 2. And if he had went on a tangent here, she would probably not be here today for a trial. So, I mean, that's positive within itself, because typically what we see in these cases, the officers empty, right? They empty out the whole unit. So she was spared, definitely. A lot to do with that. I'm just shocked the way that the stories are not adding up the officers, even their own testimonies, is not jiving together. So we'll see what happens. Put a 1 in the chat if you're leaning toward her having a favorable outcome, or put a 2 if you think the judge is going to give her some time. Let's see what you guys have to say. Put a 1 if you think she'll pretty much get off easy. Put a 2 if you think she's going to get some time. Let's see what everybody has to say. Yeah, she's had a lot of losses, but, you know, there's, for some reason, these officers, or well, there's some good reasons, but they decided to come after her. But something just doesn't add up here. It's almost like, in a way, I have to be careful what I say because I don't want what happened earlier to happen again. But I'm saying it's like the Nancy Guthrie case. I'm saying that just to say, not that it's, oh, this is a Nancy Guthrie. I'm just saying this case is a little weird. Some things are not adding up. So I just want to make sure I make that very clear for the record. Just seems a little bit off with this case. And let's see here. We have Jen says, so it's literally, oh, the chat just, sorry, the comments moved. Okay, so here we go. So it's literally, he said, she said, yep, cops siding with him.
Okay, all right, so formally the motion for review is allowed. And I've met with our court officers and Mr. Wayne. So let me just specify who's going to be present. I'm going to assume that the 3 groups, the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court staff will go there in separate vehicles. So we need to just work out a time, and also, frankly, we have to work out. So let me back up. As for who goes inside the house to do the view, I'm sorry, all the folks in the back row, but perhaps it can be the four of you folks that Ms. Fitzsimmons, counsel, the trial counsel that have been here, Attorney Coakley, Attorney Bradle, and your paralegal. And I'm sorry, he said your Mr. Bradle has told me your name 6 times, and I just keep forgetting. But I don't mean any disrespect to the other attorneys, but I can already tell from the photographs it's a small house, and then on the court side, it will be myself, Mr. Wayne, our court monitor, if you'll be available, and some court officers. We'll take our own vehicle. I would ask that there be some kind of police escort for us so that we can do this quickly. And I'll also tell the media and our audience that this is not something that you folks will be this is not going, you will not, no one else will be inside that house or really within some yardage or footage of the house. I need to figure out what that would be, other than the folks that I've mentioned. Defense counsel, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the court staff, and the prosecutors. So I'd ask that the North Andover Police, I'll give you some kind of a distance. I need to think about it, but that the North Andover Police do what is or the state police do what they usually do during a view, which is typically shutting down the street or area to make sure that we can accommodate quick movement through there. All right, so that's where we're at. So I would just ask you folks to just work out a time. Let our either chief court officer, assistant chief court officer, Mr. Wayne know what the time that you want to go. And then what we'll do is, if we're in the middle of a witness's testimony, we'll just break, go on the view and come back. And again, the expectations at the view will be just like we do during a jury trial. The attorneys it will be on the record in the sense of It'll be recorded. Is that not live, but recorded? What? It's a handout, right? So it won't be live, but it will be recorded, so there's a record of it. And the attorneys, like in a jury view, will just point out locations inside the home that you'd like me to, and even outside the home that you'd like me to make note of. All right. And we will go from there. Anything else? Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. You anticipate Thursday morning. Okay. That's fine. Just let, okay. All right. And does that work for you folks? Okay. All right. Okay. That makes sense. So tomorrow, the Commonwealth may or may not have a witness. The defense, if the Commonwealth rests, I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view, so technically you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case? Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Excellent. And then we won't obviously get to closings until after the view. So if we're on target to end the evidence tomorrow, we can that can happen on Thursday. All right. All right. And one other thing. I've only done this once, this trial. I always have these false alarms when I'm ready to leave. And that is that, as I said, I'd like to get some agreement on the law that you want me to apply. All right. So, or at least maybe not agreement, consensus. All right. So you can do that in the way of proposed jury instructions, just a memo, whatever you want to do is fine. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll stand recess.
All right.
Okay, so that's all, folks. Good. All right, so we have a break. Everybody, we can be free for the rest of the day. But I want to get back to a few things here. We have to get back to what happened in the airport, San Francisco. That's where I was when I flew to Tucson, Arizona. I went into this airport, so maybe I'll remember seeing something. It seemed like all the airports I went to are having issues. Oh my goodness, what's happening in the world? All right, so let's get back. There was something I saw. I don't know if I'll see. Okay, here we go. So let's see. Okay, Jessica says, I don't know why they need to go to the house. Okay, great. That's a very good question. They probably just want to get a full feeling for it, I guess. I'm not sure. Grumpy says a lot of innocent people in prison due to the blue line. So we will have to wait and see which way it goes. Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you for that. I see your channel is growing. Good job, guys. Check out Grumpy. He's doing a good job. Jen says the cops did not do well. One looked away. One blinked a lot. The one couldn't remember his own statements. Oh, goodness. They look very nervous. Thank you very much. Anderson says 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Okay. Grumpy says, darn it now. I'm going to have that song stuck in my brain. All right. Very good. So we're going to see how this all develops, but it looks like the defense will rest their case tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have the verdict tomorrow. I just want to let you guys know that on Thursday, I'll be in court in New York City with Nicolas Maduro. So we'll have to kind of strategize. I'll still report on this, but I won't be able to stream all day. I will be streaming, but I'll be streaming from the court in New York City, federal court. The president of Venezuela, the former president, which they said he was a fake president, not real. They say he stole the election. You know, you've heard Donald Trump say that about many people stealing elections, okay? So Thursday, tune in with me. That's going to be a big day. That's the biggest case I've covered so far. And even though I covered Donald Trump's case where he received 34 felonies, Sean Diddy Combs has been the longest case that I've covered, but Nicolas Maduro, he's pulled in the largest crowd. And when I tell you people are fighting in the street, they had to set up barricades because you had Antifa, and they were fighting against the Venezuelans, and the Venezuelans were using the N-word. I'm like, oh, this is getting to be out of control. And so there's just so many moving parts. But this time around, we have to worry about what's happening in Iran, and we don't know like the security measures or what threats could be. So I'll have to be really careful out there while I'm covering that particular case. But that's going to be on Thursday. So stay tuned for that. Jeff says you need to drive, not fly. Yeah, so far, driving isn't really an option. So let's get back to what's happening here with ICE. We heard that ICE is in the airports. There's already some issue of someone getting beaten. And I found out it's a lady at that. Definitely don't want to be beating the ladies and children. What's going on in the world? Shouldn't be beating anyone, but that's a whole different subject. But let's see why this lady took on such heat. And again, I just want to warn you that this might show some violence.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We want to take you to a story out of San Francisco tonight. ICE agents arresting a woman at the San Francisco airport. Bystanders capturing that arrest on camera. Now, an SFO spokesperson does say this is not related to ICE agents starting to assist TSA workers at some airports. For more on this arrest at SFO, we want to go to Fox.
Okay, so this does not have anything to do with ICE assisting TSA. Okay, so I guess ICE just pulled up to the airport. Let's check it out.
Choose Jana Katsuyama, who's live in Oakland for us tonight with the latest. And Jana, this video has been getting a lot of attention. And
thank you, St. Martin. Let me let you know that early Thursday morning, you'll see me commuting to the courthouse. So I typically start off on the journey so you guys can see what's happening live in New York as I'm walking through and showing you some of the background. Boots on the ground coverage. So definitely Thursday, lock in with me. It's going to be a day. It's going to be a lot of activity, probably a lot of issues and fighting in the street. Hopefully it doesn't get out of control and become out of hand, but we'll figure this out as we go. All right. Thank you, cousin, New Jerseyan. Yes, I definitely will be careful. I know you'd be coming to New York to shake some people up over me, so we'll keep it cool. Grumpy says, if the Senate would just fund DHS, TSA would have funding and no one would be missing flights at all. 100 senators should have their pay withheld. Thank you very much, Grumpy. Let's get back to it.
And a lot of backlash.
There has been a huge outcry, Shauna. We talked to not only the spokesperson for SFO, but also we were receiving comments from San Francisco Mayor Daniel Lurie, from former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and other members of Congress about this. As you know, the Bay Area, San Francisco is a sanctuary city. So you did see police who were not participating. They were standing back away from this incident. They said they got a 911 call, but this has certainly been a big issue for many people here in the communities, and the mayor says that it was very disturbing to see this video. The video posted online shows a woman crying out as two men tried to detain her in San Francisco International Airport's domestic Terminal 3 near the E-Gate concourse. A person who recorded video and posted it on social media with the tag ICE Out is asking the two men to show their badges as they appear to handcuff the woman. Witnesses on social media claim the woman was with her daughter, and a child is seen appearing in distress as she watches the clash. San Francisco police have an airport bureau. They tell us the incident happened around 10 p.m. Sunday. Police received a 911 call and then learned the incident involved federal immigration officials. No city police were involved. An SFO spokesman said, quote, "We understand federal officers were transporting 2 individuals on an outbound flight when this incident occurred. We believe this is an isolated incident and have no reason to suspect broader enforcement action at SFO."
The Department of Homeland Security is present at most airports already because they control TSA and they are sharing information with ICE regularly. So we have seen an uptick in this administration and other airports across the country where we have seen ICE arresting and detaining people at the airport.
On Monday afternoon, the Department of Homeland Security released a statement saying, quote, "ICE
Yep, that's the airport. I was just there. I recognized the mural. Okay.
officers arrested Angelina Lopez Jimenez and Wendy Godinez Lopez at the San Francisco International Airport. While being escorted to the international terminal for processing, Lopez Jimenez attempted to flee and resisted law enforcement officers. ICE is working as quickly as possible to repatriate the family unit to their home country of Guatemala.
We can't physically stop ICE from entering a city or entering our state, but we can make clear that we're not going to in any way assist or help them.
House Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi and Congressman Kevin Mullen issued a statement saying, quote, "After killing people in our streets and detaining U.S. citizens, ICE has lost all credibility and trust with the public. We demand immediate answers as to the mother's and her child's condition and the grounds for their detainment." The Department of Homeland Security says that the family had been issued a removal order by an immigration judge in 2019. But immigration attorneys that we spoke to said that it is common for some people to stay in the country legally.
You know, if she had that issue, if the family had that over their head, why would they go to the airport? You know, if you go to the airport, you're asking for trouble. You know, ICE is going to pull up on you, and they have verified all your information. That's interesting. Purple Groovy says, Mel, you deliver great content with truthful charm. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's awesome. J-Cat says, ICE and airports equal bad. Bad, bad. Okay, New America. That's what Lisa says. Bad IMO. Okay, we have AI in the building says, if you voted for Kamala, you also contribute the Democrat-sponsored government shutdown. Okay. Yes, indeed. These shutdowns are really affecting people. When I flew, I don't want to go get distracted here, but when I flew almost 2 weeks ago, the lines at JFK Airport, I went into LaGuardia, also JFK. The lines at JFK were so long, it was ridiculous. And the reason why I'm telling you, I went to LaGuardia, and basically I got all the way to my gate. A lot of us were able to board the plane. They pulled everybody off the plane and says, no, you can't fly to D.C. because they have this ground stop, no flights in, no flights out. So I stayed at LaGuardia all day trying to, figure out a way to still get to D.C. for Tasha K's birthday party. And also I had a meeting with the mayor in D.C. Didn't work out. I'm going back. But I ended up having to go fly out of JFK the next morning. So now when I get to JFK the next morning, the lines are just crazy. It's like insane. And every time I fly out of JFK, the lines are just so long. It's just totally ridiculous. So I can only imagine now, because some of these people are down sleeping in the at baggage claim, sleeping in the corner. A lot of them, take their shoes off. They're trying to get comfortable. They're fortunate if they still have a coat, so you can at least snuggle up with your coat on the floor so you're not just laying on the hard floor. But it's either that or go and obtain a hotel room, which I did. And that was an additional $250 for that night when I had already checked into my hotel room in D.C. So I'm paying for 2 hotels at the same doggone time. So traveling right now is insane. It's ridiculous, and it's only worse now. But let me tell you one thing. If anything major happens in the United States related to this war, we're really going to see it. If they say the waiting in Georgia right now is 9 to 10 hours. So imagine, I heard the DC was around 5. This is added time. So imagine just one more thing, and we're just going to be in a big mess. So definitely I'm definitely going to keep covering all these different subjects to help us navigate in a intelligent way.
Legally, as they pursue appeals, the Rapid Response Network in San Francisco said that they got a number of calls and people
St. Martin, real talk all day. Let's talk about it.
Sending in videos and pictures. They are reviewing that information now to see if they can get more information.
All right. Thank you very much. Is it Peter? We got to talk. I'll get your name down packed, but it said it was good seeing me on JLR's show. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Glad to do it. AI says ICE is doing God's work. Oh, Trump 2032. Okay, all right, very good. He's doing the work of the Lord. All right, AI. Strong Trump supporter. Pretty Ting says the Democrat leaders are doing exactly what I want them to do. I'm completely happy and fine with the government being partially shut down. This is a resistance to the Trump for the right chaotic policies. Okay, thank you. I can see you standing on that, Pretty Things. I like that, to see you standing for what you believe in. Okay, Jeff says, yes, it is. And people missing flights makes it worse. Yeah. And then you're paying. And when I called Expedia, they was telling me like, well, you got to talk to the airline. I talked to the airline. They said, well, you have to talk to Expedia. I said, I guess what? I won't be talking to Expedia again. They won't get my money. Believe that. I'll walk before I pay them another dime. Believe it. Grumpy says, Miss Pretty, I respectfully disagree with that statement. Okay. All right. Everybody's believing what they feel is necessary. Okay. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Jen says, sorry, can't agree that he's doing the work of the Lord. My Bible tells me differently. Okay, Jen, thank you for your comment. So we get the idea of what happened here at the airport. I figure we'll cover one more story. We've had a long day, so I'll let you guys go in peace. But let's see if we can find something that will help us understand what's happening right now in our particular country. Let's see here. This is interesting here about our allies. Pay attention to this. It'll give you an idea of where we're headed right now.
We're having a moment of sort of unbelievably dramatic news that's like if you were pitching a movie, the people you were pitching it to would say, no, that's too over the top. We can't do that. Denmark reportedly sent soldiers just a few weeks ago. They sent soldiers to Greenland armed with explosives and blood supplies. The explosives were to blow up the runways at airports in Greenland, and the blood supplies were in anticipation of combat casualties in a conflict with the United States. That is, if the U.S. could find a way to put U.S. troops on the ground in Greenland without landing on the blown-up airfields. Think about that for a second. I mean, Denmark, it's freaking Denmark. They are literally and officially our ally, but they had to send troops out with live ammunition and blood supplies and live explosives, not for an exercise, not for training, but on a real deployment on which they planned to disable the airfields in Greenland to protect their territory against us, against the United States. You may also recall that Denmark is in NATO. So if Trump actually does try to use military force to take Greenland, we will be at war with all of NATO. But now I guess we know how it would start. Too dramatic? Too far-fetched? Oh, wait, there's more. Consider Hungary right now. The authoritarian leader in Hungary, Viktor Orban, keeps getting visits from top U.S. officials. He just got one from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He's supposed to host Vice President J.D. Vance very soon. Trump did a creepy video endorsement for Viktor Orban this weekend. Our government is doing everything they can to try to sort of fluff Viktor Orban right now, to prop him up, because Hungary is having elections next month. And if Viktor Orban allows those elections to go forward, it really looks like he's going to lose. So our authoritarian government is trying to prop up his authoritarian government with these big public shows of support. But because the news is the way it is right now, I also have to tell you that Russia is approaching this same task with a bit more style. New reporting from the Washington Post this weekend. Headline, to tilt Hungarian election, Russians proposed staging assassination attempt. Quote, in the run-up to Hungary's pivotal election in April, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service last month began sounding the alarm over plummeting public support for Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, whose friendly ties to Moscow have long given the Kremlin a strategic foothold inside NATO and the European Union. Officers from the SVR, Russian military intelligence, suggested that drastic action might be necessary to help Orban, a strategy they called the game changer. SVR operatives said the game changer would, quote, fundamentally alter the entire paradigm of the election campaign. And what was the game changer? The game changer was, quote, the staging of an assassination attempt on Viktor Orban. Washington Post reporting that to try to help Orban in his election,
My goodness, we have so much chaos, and there's just, it's like the onion, right? There's just so many different layers. You don't even know what to do, right? Judge says, Matthew 25, help the least of these or God will depart from you. Okay, so Jens is talking about Matthew chapter 25. Let's see if I can go off the top of my head. Matthew 25, I think it starts off talking about I think it's the virgins, right? And then it talks about the talents. And I think what you're referring to is basically the breakdown of when did we see you hungry? When did you see you thirsty? And then he says to them, inasmuch as you did it to the least of the brothers, you did it to me. So I guess the way we take, I guess the spirit of what you're trying to say, gents, is that by doing kind deeds for our brothers, you know, those that we know, then we do it on a spiritual level with Jesus, God, whichever your belief system is. If you believe Jesus, the Son of God, or if you believe Jesus is God, but that's where the different segments of Christianity kind of break off. But I'm just giving you loosely, I think that's the point that you're trying to get to in Matthew chapter 25. So thank you for that point. Thank you. And I'm going off the top of my head, so I think I'm there with you. And as much as you have done it to the least of your brethren, you have done it to me. I think that's the spirit of what you're talking about. When did we see you hungry? When did we see you thirsty, in bondage, in prison, and so forth? So thank you for that comment. Okay, let's see here. True Court says, have a good night. Thank you. Thank you very much to you. Okay. Grumpy says, oh my God, they sent 23 troops. Okay. 2,300, I believe, 2,400, something like that. But that's funny though. AI says, keep voting blue. Okay. All right. Let's see here. And did we cover? Yeah, that was the last one we're covering today. Okay. Grumpy says, I work for the government with good conscience. I can never vote blue. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your expression. Okay, Purple Groove has been hanging out with us tremendously. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Lisa's been holding us down. Her and Stella, New Jersey, and Pretty Things. You guys are so amazing. Thank you so much. J-Cat, thank you. I appreciate all your support. J-Cat says, making enemies, good job not. Okay, thank you. Jen says, 23, too many. Not our war. A lot of people, I think the message is out that this is not our war, and everybody's pointing fingers at Israel. And why is that the case? Well, that's a whole different deep dive discussion. But for people that feel that way, and they have to send their precious daughter or son to, listen, how many people are headed that way? I think they said 5,000 and then another 23, 24. That's a lot of babies, They might be adults, men and women. I have someone now that's in Germany, so it's not a good feel. I mean, it's a tough feeling. And you know that they might be getting set up for failure in many cases. And to lose one, that says it all, Just losing one is more than you should when people feel like it's not America's war. But that's a whole different discussion. That's something that I see people expressing every day. Lisa says, help others, okay, and do no harm, okay. Jen says Matthew chapter 7 also, and it's in James, okay. Yes, Matthew chapter 7. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Matthew chapter 7. Let's see if my brain is working. That's the Sermon on the Mount. Yeah, I could go there too. All right, but I won't. Stella says, like, share, subscribe, and turn on your notifications to be notified of upcoming shows. Thank you. Thank you. Pretty Thing says, it's a repeat of Trump first administration chaos everywhere, every day. There's chaos. Okay. Definitely not a fan of Trump from Pretty Things. I understand that. And thank you for being so bold and expressing yourself. I like that. A lot of strength coming from you. Grumpy says, don't forget to hype up Mel's videos, boost him out in the algorithm. Thank you. And back at you, Grumpy. Guys, check out Grumpy's channel. He's really up and coming, doing great. All right. Stella says, yes, y'all are amazing. Okay, thank you. Thank you, New Jerseyan. Appreciate you, cousin. Always, always. Okay, and we have, let's see, Fantastic says, bye, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you, Mel, Stella, Lisa. Okay. Lisa, thank you so much, too. I just want to make sure I say it enough. You do so much great work. All right, so I guess that's it for today, folks. Okay, Purple Groovy says, self-reflection makes you humble and non-reflection makes you mumble. All right, that's a good one. Jen says, Mel, look at Revelation chapter 2, verse 9, Revelation 3, 9. Warns us of the fake Israel. God named Jacob Israel and his 12 sons. I know you know the Bible as well. Okay, all right. Very good. I'm familiar with those texts that you're talking about. I could actually quote it, but I won't go there today. Stella says, bye. Okay, thank you, Stella. Have a great day. J-Cat. Thanks, Mel. Have a good day. Thank you, J-Cat. It's always nice to see you coming through, hanging out together. It's awfully amazing. AI says, time, earn, and capital of current events. Okay, all right. I get it. All right. And we have St. Martin says, peace out. Okay, see you tomorrow, Mel and chat. All right. Pretty Thing says, are you having a show tonight? If I could identify the day, let's see, today is what, Tuesday? No shows on Tuesday night. Definitely we'll have a show tomorrow night with Candace Kelly. She'll definitely be on tomorrow night. And then Thursday night, we have Mama Flips. We have some new guests coming through. I think you're going to love it. We're going to have more conservative shows too. We needed to balance out the air a bit. So that'll be nice too. Look forward to more conservative shows. And if you're interested in coming on, I would be more than happy to entertain a conversation with you so that we could plan something. I'm all about helping people who are looking to get started. I had to build from scratch. I know what it feels like. So definitely, if I can help you in any way, reach out to me. All you have to do is send an email to watchingtheworld777@gmail.com. I'll definitely get back to you. So that's it for today, folks. Thank you so much. All right. Lisa says balance is good. Thank you guys so much. We've had 2 days of court. This is a unique case from the standpoint of, it's very short. Usually these cases are weeks on end and it gets out of control. Stella dropped in the email address. So if you want to reach out, definitely send me a note. I'll definitely get back to you. Gent says, okay, ID Lob. Okay, thank you. Pretty Thing says, is a conservative can come on with lying. That's fine. Okay. All right. Okay. Definitely. We won't have too many lies flowing through. So that's very important. Thank you. Jen says, I love to show people the Bible and what it says. Okay. Thank you, Jen. Thank you for that. Purple Groovy says, my client is seeing things much clearer now. Okay. All right. Very good. That's good. That's good. All right. We have the comments rolling in. We have Lori. Lori says, have a great night, Mel. And Chatters. Okay. Have to go 10 a horse. Oh, wow. That's amazing. You have a horse. I need to go horseback riding. I've only done it once. Never did more than that. Grumpy says, I don't mislead the truth. Miss Pretty. Okay. New Jersey says, says much love to you all. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Okay. Thank you guys. Have a good night. We'll see you back tomorrow, bright and early at 9 for court. And I just hope you guys have the best evening possible. Take care. And thanks for hanging out with me here at Watching the World 777. Thank you.
Different voices, but the same song.